Hello, hello. I see those subs coming through. What's up, Philsbutter? What's up, Killady? Thank you very much. Appreciate the subs, mate. Welcome back. Midweek muster. I need to update that. We have done Kill Jardy versus Moon. Interesting series. We're now going to be opening up with another part of the bracket. We're looking at Anathan versus Dragan and Voldemar versus Scatterbrained. Winners facing off after those series complete as well. So definitely going to have to dive right into it as quickly as possible. We got a few minutes to flex though, and important that we do actually, because I got something new. Sorry, I'm literally just adding in the details as well. I rushed home because I've quickly been out, had a few things, had to go pick up a package. It's a pretty good one. Sure, it wasn't enough that they gave us a microphone. They sent us a headset. I haven't really tried Shure headsets before, so figured, what the hey, might as well give it a spin. Watch me now struggle to get the tape off because I just didn't even notice the tape. Would have done this ahead of time. See, tape is a little bit of a problem here considering I have no nails. Yeah, someone make me feel better about myself. Please tell me I'm not the only person that has this habit of picking their nail. I don't bite them. Not one of those insane monsters. Sorry if you are. I've just kind of judged you a bit. Let's just quickly stab through the plastic though. Dude, the plastic doesn't want to come off. There we go. Got through the seal. So, this is going to be Shure's SRH 840A. They like to spend the letters a lot in the titles. Look at these. Oh, these are snazzy. Even got the full Shure logo branding on it. So these look cozy. Embroidered. I like the embroidered tops, right? Like, I don't know about you guys, but something feels a little bit more premium when you get those headset tops where they're actually embroidered. Is it embroidered? The type of stitching, the double stitching. Embroidered is the wrong word. But I think we should have a cable in here as well. Oh, there we go. It's nicely taped underneath for idiots like me to find. So, this is like a broadcast quality headset, actually, is what I've been told. They're pretty reasonable as well. I'm pretty sure on the site, these are maybe like, I want to say around the 100, 150 pound range, maybe? Which sounds like a lot, but when you think about the cost of headsets nowadays, it's actually really not. Oh, dude, it is a proper like headset one as well. Because you've even got the thicker type of connection ports. Because like some of the lightweight headsets, they only come with like a thin pin for connecting, right? Your atypical let's plug it into the Xbox controller ones. Looks like this does have the flexibility to do so. You basically just have extra pieces, like for example these, which is I forget the amount of pins. I mean, it's like a 2-pin converter. But I'm just going to untie these. Oh. See, I thought about pre-unpacking. I'm just opening like, wow, look at this. But where's the fun on that, guys? You need to understand the real struggle of trying to get the little plastic cable wraps off. So, it should be the fat end goes in here, right? No, thin end. Ah, I quite like that, actually. So, can you guys see that? They have like a little kind of cross port around the connection point so that you don't get like a wobbly wire. It stays in reliably. That's pretty nice. Like small details like that actually make a big difference. Otherwise, you can just bust your cables really easily. Let me just plug this in ASAP. Dude, the cable's like twice the length of my previous one. You definitely get a lot of runway. Okay. And then tell me if I look pretty, chat. It's really important. I'm gonna knock my self-confidence if you don't think so. My head's fat, so we're probably gonna have to increase this a little bit. Ooh. Oh, those are snug. Yeah, and ooh. Okay. My voice sounds really, I don't know how to describe it. It's quite, I don't want to say bassy, but I think it's also because it's quite a tight-fitting headset. Like, you know that kind of effect you get when you have proper, what's the word I'm looking for? Proper headphones that basically keep the outside noise out, noise cancelling type headphones. It kind of has that feeling. They sit nice and snug though, right? I actually like the way that lights shine off of the Shure logo on the side. Proper head, that's right. Fit my whole head in there. It's so big, even the bald pros would be able to fit these on. But yeah, very big thank you to Shure for sending these out. So we now got the Shure microphone, we've got the Shure headset. I got that Shure microphone on the side that I'm figuring out how we're going to do a giveaway for, what kind of giveaway we want to do. But I will be working on that. I'm hoping I find some tomorrow to maybe start kicking off because I like to run that giveaway throughout the month. But pretty cool. We got like 8 different sponsors, but no, yeah, I mean, well, they didn't want to come, they didn't come back. Basically, we worked with Protein Works through a middleman agency, but I don't think the contract got renewed. So kind of up in the air there. Talking to a few different brands and seeing what maybe comes. But yeah, let me just double check. Are we good? Yeah, everything's Gucci. So, that in mind, I think you guys really want some Age of Empires 4. As much as you like looking at my big head, you probably don't. I think you like looking at the game more. We will probably circulate out the sponsors we've had for the PC because we've done our integration with them across the month. So we'll be saying farewell to those brands, at least for the time being, probably the next few days. But hopefully we'll be able to get them involved in other projects we're working on. I mean, what I'll say is, admittedly, like, although we're not being paid millions of dollars to be involved with sponsors, they clearly enjoyed working with us. I talked to a few of the brands, and they were very positive about how you guys responded to the PC build campaign. So they were definitely happy. And we will be giving away this. This is a high-quality USB microphone. The MV6. Has that sleek, sure look, but you don't have to worry about all the extra cables that I do for my professional level setup. This is probably like top end you're going to get for USB microphones. So we'll be looking to do a giveaway with that a little bit later in the week. I'm hoping to set it up. It's awkward because I was going to use Gleam, but it turns out I'm a cheapskate and Gleam requires you to have the premium account to do that. So we'll figure out which way we're going to do a giveaway. I want to try to get that activated before Grand Finals this week. But let's focus on Mr. Anachad's opening series. Good price for KPM at 12. Anno is thirsty for a new microphone. PC build still hasn't been uploaded to YouTube. No, it's up there. It got uploaded the other day. I need to retweet it and share it out. But yes, it is up there. So I think it's titled, we built a full AMD PC and the results surprised me. It's something like that. We went with the titling. So I'm going to check on Mr. Anathan's data row. In fact, Anno, did you play on a Smurf account? I can't find your games, mate. I think you smorphed, didn't you? Let me check Dragan. It's always funky when this crap does this. Okay, nice. Dragan's has it on it. He also was being a bit clunky with me. I don't know why. But all good. So, we'll be opening up with Anathan versus Dragan. Then we're going to check in on the kid versus Scatterbrained. And then we'll smoosh together. Hopefully have enough time. And then we can hop across for the matchup in the quarterfinals live. Okay? So, opening game's going to be French IO. Ooh. Imagine if community charged KP for watching replays. Then I would go and cast Mythology? Yeah, your mistake was assuming there's only one game that I can cast. Where's the draft? Is the draft not showing? Draft right there. Oh, what is this draft? When you've got pro players in chat just going, what is that draft? You know you've got to see what happens here. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the Midweek Mustard. Welcome back to the channel. I have to agree, Dragan is not your conventional drafter here. This guy is a little bit overly obsessed. English, Abbasids, Iabids, and Mongols is not exactly what I'd expect to see, especially when the other side gets things like Rus and Chinese. But Dragan, you know, some people look to just go for the elegant diet. You know, they're looking to get themselves a nice, delicious ham sandwich. They're looking to have the milkshake, maybe a little bit of cake. Dragan just turns up with a full cheese platter, right? So, you know, it's almost like he's just trying to waft in the direction of a certain Frenchman and attract him to his neighborhood, because Dragan is looking for all kinds of different funky strategies he can throw at his opponents. He's going to need to get one that's very creative here, because he's going to be up against the French, and this is a matchup that I would say has looked hard for the French in the past. I don't know about now, though. I feel like usually it's pro scouts that makes it French favored, but we are on Oases. And this is a different style of map, right? You can't PS, which means you lose one of your big edges here. In theory, Dragan should be favored on this opening game. Gamble wing? Dude, oh, we've got... Wait, why? I don't get it. So this play here, you can make sense of it if you're on a map for Pro Scouts, right? Because this has been one of the builds that's been coming out of Advanced Wing on land is you get the tech up cheaper, you save yourself 250 resources. That means Pro Scouts is only going to cost you like 100 resources when you like math out the difference, right? But without Pro Scouts? What is he thinking here? I guess we'll find out. I mean, against French, the most obvious choice that makes sense would be the Dervish Wing, right? In fact, we saw that between Myriad and Numadon, right? Where you completely caught him off guard because of it. But no. And this is the thing, you can try to scratch your brain and figure it out as you go along, but with Dragan, there's always going to be a catch, there's always going to be a curve shot thrown, right? It's never as linear as you'd think. I mean, there's no way you just rush Castle off the back of this, right? It wouldn't make sense. I mean, he's not going to do anything crazier, right? It's not like he'd build a Chamber of Commerce on this. Nah, guys, chill. Important detail here. The trade posts are kind of really bad, so definitely no Lecoq Sports coming out here in game number 1. School of Cavalry, now on the way. This map has a golfer problem. Yeah, I think was it Faye who said the other day they should just be called, I can't remember what she called it. Golf course or something like that. Honestly, I really think we should have more names with, for maps like that. I think we take ourselves too seriously with naming conventions on maps sometimes, right? Like, Lakeside is a perfect example. Lakeside should be called Pants. Lakeside is 100% Pants, or you can call it Trousers. One of the two. Ah, there it is. I should have known. He's done this build before, but why? In fairness, you can build Desert Raiders out of the archery range, right? So it's not like catastrophically bad to have built an archery range here. And I guess it has more merit than going for stables, right? Because like you can get Horsemen or Desert Raiders. Like, there's going to be Knights. This way you can get Desert Raiders, and then when your opponent tries to cancel you out with Spearmen or Archers, you can use Archers, right? And the Outpost Rush follow-up. Oh. Wait, the village is half HP. No, he done it too close. No, he done it way too close. Anno sees this. That village is just going to die. There's no way. Anno? Anathan. You've got to be kidding. He shouldn't be getting this up. I mean, he already walloped that villager down, unless that was, like, what, maybe a wolf for most of it, but part of it was definitely the scout, so... Age up complete. Dragan first to make it up, right, with that advancement wing. It gave him this timing, but... This is so silly. First night's coming. I mean, for Dragan, the play should just be to switch straight into archers. And this is what has me kind of scratching my noggin a bit. You know, this play makes sense if your opponent doesn't have a counter option, right? But he can just go for archery ranges, surely. I mean, Dragon's going to try to dive in, but remember, there's a lot of villages near the TC. Maybe if you stick a Desert Raider each side, I could kind of make sense of this. Look, what I appreciate about Dragan is the fact that we just have so many questions when we watch him play these builds. And while I'm not a pro player, I think it's fair to say that if I have this many questions, Anathan at least has a few in his mind as well. Archery range is at least on the way. And Dragan, surely this is the moment where adding in archers just kind of it's a gig. Ooh, we'll be able to get himself a worker kill there. Does lose a Desert Raider though. It's tricky, right? You'd be like, wow, that's kind of worth 180 resources permanently get rid of a villager. But remember, Dragan got no real upside from his tech up other than it being faster. And Anno has got a faster producing TC, right? So he's already escalating this early on in the game. What a crazy game. Only 6 minutes in. I mean, Dragan, I feel like this man's just been playing way too many team games, right? Like, I see people do these mass Desert Raider strategies in 1v1s, it really feels like they've been spending too much time in the 3v3s and 4v4s. Is Ibid OP like Zhuji? Yes, they are very much OP like Zhuji. Like, as in, if you are a gold rank person and a smurf, conk, cues into you, they're really okay. Otherwise, I feel like it's fair to say that Ironbids is kind of B tier right now. I think the Archer's coming out now. I mean, credit to him, Dragan was doing a good job of trying to jump his opponent with a vision from the outpost, right? But that was pretty smart. The placement actually covering the tree line. But this is starting to fail a little. Like, is there anything else to come? Right? Is there a fast tech, for example, behind this? No. Is the fishing? Is the a ram all in? It's getting a bit confusing what the next step is for this. I mean, Dragan has got the horseman coming in. So, yeah, that will be the counter to the archers. But Anno still has 3 knights. So, like, you can't jump this quickly. And the problem is, because Dragan never got stone, he doesn't have arrow slits. Right? I think that's the missing step here for Dragan. I can kind of make sense of what he's doing. If his opponent didn't gather enough gold for 3 knights. Ironbids banned in a lot of tournaments. They can be situational okay, right? But like, there's no way Ironbids is a higher prior ban on average in tournament play than Juji, HRE, Chinese, Byzantines, right? Delhi as well. But IU is mid of the pack. In the current meta, there's a good argument that Malians is better than IU generically, right? Because the pro scouts are from builds. So, Anno has found his way out to the ball. We have seen him break free of the oppression that Dragan was wielding over him. Drag, we're about to see the negatives of having an archery range in the middle of the map, right? Which means your troops aren't necessarily going to be in place. Does at least have the stables producing into horsemen, but slowly. Not an ideal fight either. It's tricky, like, when you use Desert Raiders, you want to be using them in range form, right? To kind of min-max your damage. The problem is, if you just lose track of them for a second, if you get distracted, you end up losing out like that, right? Like, getting charged in on that, the Knight's just got the best trade possible. There's no return damage, because no toggle quick enough. I know. I mean, he's kind of free to do what he wants now. For Dragan, it's almost like he's paranoid at this stage that he's going to get dove. So instead of going down the flanks and attacking, he's just chilling at home guarding. Until, of course, the walls are complete. Juji, China, HRE in the most banned. So Juji, China, HRE, Rus would be the other one in there. Delhi, I think, is just below that. Byzantines Byzantines might be above HRE. I think that's kind of a debate, though. To me, HRE is a bigger threat than the Byzantines in the draft. At least in the current meta. Like, if you have a look at EGC Masters, for example, statistics-wise, yeah, it's Juji, most banned, then it's Chinese, then it's HRE, then it's Rus behind by only 1 ban, and then Delhi, Byzantines. I almost forgot. I was saying he did actually do a stats gathering on most recent week, so we'll have a look at that, because I think it was, he done it for... I need to find his post. It was for 8 till 11 that he covered. Sorry, the follow's being a bit weird there. I do need to pull that one up. I told him I'd have a look, because bless him, he does put in a lot of work. He basically went and compiled the stats for all the weeks to give a full read. But based on those stat outcomes, like China, Delhi is usually with S tier, or S plus rather. HRE, Rus, and Byzantines with S. Then you had Ironbids B, and then everything else C and below. At least based on the win, losses, picks, etc. Yeah, can you guys guess how many, like, what the most banned Civ was between week 8 and 11 of KPMM? Can you guess the top 3 most banned Civs? Alright, I'm not gonna lie to you guys, it was a bit of a bait. Because actually, 2 of them are mirrored on the amount of bans. So Delhi was the most banned, Juji was the second most banned, and then Byzantines and Chinese were mirrored most banned. So that was 129, 117, and 108 respectively. A lot of bans. Though we have played out a lot of games per week. Dive coming in. Nice fight here for Dragan. Anathan wasn't looking. No, he was not expecting this at all. He did peel off the knights to go hunting, but there's no entrance point for them. Oh, this is a really bad fight, actually. Anno He's got no spearman left, right? The horseman could commit, but weirdly enough, Dragan, he pulls away the Desert Raiders. So actually, Anno's going to be able to stabilize. Yeah, for Dragan, I think he realizes the problem here was the undermesh not being there, right? That killed him in the fight. That was a perfect jump if it wasn't for the fact he didn't have undermesh to reduce the damage. So, awkward situation now. And wait, Anno? Wait, what? So Anna was in here earlier begging for the microphone we're going to be giving away. I think he should be begging for maths lessons. He knows how many deer are on this map, right? There's only 12. In fairness, with the discount that the French get, it's not bad. Right, getting 12 deer is going to equate to 4,200 food. So you're spending 250 resources for 250 food, and then you add in a few scouts. Like, it's not bad. And the reason it's not bad, I think, is because nobody else is going to do it. Like, so it seems bad, but if you do the raw mathematics of like what you get on a standard map, there's 28 deer, right? 7 per stack. You're usually content with the idea of getting half the deer. If that happens, you're in good stead, right? Well, half of the deer would be 14. So there's only 2 left, 2 less on this map, right? I gotta give it to him. It's quite smart. I also dislike him because this was meant to be the no pro scouts map, and now he's ruined it. You had one job, Anathan, to play a different meta, and you goddamn failed. He made it about pro scouts. Yeah, I've got to march forward now. I know. The army difference is ridiculous. This is the problem with Desert Raiders and 1v1s. Why Desert Raiders work so well scaling in team games is you can kind of choose who you fight, right? When you see someone's got a counter to you, go fight the other person, right? And cycle through. But in a 1v1, when I get to just directly counter what you've done, who else are you going to fight? The boar? I mean, that doesn't even benefit you as Ibids. No. There seems to be no benefits left for Dragan. I mean, he hasn't even got a tech up on the way, right? He put everything into this feudal play, and it has failed him. Archers have wiped out the Desert Raiders. Knights are still raiding into the base and idling out the gold. We've got wolves coming up from Dragan to secure the ponds in the corner, but at this point, you're kind of at a point of curtains closed, right? Like, Anathan is saving up for castle. He's even going for rams. There's not really much left for Dragan to do at this point. Wait, Anathan, why do we... So, wait, why do we have pro scouts with no scouts? I mean, he already killed the boar, so it wasn't for the extra damage versus the boar. What? Wait. What? Why are we... You don't need to attack fish either. They are literally Magikarps that splash. The most worthless pro scouts ever. There's only 12 deer on the map, and he didn't even use it. Unbelievable. Guildhall now on the way. I'm so weirded out by the pro scouts. Oh my god. Oh, that is... Thank you, Anathan. That was comedial. Oh dear, oh dear. So, muscle memory. I mean, it wasn't like he rushed it. I don't even call it muscle memory of how delayed that was. That was almost like a now we pro... Oh, there's nothing on this map. All right. So, game 2 is Cliffside. We've got English versus Chinese. It's like insurance. You hope you don't need it, but good to know you can. No, because those guys always scam you out, right? They'll try to find every way till Sunday to not, like, pay out. Don't trust them. Don't trust them. Finally! A map and a civ where we would expect pro scouts. Game number 2. Anathan so far ahead in that first one, I don't even know where to begin. What's Dragan got for us in game 2? it's English. You think on a map like Cliffside, it's going to be a council hall rush. But I would steer you into a direction of caution, folks. Dragavan's been a little bit obsessed with a certain build. You guys might know the build I'm talking about. Horsemen. Lots and lots of horsemen. In theory, the play here is just longbow rush into the enemy base, poke at them. But I think in practice, even that build has a struggle right now because the Chinese want to build a stable, so you're giving them a reason to, right? And what is up, United? Thank you much for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Remember, guys, start of every month, you should be coming on by and dropping that Prime sub. Supports me, allows me to continue making content. Also means you guys don't have to worry about ads. Did I mention there's also incredible modes? So, like, is the goal with this pick to force Anno to build Barbican first? Because I don't know if that works. It's not going to work, right? Because he doesn't have an Imperial official, so he's guaranteed going in for the Academy. Does Drag just go for the Knight? I'm not sure the Knight is a winning play here, per se. I mean, you could get a little bit of poke damage done. The problem is with China, they just condense way too well. With the Imperial Academy, they don't have to come out to gold. They can just stay on the food from Pro Scouts and Gavelwood, right? It's so difficult to dive. But yeah, I just noticed the comment earlier from Neck about the bonus damage that you get off of Pro Scouts against units, which is completely redundant for practically every situation. What we really need is, we need direwolves, guys. Pro Scouts should be viable because you have to deal with direwolves. Unfortunately, that mod that introduced them before also had the unintended side effect of giving them gigantism. Their brains are way too small. Like, you guys remember those giant wolves that would just randomly fail to attack people all the time? Damn, they could have been so cool. I'd love to see more threats on the map, though. Like, let's add bears. I didn't say it, Cambian said it. Anathan playing KPMM when all other top 4 players in the big EGC TV tournament chicken out to hide those strats. Exactly. What? Okay, so I get the desire to have secret strats, but here's the reality. And this has been the case in many scenes. What you think is a secret strat ends up never being a secret strat. It's very rarely ever successfully a secret strat because, you know, Tom tells Jerry and Jerry tells Marie and Marie tells Stacy and Stacy tells Rick. And Rick is your arch nemesis. But now he knows, right? Like, this happens. It happened for years in Dota 2 where teams thought they had the secret strat and then it turned out they all had the same idea. Now, there are some examples where it can be successful, basically when no one else wants to play with you. The best example I can give of that is OG in Dota 2 at TI9, where everyone didn't take them seriously, so they came up with a strategy that was so good, everyone tried to adopt it mid-tournament. But for the most, yeah, people tend to see these builds coming a mile off. The difference maker more often than like being on a map that's already been played is when you're talking about a brand new map. For example, like moving out. You're like, okay, what do we do with this? Now we have a clash of ideas. Like Luciferon and Vortex have played this, and you know, then you've got Marine Lord and Anathan that have played this, and it's coming together to decide whose is better. So, I mean, he saw this, right? Like, Dragan, he done something very wacky here. We need to talk about this. It was good to get that off our chest, but he legitimately walked out to the deer next to Anathan to block Pro Scouts. But there's a giant oversight with this build, folks. You went Council Hall. You do not have a solution to Horsemen. Horsemen destroy English villages. And you're about to see why. Wow, look at that. Really need to do that. Now 4 more times, we're gonna get him. This is the first Horseman. But they're gonna rain the apocalypse. Second one's down the way. He still hasn't killed it. Dragan, no. Against any other Civ, maybe, right? Or as any other Civ, I can maybe understand it. But remember, these guys are doing free damage to these horsemen. Oh my god, that might be the quickest series we've had in KPMM. Well, quickest series where someone's actually checked the maps. Like, we did have that core game where he didn't look and see that there's a picture. But, you know, like, that is definitely one of the quickest. Oh, my God. Maybe that gets uploaded under, let me just title it correctly. This player always chooses weird. I think that summarizes it simply. And yeah, actually, like, dude, you're a cool noob. At least you signed up. Why are you not signing up? This week, hey, yo, this week, we didn't have a full 32, so there's room. Why don't you get in there and show Dragan how much a noob he is? All right, so that's one set done. We're going to be switching over to Voldemar versus Scatterbrained now, which should be a closer set. I don't think Voldemar will see that as an insult to him, right? A lot of us know Voldemar, but Scatterbrained has been improving quite a lot, I think. Right? He's definitely one of those players that's really coming up through the midweek musters well. Yeah, we've even seen, especially if there's water maps, he has a good time. This week, we don't really have the ponds for him to paddle in big time. The closest he can do is wilderness. Okay, so there's the drafts. So reminder, winner of this will be up against Anathan after this series. And let's get game one. Wait, Voldemar, dude, I remember the last time I cast him playing Ottomans in KPMM. Are we sure we want to go back to this Civ? I mean, people are discovering new builds, right? Viability improving? So there could be a way. Alright. So he actually uses them in game one. Hello, low price. Alright. Let's go ahead and hop in for Voldemar versus Scatterbrained. I mean, technically, we are live. We're live casting. Hey. Ugh. Second, just double checking. Couldn't get pinged in the background.
Now.
Head is killing me today. But we'll power through, chat. We'll power through. Ladies and gents, the Ottomans do not suck. They really, really suck. Okay, now that's not fair. Times are changing. Menas are evolving. Is it finally time for the Ottos to be useful? That's what we're here to find out. Midweek muster number 12. Round of 16. Winner of this will go against Anathan. Voldemar has kicked it off on Oases, the map with all the fishing ponds, surrounded by trees, by picking Ottos. Interesting choice. Scatterbrained, meanwhile, went for the Marlians. Marlians kind of an interesting choice here, and oh no. I don't think Scatterbrained's going to be happy. For a start, Ottomans can do quite well in this matchup. To make matters worse, those aren't looking like good pit mines to me. Nope. Those are looking pretty painful from Moldian player. Oh god, even the one over here. I think he's actually missing a little bit. So unfortunate spawn for Scatterbrained. A little bit of a rough one. I wonder if this would be an argument for calling for a remake. Reminder, by the way, like players can call for a remake with justifiable reasons in the first 3 minutes. You can even pause and then flag it. But yeah, this is kind of a rough spawn. I think Marlians is not great here from what we've been seeing so far. Really, the thing that's brought Marlians back into the meta as viable is the Pro Scout shenanigans, right? If you play Oases, you are just going to be a Fulani Civ. In theory, a good idea, right? Because there's not a lot of safe food, so you can keep all the safe food and just scale up. But the reality check is if you play the safe approach of Fulaniing, your opponent can take the entire map, right? You can take the shoreline fish, you can take the deer, the boar, everything along the way. The reason why Ottos usually do pretty good against Marlians, though, is what you're seeing Voldemar attempt here. It's the Spearman spam. He's done it a bit of a different way. I've seen two builds, two approaches. One is you just go straight for the racks and you start pumping out spears. The other is you first go military school, then add in the racks as well. I feel like I'm a bigger fan of the Rax timing. The melee skill slows you down quite a bit on your pump. And you're already seeing the effect of that, right? Mansa's already in the way. He hasn't even started burning the first house. So realistically, Scatterbrained should be quite capable of getting an archery range out here. The problem is Scatterbrained hasn't actually scouted this at all. Surely he should be expecting it, though. Yeah, call this caddy shot. I don't know, man. I like the mole mounds or something like that a little bit more. Oh, you know what would be dirty if you call it zits. Alright, I'm going to stop now. So, spears have arrived. And Scatterbrained, he still only has... Okay, there we go. He's switching over. That's it. He's got 4 on the wood now. This should line up quite nicely to build the archer range. Get the first archers out. Good choice by Voldemar to just go straight onto the pit mine at this stage. I don't think it's worth the superfluous damage of hitting the houses. We don't have an outpost rush follow-up, but what Voldemar can do after this is once he's done harassing with the spears, he can walk them all the way back and then shove the dip. He can walk them all the way back and then shove the dip. All the way back and then shove the... Yeah, I'm just going to select this one. It's the closest. He can walk all the way back here and shove the deer all the way... I'm really not convincing you guys, am I? Yeah. There is a play that's really good for Ossos where you open these spears and then use them to get your deer pushed home. That's on a map where you have a stack of deer worth 7 and they're close to your base. That doesn't exist on Oases. But look at this Solhatani network coming in on the other side. Interesting. On this map, Voldemar didn't feel a need to get the Madrasa. I know that most players have been going Sultan Hani, but I feel as if Madrasa's worth it on this particular map, no? You could argue that because Malians are playing on a map where Farimba doesn't make sense, he's going to be playing defensive so you can get away with playing risky, right? And love for 80s comedies. You think you're on the wrong channel? I think you're just watching the wrong 80s comedies. You know? Where's the Happy Days? Where's Bottom? Where's Blackadder? The first archer out. Voldemar is going to have to start pulling back a little bit. Perfect position to stop the repairs coming through, though. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the firepower to hang around here. No. So, after all that effort, he has at least forced Scatterbrained into archers. The reason this can be good is Voldemar can now follow up into Sipahi. And Sipahi are absolutely good. Pogtam. Top tiers. Imagine Ghazi, but they don't have to wear those like fake insoles in their shoes to make them taller. They're just naturally that tall. Wow, that sounded personal. Which makes sense when watching a Voldemar game. You guys have seen pictures of him, right? He does look very small. Like, guys, think about how Voldemar looks. If you had to guess his height, what do you think you'd say his height was? I think with Bill Murray is S tier. Oh, but I thought we were going TV comedies. Like, did you not know? Okay, you clearly need to educate yourself by the fact you didn't even know that I was referencing all TV comedies. It's a problem. All right, so we have 172 centimeters. Remember, I'm British, so we like inches, okay? And considering that 99% of my audience is also male, you guys should also appreciate inches. Hey. 1.7? 6'5", 5'7", 5'5". Oof. He looks tall. Okay, but the fact you said he looks tall has an interesting twist to it, doesn't it? Because now you're like, is he tall though? You know, it's like, you guys have seen that Wikipedia photo of me that I really wish they replaced. That was me when I was like 16 stone, I want to say, close to 16 stone, which was, so I was about 95 to 100 kilograms. I don't look like I was, right? So looks can be deceiving here. So yeah, I can confirm, because remember, like me and Voldemar, we were on land together, we cast together, everything, etc. Voldemar is actually 5'4". That is where he got the name The Kid from. Is when Drongo was doing initial interviews with him, he asked him, you know, how tall are you? And he went 5'4". And then Drongo's like, Crocky, that's ridiculous. I'm gonna call you The Kid. I don't know why Drongo got like a less deep Australian accent, but that did happen. All right, so we do have javelins coming in, by the way. Raxus as well. So Scatterbrained is going to be going for that classic blob loads of spears, blob loads of range units builds. That's a bit worrisome. I don't know if you want to play a long feudal against Ossos, because they benefit a lot from the Vizier points. KB was the smallest caster at Walllow? What'd you say? Bruh. I don't think I was. Was I? Am I taller than Dave? I think I'm taller than Dave. Look. I was raised in a loving home where my parents kept me inside, not where they took me outside and to save money on gas and heating, they just basically buried me up to my neck in the soil, and that caused me to unconventionally grow, okay? I was raised in a loving home. And don't trust Shuckle. You know what they say about French people. I didn't say anything. I just... whatever you thought in your head, that was you thinking it, not me. So, Voldy, we've got a lot of Sipahi right now. This is a bit worrisome right now. I mean, Scatterbrained, he's basically getting pinned in here. And he's already scaling a bit too much into javelins. I think you actually need to be a bit harder on the Donzos. I get why he's doing this, but remember, the Donzos do at least come with a hybridized attack, which could allow you to do irreparable damage to the Sipahi count. It could even then force Voldemar to go into Imams, which is going to slow him down. Every time I swing with another caster between matches, the other guy was taller. Wait, you were there, Cameron? I think what you seem to be forgetting is perspective. Because we were up in the parapets, we were looking down on you peons, so you may have just seen us staggered in formation and got the wrong idea. I think you've just misassumed my height. Clearly, I am tall enough that you were too intimidated to come up to me. Spy raid? That's not about vital time here. Scatterbrained, what's happened? Wait, is he skipping on... No, sorry, it's just Tani Trade Network. Remember, the free extra workers. No son in the UK and he's not Irish? What does that mean? Like, can he eat potatoes? Look, I am a very solid height, guys. I'm 5'12". Am I 5'12"? I think I'm 5'12". 5'12", 5'11". How about this? Right, before you all shame my height, Voldemar, when he met me, he was like, damn it, I thought you were much shorter. Checkmate. Boom. Must we speak in American terminology? What, like with inches on height? That's not American terminology. We British people done it first. Now, if you really want to have fun, we can talk about weights in stone. Was my fate. I don't know how stones as a measurement source has survived in the 21st century. Alright, so let's assess things. Right now, Voldemar, I mean, he's actually got quite a lot of spears coming through. This is like the golden endgame answer. It's just blobbing spears. We do have the military schools nicely layered up like a cake. We don't have... what did he invest his Vizier Council points in? I don't think he got Anatolian Hills. It's quite surprising if so. He must have. Anatolian Hills is almost just like inherently a must in most games. Where's the OG stone stores? In my kidneys. Alright, so we have a push in. Voldemar forcing the fight. The spearmen are just going to bait the attacks to the Donzos. This is really smart, actually. Going spears, Sipahi. You can basically frontline with the spears and the Sipahi can stab over. It's a perfect combination to brew with. And look for some kills with. I've coming in here, the archers. I'm really dealing with those Donzos. However, there's not really that many of them left. 5 Sipahi could do a lot of work here. But the TC fire adding up a bit too strong. Voldy does have to back up. The Scatterbrained, I mean, he did lose a worker. A lot of idle time achieved here. Voldemar is scaling an economical lead. And you may notice that Scatterbrained is forgetting to produce out of the TC. Yeah, cardinal sin here. The passive TC is going to be the biggest loss factor for him in this game right now. Like, Voldemar should only be ahead by 3 workers. It's already now a 5 eco lead. Voldemar is 185, I think. Yeah, but Voldemar also wears high heels, which is very believable because he just kept stealing Marika's jackets. All right, what do you guys think? Ones of you think Scatterbrained's going to win this. Twos of you think Voldemar's going to take it. It's weird, right? I think the Scatterbrained plays pretty solid, but it's moments like this. Like, we've highlighted this. It's been known to happen quite a bit to Lash recently. A Cow comes to mind when he's been playing these weeklies, right? He knows it's something he struggles with. I think, actually, it's Cow's biggest sin. Is the area that would get him the biggest improvement is if he can optimize villager production. At the highest level, it genuinely can just lose you the game. Failing to produce villagers in the first 15 minutes efficiently. You're 197, and when you're this tall in the Netherlands, you're still short. Yeah, but that's because you're swamp people, right? Like, in fairness, your demographic is skewed tall because short babies drowned, right? Like, short kids don't make it through the swamps. But Scatterbrained is short in food. Hey, man, at least he ain't short in height. It's kind of crazy that he's short in food, right? Playing this Civ with double pit mine set up as well as Mansa. Like, realistically, you should never be running out of food. Mehmedi Pure Armory now on the way. Okay, cool. What do you guys think? Is this an overrated landmark, or is this an overrated landmark? For a start, false advertising has Imperial in the title, comes in Castle Age. My bigger problem is, this thing is just not as valuable as it once was. Not with the nerfs to mangoes. Now, admittedly, when you go Imperial, Great Bombars, granted, I'll give you that. But the extra Vizier Council points are pretty wild. And also remember, it's not just that the alternative gives you extra Vizier Council points, it doubles the experience gain, so you get them much quicker. I think it's because the land is flat, so by being taller, they can see very far. No, I think it's more like, you know, Gopher sticks his head out of the hole logic, right? It's like, if the Dutch people, because they're in the lowlands, but they've got all these swamps pockets they fall into, right? They need to be able to kind of walk along the water areas, but also on top of that, need to be able to, like, poke their head up. Almost kind of like a little stethoscope from a submarine. Dutch people are the stethoscopes of the lowlands. There we go. So grab Fulani now on the way. It's definitely not full. This is rough, man. How does Scatterbrained get back in this? He is about to get a big eco-inflation with Fulani, but remember at this stage, with Mehmed, with the triple military school, remember we can add in a fourth here, Voldemar is going to have a lot of passive income, enough to essentially kind of mirror out what the Fulani is giving. On top of that, he's already rushing towards relics when Scatterbrained can't get out of his base. Dutch equal giraffes? That's true. Do you think, like, the first colonists from the Dutchlands into Africa, when they met a giraffe, they were like, cousin? I'm sorry, we're riffing a lot on the Dutch people. You guys are cool, though. I still remember the first time I met Shiva from Dota 2, and I was like, God damn. Because Shiva doesn't technically look that tall, right? Like, she looks not short, but you wouldn't think she is as tall as she is. It's crazy. I remember being on a broadcast with a guy, and he was so short comparatively, they had to give him not one apple crate, but 2. I am not kidding. And then they put him on a tiny desk where you could see the apple crates from the side on the broadcast. It was brilliant. Anyway, push coming in. Veterancy's already done the archers, so Scatterbrained, a little bit hesitant to fight, but he has just got his own veterancy coming through. Sapai have been staggered in their approach. Donzo counter's still looking good. Voldemar should not be able to crack the egg with this push. Yeah, he'll have to reset and back away. But what he's doing right now is putting his opponent in his base while he goes for relics, right? So Scatterbrained isn't really presenting himself on the map in any formidable way, right? Like, there's no pressure at all. Oh, sorry. Submarines are called periscopes. A stethoscope is something a doctor would use to hear your lungs and heartbeat. But what if I combo the two? Then I think it's just a colonoscopy. Let's not explore that any deeper. Dude, if I was to open a bar in the Netherlands, I would intentionally make the area behind the bar taller. Just to confuse the crap out of Dutch people. But sadly, it wouldn't work. All it would do is make them feel like they're talking to a Dutch bar owner when end up the same height as them. Is the discussion about the differences in average manhood sizes across Europe? No, but to just quickly glaze over that, Voldemar did admit to me on land that he's pulling the Danish average down. I mean, it takes a level of confidence to admit that to someone. I don't know if he said in confidentiality I tell you this, but hey, it's probably fine. He doesn't mind me sharing. Sharing's Karen. Like Voldemar wants to share his Mangonel with Scatterbrained. Second one has been queued up. It's going to take a while here. Yeah, supply count isn't crazy right now. It's a bit tricky to try and dive your opponent fully. I'm impressed Voldemar is getting this much of a push going. Like, theoretically, Scatterbrained should be able to contest him, but I think the big problem is Scatterbrained probably needs to be switching over to archers now. Javelins is weird. Yes, they're going to be countering out all these archers, but the problem is the attack speed differential. Makes it a bit trickier. Other thing is we just don't have Sofa, but that's to be expected. Another part about why this matchup is really hard for Malians isn't just the initial pressure in Feudal, it's what follows in Castle. Normally as a Malian player, especially with Fulani, still not full, you want to be going for Sofa. Denied, right? This is like the worst civ to try and Sofa into because of Janissaries. You ever seen a Dutch person in a regular British pub? Answer is no, they can't fit there. I mean, that's not true. The answer is no. Our lampshades mean that we don't have lighting in the like upper eighth of the room's height. So technically we can't see them. We see the bodies. It just looks like decapitated tall people though. Alright, pit mine. Being targeted. We've been here before. We do have relics coming home, but only one for Scatterbrained. So it's a 4-1 split for Voldemar. Mango. It's almost like the Donzos try to catch the rock. They're like, yeah, we got it, we got it. That's not how it works. You don't spread the damage, you all just take it. Oh, this is a bit scattered. Oh, I get the name now. From Scatterbrained. Not really sure what he's meant to do with it. And Voldemar now instead diving onto the economy. Villagers, no. This is getting out of control. We have the cursed thing on the other side here. Voldemar has gone for a triple TC as Ottos. No Pax Ottomana, though. Is it Pax Ottomana? Pretty sure that's what it's called. I would open the Vizier Council and check, but no comment. This is pretty rural. Scatterbrained, he's now trying to switch into Musafadi, but there's just so many archers, it doesn't make sense, right? Oh, cheeky. The Mango has at least been dealt with, at least one of them. So what could Scatterbrained have done different in this game? Picked a different civ. It's weird, right? Like, I think the spawn definitely didn't help him, but the opening set him up for failure anyway. Possibly you try to contest in Feudal. I think the biggest problem when someone does this type of build is they just don't come out of their base. But we mentioned the lack of production, like the villagers not being produced early on, hampered any potential timings that were going to be here. Malians need love and it's allegedly coming. It's funny you say that because while it's allegedly coming, I think most of us can agree the recent Farimba builds have been starting to look a bit broken. Some of them anyway. In particular, I think the Mansa Musafadi is long-term going to be the best. Freeborn seems broken because of the raw stats of the units, but then like when you think about it, Mansa Musafadi just has a lot more wide applicability. Ottomans is OP? Oh no. Wait, I just like to check the records here. So, we're casting like the first Otto win in a long time. On this channel anyway. We've cast a few on EGC. And we are immediately calling for them to be nerfed. Huh? Are you okay? Why do you hate Ottomans so much? You're 180 and you keep hitting your heads in most British pubs. Yeah, but like in fairness, that's because for some reason, when the Germans tried to take us out, they managed to blow up every building but our pubs. So our pubs are like old school 17th century designed for hobbits, right? Back when everyone was short. Now, it's quite hilarious actually, because if the Germans had been better at aiming and taking out our pubs, that's actually how you destroy English morale. That would have made us surrender by the end of the month. Idiots. Alright, so things have grinded to a halt here. But mainly because Voldemar's in no rush, right? His goal is going to be to hit into Imperial Age. And Scatterbrained, he gets to survive. He definitely gets to flail and maybe take a shot or two here to try and make something happen. I mean, realistically, Voldemar doesn't have all the farms set up yet. But he's been doing a good job of playing pocket economies out on the flanks. Is there a place later in the game where we could win? Yes. Hyper late game, if you're able to get into gunners with, I'd say, Donzos, you should perform quite well. Obviously, you can't really go into Sofa still because you are up against Janissaries. Your opponent will definitely have Sapai, which is going to be a nuisance, but that's why you used to spam Donzos. I think in the late game, where you can actually beat Ottomans is your Zerging actually outplays Otto because Otto rely a lot on passive production, and military schools can't be forced to overproduce. But if you manage to survive to Imperial Age and get into the Fort the Huntress, actually not Fort Huntress, we won't go for the Great Para, you have the production surge, right? You can get a lot of food, and then you can switch to increase your military production rates. So yeah, Zerg can beat 3 units. You hate the early last call in British pubs. Yeah, but the other weird thing is, like, it's like technically illegal to drink on our streets. This doesn't really get glazed on as much as it would in, say, America. Flash coming in. Oh, God. These javelins have got their work cut out for them. We do have a rally of spearmen on the east side now trying to run away. Just a few Sapar here making this very difficult now for Scatterbrained in the retreat. Trying to kite and snipe out the Jannies. But you see the awkwardness of Janissary versus Javelins here. Technically, you do counter, but these are low HP units that you end up overkilling. And on top of that, because your attack animation is so long, the other Janissaries get on top of you. It's really weird when you watch Janny versus Javelins. Like, in theory, yes, Javelins should just destroy. In practice, it's not always that simple. The drinking culture in the UK is quite laws, I guess, in some ways. Like, I think most Americans might be shocked to learn we don't have a jaywalking law here. That's right. Ironically, the country that's all about freedom doesn't let you choose where you want to cross the road. That is actually kind of comedy when you think about it that way. Like, you know, you'd probably get in trouble for trying to cross a highway if they were there. But, like, anywhere on the road, yeah, people just go for it. You know what we call American turkey? NATO? Pig turkey, okay. Never would have guessed that. But I think the Scatterbrained is about to look like a turkey at Christmas, though. This boy has been cooked. Roasted, if you will. And now the beef is about to get cooked too. Ranch has fallen. This is the end of the road in game number 1, but don't fear, folks. Scatterbrained ain't done yet. He still has an opportunity to keep it free from 3D Clan in Midweek Muster number 12. But he's definitely on the back foot here. And Voldemar's draft, as unconventional as Ottomans may be, has worked out quite nicely to kick this series off. TV license is way weirder to Americans. Yeah, the TV license thing is... But, like, in fairness, I don't think Americans have a government-funded TV network, right? So, once you understand that about the TV license, it makes more sense. It's like, remember, the TV license is basically like, it's basically you're paying for like BBC and then a few other channels that like get some government grants. All right, let's mark it up though. So game 1, nice old win for Vlad. Game 2, we are going to be seeing... Yeah, so they go Wilderness, and it's going to be Mongols versus Delhi. Delhi is weird here, right? Could he not have done China? Or ABBA? A TV license inspector van feels very cartoonish. Oh yeah, I've never seen those, but yeah. All right, into game 2, Wilderness time, and Voldemar. This pick is the first part of that map named Wild. Delhi. Meanwhile, Mongols versus Delhi is usually pretty good for Delhi, but on Wilderness, where you've got water and you've got a lot of exposed resources, I don't know if I'd really back a Delhi player here. And I love that. So the one thing I learned when spending a semester at Northern English University was that all students basically just drink their entire freshman year. Yeah, do you know why they just drink their entire freshman year? I can't remember if this is the same case in America, but in the UK, your first year on your degree has absolutely no relevance to your final grade. You'll get graded on things, but it doesn't count for anything. It's very weird. It kind of makes you, like, if you were a very astute student and you're already, like, ahead of the rest of the class, it kind of makes you wish you could just go, can I just start in year 2? I already know the basics. Can I just maybe have less debt, please? Does Voldemar have to worry about that? Guys, can you remember, like, did the Danes have to pay for university? I'm assuming they don't, considering how ludicrously high their taxation is. Yeah, Voldemar really doesn't want to have to delete a mining camp. Kind of makes sense, though. He went mill, he went the mosque, he just doesn't have the trees, right? So, just goes off for the pickup of the gold, comes back to drop off. A little bit interesting. Feels like we're not going to be seeing Dome of Faith this game. So this is what, going to be Tower of Victory build? Intriguing idea. Normally on land, I'd actually favor the Delhi for that, but Mongols have something special. That's right. They are going to go and secure themselves some fish. And of course, you make me take my glasses off. God damn it. In Sweden, we get paid to go to uni. Define get paid. In the UK, we do get a grant worth a few thousand per year. But you still then have a loan that you pay, right? So you get a grant and a loan. The loan is to pay for going to uni. You also can take a few thousand extra out for spend on whatever. And then the grant is like something that some people get on top of that can be usually up to about 3,000 a year. It's like for most people, they're probably going to be running somewhere around like 34,000 after 3 years in debt. Actually, 33,000. The students drink because the first year doesn't count, or doesn't the first year count because the college know it's going to ruin their grades? Maybe 50-50. I mean, I've talked about this. Have I talked about this with you guys before? I think universities are kind of a scam. The whole education. Okay, so when I say this, I don't want everyone to just quit school if you're watching this and you're in school. Don't use me as an excuse for you not being asked to do anything with your life. I think the education system is a scam for the idea of succeeding. Education is about conforming. University is an extension of that. And because of the business element of university, you aren't being well set up to succeed. Right, you have to be more the rarity. The person who doesn't just go to uni because they already went to high school type crap, right? You actually have to have a goal in mind. The problem is, the flaw is, most people who go to university, when they go to university in life, don't really know what the hell they want to do or what they're gonna end up doing. And that's evident by the amount of people that do not end up in a career that correlates with their degree. Like, I think there was some statistics done where it's like, I think it's like 64, 68% of people who get a degree will not get a job in that field. Which is wild. Anyway, we do have the tech ups coming in. There hasn't been really anything to focus on in this early game. It's just been pretty chill. Pro Scouts for Voldemar is an intriguing idea. He's going to get it for free. Nobody really goes Pro Scouts on this map. There's only 20 deer. And usually when the stacks is so close to your opponent's base, it's kind of off the menu and on the menu on your side as well. So that basically leaves 10 deer to realistically contend. University isn't a scam, you need to get biology. True, if you really want elite army tactics, you need a university. Socialism makes education irrelevant for most. I mean, there's lots of... I don't know about that statement entirely, but... It's more... It's more like the easiest way to make people kind of understand what uni has done is like it's set a baseline where you need a degree because you need a degree, right? It's just become a new cataloging for why we don't hire people, right? Oh, you don't have a degree? Oh, screw the fact you know more than the 15 people we have here that have a degree. You don't have a degree. You were smart enough to not just pointlessly waste £33,000 of your money with no idea of what you wanted to do with it. We do have units coming in. Looks like we're going to have the stables play. So Ghazi against Keshiks. Intriguing. Is it Voldemar? I remember doing this against Beastie, and he was kind of surprised at just how easily Keshiks could win that fight. Most important thing you got from college was a piece of paper that says I'm qualified for a job. Yeah, dude. I love my computer games design degree, guys. It's so great. I have this cool piece of paper that I can wear as a hat while I stream to people on the internet. Now, admittedly, I'm one of the more polar extremes, but yeah. I think there's definitely lessons along the way that is valuable. So one of the big things I got from uni that was helpful was like learning to learn. That sounds so weird, but like for real, most people don't know how to learn. They know how to be guided, or rather they're willing to be guided, but most people don't know how to take proficient learning into their own hands, right? Like I'm a content creator, I'm an influencer, I'm a commentator. Wait, I said that already. No, I said content creator, yeah. Long day. I'm an influencer manager. I'm an events organizer, right? Marketing, like I do loads of different things. How do I do those different things? Because of the tool set that I got, I learned how to learn. Or to put it very simply, for the 21st century, I learned how to Google. So the Ghazi is massing up. We do have the spin layer coming in. Pretty smart here. Scatterbrained is just going Keshiks. I just like to manage Scatterbrained with a very deep Belarusian voice, being like, My Little Pony. Sorry, My Little Pony. Skinny and bony. He's off to the glue factory. I mean, he does see the spears, right? Yeah, they've just been revealed. Surely there should be archer rangers getting added in. He has got the tree line nearby, so it's possible. There we go. Archers are on the way. Double archer range being dropped. You know what would be disgusting? Imagine if you just done Mangadai. Is it good here? I mean, it's probably not crazy. It would be wacky to see him do it. I mean, like, with enough Keshiks, in theory, you don't care about the Ghazi trying to flank you, right? He does have the fishing, so in theory, it's a bit more affordable. Plus the safe gold. I don't know if she's coming in from Voldemar, but looks like Scatterbrained aware the timing is trying to mirror the text. I feel like it was the other way around for me. At the end of high school, I felt motivated. First year of college, did really well, then got sick of it. I think it's because like that's like a reality check about what life is and what you're going to get out of things, right? I don't know, the way the education system works is we're very kind of sheltered to the realities of the world, right? of what a job's going to take, what commitment takes. I also think before you go to university, you're quite handheld in your educational ways. Like, actually, so here's the thing. Doing a bachelor's arts degree, I still kind of feel like there's a lot of people, like, who've done, you know, like, computer science, done, like, these type of more elegant degrees. In some ways, we're kind of sheltered in the learning approach. Because those people basically would go to a big lecture hall, listen to a fancy lecturer who knows a lot of things about the subject, talk, and take notes. Whereas, like, my bachelor's arts in computer game design, I had to make games, right? So I had to learn from the lecturers, but then I had to do. That was someone that really was a big jolt to me when I finished university. It's like the amount of uni degrees that just don't teach you how to do. You wrote code? I mean, dude, you're one of the more rares. I remember talking to some of the comp science degree graduates in the graduate course I was on, and most of their time was just spent learning it. Not doing it. If they'd done it, it was because they'd done it in their spare time. Which also didn't surprise me, because if you think about how most careers work now, most careers basically try to train you to learn new things in your spare time, not in theirs, which is messed up. I still hate that to this day. I refuse. Wait, the software dev job I had, we're like, oh, you're going to need to learn that in your spare time. You need to do work now. I'm like, this is the work. If you want me to use, I'm not going to go and use this at home. I don't want to do SharePoint in my spare time. Thank you. God, deep breaths. Yes, I use that word, guys. I was stuck developing in SharePoint. Feel for me. Who do we feel for here, though? I mean, Voldemar. It's a lot of Keshiks. I think there's way too much fishing going on. I'm starting to wonder if he ever realized it's happening. It's 11 fishing boats. Scatterbrained is going to commit to the push. Spreads out here. Spimmer need to be targeted down. Yeah, Scatterbrained needs to be a little bit careful. There's still quite a lot of spears. We've also got the skulls being pulled to heal. Ah, so Johan had to write an operating system too. That's intriguing. And were you graded on those? So I feel like I've heard loads of cases of computer science degrees where they are primarily written tests versus practical. Worst thing modern uni have done is elevate productionless concepts to the level of productive endeavors. I mean, that's like the classic 21st century logic of failing upwards, right? And that is a true thing. I don't know, when someone says something like that, I'm always reminded of the classic, when you have to use a subpar system because that's what your boss is used to, or that's what they had to go through. It always reminds me of the logic of, like, the real reason why you're making me do this is because you had to do it when you were coming up. And then my counter argument to those type of thoughts is always, my great-great-grandpa used to crap into a bucket and chuck it into the streets. Should we do that again? Okay, so Scatterbrained lost the first fight, right? I feel like that is true here. But Voldemar kind of has a problem. He's got 13 skulls. In theory, he's good for a heal chain. My worry is that this rate, Scatterbrained could just bypass into castle, right? Because you're not getting that much gold with the deniers on secret sites, and your opponent still has a lot of food coming in here. Alright, ones if you think Scatterbrained's going to win, twos if you think Voldemar's going to take it. Voldy did get a nice little raid in there, so it takes out 3 workers. Sacred sites have now just been completely decapped, so no gold trickle there for Voldy. A lot more archers are getting added in now, which is quite intriguing, actually, that he's choosing to go archers instead of sticking guardsy spears. I think Voldemar's running out of food. The most obvious reason why he'd be doing this. Bit of a weird retreat pattern. Remember, he ran straight into the Yam network. And the cavalry archers all able to gap close. Nice denial over there. It's important you don't let Scatterbrained get this outpost aura up, because then it becomes impossible to take the fights, right? Your spin will get kited. I think that's also part of why Voldemar's going towards archers, is so that he can't just get kited in perpetuity. We've got a balanced mixture of how people think this one's going to end. Undermesh is now on the way for Scatterbrained. Very late on the Undermesh, but like he didn't have a reason beforehand, right? This was mainly just raw melee. I'm a little bit surprised Scatterbrained didn't consider going in for things like the Fit Level Works and the melee attack. Just because he has an insane amount of Keshiks. I mean, I don't think the melee attack is really worth it on Knights, but the Keshiks, the damage is low enough it can kind of be valid. How much ladder do I play? Oh, mate, I play with the ladder all the time. Yeah, right now, my partner always wants me to go up into the loft to, like, get baby things down. So I'm up and down that ladder. Really hard as well. The grind is real, especially with the injured. Oh, you meant game ladder. We don't. We spend all our time casting, baby. If I played ladder, I wouldn't be able to cast. Goldie. Remember, his military numbers are a little bit deceptive. 13 of them being skulls. I mean, he has got them being pulled for the heals, but Fight's getting a little bit discombobulated here, and you can really see what Scatterbrained is up to. He's macroing up for castle. I like the approach he took as well, just because this is an army that can win a game straight away. If he gets Kurotai, even if Voldemar dives him as the tech is happening, if he can't stop him from triggering castle, it's an impossible fight for Voldy. On top of that, Voldemar just doesn't really have the food sources to go into castle himself. Don't play ladder yet. True, we got some ways to go though. You guys, got to keep sharing it around. Got to keep getting more people to turn up for AoE4. If you guys really want to see me playing ladder, we have to hit 750 average viewers regularly. That doesn't mean we hit it once and we do it. Sorry to be the burden of bad news. Something tells me that choosing to give that to you guys, it's going to be worse than when Crackety queues into May. I'm very negative of myself. The Kurotai coming in, and Voldemar's timing's off. I mean, what do you do now? Like, realistically, what is your options here? Backup complete. Veterans has been queued up. Does need to get the Keshiks upgraded still. Fires the archers. That Kurotai, all it needs to do is park. A little bit ambitious. Doesn't need to move that far forward. The army's coming to you. Stands his ground. Kurotai is going to unpack, and now the fight becomes impossible. May not be veterancy yet, but it's buff damage all the same. Scholar's frontlining, essentially. Keshiks are going to pull back entirely. He needs probably 15 worker kills to even stand a chance. It's a good start pushing in, but he needs to push him out of the range of the Kurotai entirely. Veterancy coming in just 20 seconds. Keshiks in 10. And that tiny choke point right there, he baits him in. The Ghazi are stopping the Spearmen from getting on top of it right now. They're not attacking a thing. And we are going to be seeing a game number 3. No doubt about it. Scatterbrained. I think the fishing went unnoticed this entire game. And it really was the thing that got him the win. Caster only 20 win. After we grind all our way up to top 100 and everyone is scared of us. Just need to get Anathan to remote access my PC. What's with the more recent escalations of injuries plaguing the keyboard warriors of the AoE4 scene? ML, Dimmu... Wait, what happened to Dimmu? I know about Dimmu. I don't like that you're comparing me to Marine Lord, though. Like, that right there, I'm afraid I'm just going to bluntly call it a disservice to me. Alright? I broke my ankle climbing walls. Not just like a home wall. Like, climbing athletic walls. Marine Lord got pushed over. He fell on a mat. He fell on a flat surface. How dare you? What happened to, seriously, what happened to Dimmu? I must have missed this. Pulling off moving? While moving? No. So I do bouldering. So something I started doing last year. I was like my 9th time going. I was actually progressing quite well. But I was at the top of the wall, and then I slid all the way down the wall. My foot didn't come away from the wall, and I thumped a giant bracket, and I cracked the most complicated bone in my ankle. Yeah, I don't think Dimmu's injured. I know he's been ill recently, but that's not injury. As for Marine Lord, he was doing I don't know what type of wrestling it was meant to be, like type of fighting, right? The gentleman's done a video on it. He's in the ring with a girl. Look, almost like they were doing sumo rules where you have to stay within the ring limits. I don't know if there's a more common rule set for that. But yeah, he basically just got pushed out. And everyone was chuckling, and then they realized something was wrong. Well, all this focus on real-life injuries, I want to see who's going to get battered and bruised in the arena. Voldemar is on his signature Chinese Scatterbrained to the Byzantines for game number 3. Tricky one here. Byzantines versus Chinese used to be pretty good for Byzantines, right? The Lombo rush timing into the castle conversion would shut them down because of the old school spears and STB builds. But the Pro Scouts metas, things have kind of changed. China doesn't have those same vulnerabilities anymore. Curious to see how Scatterbrained is going to try to address this because we are on a map where Pro Scouts is easily possible. Unlike the ML situation, we never saw footage of your injury, though. For all we know, you could have fallen on your way to the student. Bro. Why would I lie? Some of the things I've said about myself? I don't need to lie about that. I'm proud of my climbing. What I'm not proud of is that the particular wall climb that I broke my ankle on wasn't even like a high grade. I guess you could say it was maybe like a V3. And I was already climbing at like a V6 grade? Yeah. But lied, he said it happened during a more manly sport. I'm sorry, are you trying to say that like rock climbing isn't manly? Bruh. I'm gonna defend my fellow climbers here. Those guys have more physical strength than all your Giga Chad body lifters. Because like it's a different type of muscle usage. It's also bloody fun. And I don't know if I could ever be the person that just hits the gym to hit the gym. Maybe if I was doing content around it in some way, sure. But like going to the gym to run on a treadmill and weights or whatever for an hour a day, it just doesn't suit me. I don't know. I always said I'm kind of ADHD brained in that way. I like to just be able to do something that seems fun. So, you have the initial scout rotation starting to complete here. Really good haul actually for Scatterbrained. 16 sheep. This would be incredible compared to the 11 of Voldemar if we were playing a game where sheep mattered. But we aren't in that meta right now. Oh, no. We're in a different kind of meta. It's going to be all about the deers. What I'd love to see from Scatterbrained, he knows it's going to be Pro Scouts. It's obvious, right? So just come back here and shove these deer in. So even if you don't take them, your opponent won't have them. I've been running for 2 years now. It sucks the first month, but then it becomes a drug. Whoa. Johan, that's an interesting thing for you to do, actually. But then again, like, you run for marathons, not for sprints. Because playstyle-wise, I feel like you're more of a marathon gamer, would you agree? You're that crazy cat trying to all in or something. So I can kind of see that you're like a, 5-mile jogger guy. I would recommend trying climbing to everyone at least once, though. I mean, you say like the jogging's a drug, the climbing's a drug. You feel like your body is going to break the first time because you're just not used to it. But the fun of it makes you come back again. For jogging, it feels like to what you just described, you have to make it a chore for like all those initial jogs, right? Before it becomes like a drug. Whereas for me, climbing was like, damn, this has broken my body. But straight away afterwards, I was like, but that was fun. Okay, so we do have the Spearman guarding out against the Pro Scouts play, right? But realistically, Voldemar can go out here first. He can then follow up with Spears. You have to go Lombo contract here, right? It's weird because your opponent could just go into Horseman, but the risk is he goes into Spears instead. And if you go Javelins, you don't stop him doing anything. So I'd love to see Lombos. I think there's good pressure points here in the tree line with its spawn as well. Damn junkies. Yeah, you know what? Like, all these people's like, oh yeah, I went jogging and I went running and I done weightlifting and it was really hard at first, but then it was just fun. I game. It was just fun straight away, losers. All I have to do is make sure my APM is high enough, my fingers are moving regularly enough, my thumbs are moving on the joysticks, and I will burn calories. So now who's the sucker? Now, admittedly, to compare to your run, I'd have to do it 36 hours a day, but I'll get there. The ankle's fragile? Come say it in my face and we'll see how fragile it is when I stick my foot up your... Why you gotta be mean about the ankle, bro? So, Scatterbrained, he actually did go Silk. I'm a little bit puzzled by the Silk choice. Your opponent is probably going Castle, right? I guess you could argue because he didn't go the Spears, there's no point in the Longbow play. But then when we get Castle, is Camel's really going to be much use here? In theory, Voldemar could be thinking Lancers for sure, but I think the map is short enough that Palace Guard could become viable as well. Scatterbrained, it's a lot of Spears. You start to get to the point where you're like, did this actually just stop anything that mattered, right? Because admittedly, although he's blocking the deer, Voldemar's making the right choice to not contest. The easy play here is just go Castle Age, right? What does your opponent do if you get Castle? He has a lot of spears, but you can immediately just go PG. There you go. So you get it. Yeah, if we can just manipulate time, then the 36 hours a day is possible for the gamers. What we need is one of those devices that Fry had in the newer seasons of Futurama. You know, the one that allowed him to watch copious amounts of TV at a faster pace than real time. But keep in mind, accelerating your game speed so that you're playing more games per hour would probably bring in arthritis quicker. Trade-offs. Astron will clock down now on the way, though. Voldemar, this is what I was worried about for Scatterbrained. He has actually done a good job of suddenly just catching up, right? He stopped producing the Levitana. I think he actually queued a few more originally and then cancelled them out. So we are going to see him playing the castle. Looks like he's stockpiling the olive oil. I don't mind this idea. In theory, having the extra javelins is good for the pressure point right now. But if you're paranoid about Lancers still, the camels will come in clutch. And scrap that thought entirely. Lancers, who cares about them? More jabs are now the way. Pretty sure most pro gamers do work out, stay in shape because it helps game performance. Yep, scientifically proven. So there were studies done on this, right? And it was discovered that the adrenaline levels, calorie burn, etc., of like a pro on stage in like a major Counter-Strike event was comparative to someone competing in a physical sports event, like a highly intense physical sports event. That's why actually a lot more teams now, they have players that become gym goers on the team. Explain ML to me then. RTS Boomer Sport. Or you see, the thing about Marine Lord is he has a lot of time in his basement stroking that helps keep him in shape. You know? His cat. Stroking his cat, guys. The tape requires a lot of attention. So Nestoby's now on the way for Voldy. Scatterbrained is on the way to Castle. The opening play here is just going to be Varangian spam, right? Nestoby's kind of do better against Varangian than any other men-at-arms, right? Because of the low base HP. Makes siege damage a bit more effective. BC's permanently sick or ill as well? He's like, I wouldn't say he's permanently sick and ill. Definitely has some old man injuries or whatever to work through, but I don't know about permanently. But yeah, that's why Marine Lord doesn't do any sports, by the way. And the one time he goes out of the house, his little bone breaks, you know? We've got to protect him. We've got to insulate him. Next time we have Marine Lord a land, I'm going to wrap him bubble wrap. Just for his own safety. Scatterbrained. Cool play here, actually, to go for the relics. I think this is a good idea at this stage. Tricky part is you've pulled kind of back home, right? So we're seeing the deer are being snatched away. This was the time where you needed to actually block the remaining deer to feel good. You've given your opponent a lot of food pump now. I don't know if Scatterbrained really has enough to keep up with Mass Palace Guard. He shouldn't. I think instead, actually, he needs to consider crossbows. Barbican also coming in, so we're also going to see Voldemar with a bit of scalability and extra protection on his back guards here. You're 99% sure that ML's watching right now? It's doubtful. I mean, I haven't received any message from him saying that he'll beat me up on LAN and something about my mother. Something to me secretly, my bro, we're gonna like corner you, and none of that's been said, so I think I'm safe. Yeah, something tells me Marine Lord is not that phased by these comments, considering that he probably has like cashed out his prize pool earnings from all the big tournaments, and then just rolled them all together to create a new type of toilet roll. $20 bill toilet roll. In his fancy gentlemate's mansion. Timu's pretty buff. I don't know. I don't think Ben is not in bad shape. I wouldn't say he's buff. Like, he's not going to bench you. I don't think the tiny dumbbell is all for show, you know? Like, Dumu's, like, he's not twig-armed, right? He's not peak gamer arm muscles, you know? The ones where, like, you go, eh, and then, like, the arm doesn't move at all. But he's definitely not buff. Athletic, I don't know if Ben's athletic, per se. I don't know, I've never seen him, like, I've never heard of him hit the gym or whatever. But he's not, like, unhealthy. Well, he does smoke, but he's not, like, unhealthy. Yeah, it's just, he's not unhealthy. I wouldn't say he's buff. Imagine if Scatterbrained is actually secretly the most buff person in AoE 4. Like, he finally turns up on LAN, and he just has one of those full kind of like fellow Russian wrestler in the ring looks to him. This is where we're going to find out that he was a semi-pro ice hockey player. The question now is whether we can skate circles around Voldemar. We have got quite a lot of Rangian together. Voldemar is going for the classic Call of Duty camper in a corner mode. He's massing Nester Bees. We do not have farms yet for Scatterbrained either. He's playing on finite resources. Finally, they are starting to get added in. So buffed he can't scratch his back. Yeah, exactly. Like, if I meet Scatterbrained on LAN, I'm going to be that guy that just, like, draws a penis on a little sticky note and then sticks it right in the center of his back where he can't get it. You know? Someone coming from SC2 and seeing them all in person, none of them are athletic or buff. I feel like SC2 has one or two people that are athletic or buff, right? Every game at least has an outlier. You know what's impressive is like some of the WoW pros. Some of the WoW pros are stacked. None of you guys follow it, but like Method, they had one of the racers called Lorgox. He retired from being a racer to become a professional athlete in bodybuilding. Oh, let's see how Scatterbrained is here. Javelin's going for the snipe, but the SCVs are going to arrive, and that means you have to bail on the engagement. Yeah, so all that opening work kind of gets offset the moment the knobs arrive. Shots are coming in as well. Nice flurry there. Remember, you still get the bonus damage against Javelins, and the Palace Guard are able to chase you down the Varangian. Slowing the retreat here. And if Scatterbrained could just pause and say truce after that first opening volley, great. But now things are getting a bit slippery. Which you think is good for a potential semi-ice hockey player. I mean, we may have made that up. We can't make up as these fights are starting to look bad for him. PG split off going after Javs. Nestabys have caught up, and yeah, you're seeing how that lack of HP hurts here. 15 less means the Nestabys don't really feel nerfed anymore. Not in this particular matchup, anyway. You have to remember also behind this, Scatterbrained decided to go into the farms now, of all times. So instead of playing out to the additional berries, at this critical juncture, instead of having the opportunity to reinvest in the army, he invested in a long-term economy. Gives Voldemar a giant golden opening to push forward with. In control was buff? That's true. Sad I never got to meet him. He always sounded like a nice guy. So, funny thing you guys mentioned, like, chess boxing and AoE, like, a hybridized event. You know how I said I want to do, like, events outside of, like, AoE as we grow the channel? Not just AoE, but continue doing it? Like, that's part of the... That is actually part of the fluid process. It's like, if we got to the stage where we were able to go and watch LoL and watch AoE and watch StarCraft, whatever, and people were turning up, we could then start crafting our own, like, hybridized events. Same with traditional sports things, right? Like, imagine like table tennis AoE 4 hybrid. You either win by so that way I wouldn't do it like you either win by the table tennis or you win in time in AoE 4. The way I designed that is like winning a round in table tennis would give you some sort of buff in AoE 4, right? So like we'd have like a third player hidden who would be giving cheats, and he might give like one player 1,000 food. Little raid coming in from the Camera Riders. Just get Voldemar back home, but there's scarier things happening in Scatterbrained's base right now. This is a lot of Nestabys. Pop tower that, so not easily addressable. Double ram coming in. Voldemar looking for the irreparable damage. Now, Scatterbrained has got a new wave together, but it's once again primarily just the Varangian. We've got javelins hiding somewhere. Camels have been caught in the tree line and killed. The problem is the javelins are kind of irrelevant as long as knobs exist, and the Varangian are going to struggle to dive quick enough here. When there's 27, maybe that 30 in total Palace Guard to defend them. Call up Microsoft and watch that. I mean, this is why we've got to grow. Like, we can call up Microsoft, but we have to have the numbers to convince them we're going to do it. Then they'd be like, hell yeah, we can sign on for that. Everything comes with growth, chat. Everything. It's like, you know, something I'd always love to do is find developers and publishers to work with on these type of things. Like, the crazy thing is Microsoft owns so many IPs now, you could genuinely do an Olympics of games, right? You could have independent tournaments, or you could do it another way, where you, like, invite the top competitors from AoE 4, AoE 2, Call of Duty, like, you know, whatever, pick a bunch of games, and then have them compete in each other's games. There's so many cool concepts that just aren't being explored right now in esports. Nestabys, an overexplored part of AoE4's esport, and one that still may be a little bit too strong in Castle Age. Oh man, this is bad. Scatterbrained. All the landmarks are on one screen, right? So you have to find your choke points your own base. Dives coming through here. Horseman raid from behind. Scatterbrained stack them out of nowhere, but can he get in? The PG are pulling back for the body blocker. They will be that layer of protection. And the Nestabys, untouched, can now wipe the Varangian and javelins. Curtains closed here. It's going to be Voldemar versus Anathan. There's no doubt about it now. He can't kill a single one of these siege weapons. An admirable effort from Scatterbrained. I mean, he done better than I think most people would in this matchup. But in the end, the knobs are simply too toxic. Remember, people like to tell you these are underpowered only if you get to Imperial. In Castle, although slightly nerfed, these things can still be a critical element of a winning composition. And yes, those were clock towers. So, very stronka. All right, so that does mean that we are going to have Voldemar versus Anathan in the quarterfinals. That series should be penciled in for just a few minutes. I don't know if the lads are around to start a few minutes early, maybe. And then, cool thing, guys, we should have B versus Myriad happening after that series. So almost fluid back-to-backs is what we're looking at here. Anathan 3-0? Whoa, chill, bro. Chill. Best of threes. Best of three. If you mean 2-0. But also, whoa. You should have spammed aqueducts to create the anti-nob shield. I'm telling you guys. It's the plan. Block all the shots. Can I check a map real quick? We got a few minutes, so we can quickly ganders on a map. Why? What do you want? What do you want me to look at? What you got for me? What you cooking? Best of 5 next week. That's right, guys. We're going to be upgrading the format. More games. Starting from next week, we're looking to make quarterfinals best of 5s. Mesopotamia. I think I glanced this map. It's a bit of a funky one, isn't it? Where's the one I'm thinking of? Let's have a look. Sec. Versus Voldemar. Give me a second. Sorry, just double checking a message I got through before. There we go. You had the exact same sweatshirt first? Wait, when did you get yours though? Because I've had mine for quite a while. Chim thinks that he's the cool kid. Don't know if he's as cool. Okay, so this one, right? Mesopotamia. Yeah, so this one is like... I don't know about the trade option there. It's like annoying that you have to block... So I think my big issue with this map and why I wouldn't dive into it is it's too good for Pro Scouts. Because that's going to be 28 deer, right? Guaranteed. Can already sense it. I'm not crazy about adding new maps at the moment that have 28 deer because of the Pro Scouts. But let's have a look at Mezzo quickly, because we have got, what, 5 minutes until Voldemar and Anathan should start. So we've got a few minutes to burn. And then Ravild. Yeah. New maps? We always got new maps. Some people probably aren't the biggest fans of it, but I think... I don't know, I'm quite happy with the way we've been rotating new maps. I think it's a good thing for this format. I think this is actually the correct format where you keep rotating new maps as well. Alright, oh god, we've got to move the camera, haven't we? Woo! So I'll put myself there. So, yes, this is indeed a 24-deer map. It's an intriguing idea. The problem is, like, you basically, like, on this map, you have to block the opponent's trade on water, right? I mean, that's way too good. Admittedly, it's not free because, like, your opponent will eventually walk out, in theory. Then again, like, the distance is huge. That's a long way to walk to block something. The small cliffs are kind of intriguing. But, wait, no, the small cliffs kind of make it easier to secure. In a weird way, I guess. It's a perplexing one, because I'm trying to weigh up whether people would rush water trade. In theory, water trade is like sometimes slower to return value, but I think they could. And then, worse still is like, if I see that you're trading here, I can just walk in and wall this. So maybe like that makes it actually not too toxic that people will trade, is that you can actually realistically wall this. Feels like a water map where Mongols won't feel crazy. Actually, no, dude, Mongols would be crazy. What? And yeah, the relics seem a bit wacky. There's definitely a heavy bias towards me on Bruce here, because Bruce OP. But yeah, you want like a relic down here, one up here. Like in theory, the way this spawns, it should be quite easy to kind of balance the relics, but something definitely went wrong. Outside that, what, 2 sacred sites, kind of balancing their placements. I don't mind that. There's a lot of stone forward facing. Big gold veins over the side, which kind of gravitates you towards where the trade posts are. I began by saying I don't think this will be a good Mongol map. I actually think this will be a really good Mongol map. The water trade may be a bit funky, but something that works really well for them, if you look at it, is that if I go silver tree and drop the silver tree here, like, I can just trade to my coastal trade post. I feel like what would maybe be more interesting is if this entire piece got cliffed. Right? Because if this entire piece got cliffed, land trade would have to go around it to get in. So it pushes you more forward. I've always been a little bit iffy about corner trade posts. Because corner trade posts inherently always end up making trade a bit too easy. Yeah. Like, that would make war trade a bit too secure. If only there was a way to create like a temporary blocker so you can't just access trade straight away. I think in general, I think in general, corner trade posts just don't work in AV4. To me, corner trade posts just kind of feel like an outdated mechanic at this stage, right? It's tricky. Temporary block equal destructible bridge? Yeah, but bridges are bugged, so you can't go through them, so it doesn't work. And the devs, apparently, I just don't think they're ever going to fix bridges. But yeah, this is... it's intriguing. I don't know. I just think the trade post will let it down, personally. I feel as if these trade posts would be more balanced. If you really, really want to keep the corner trade posts, why are you putting them there and not here and here? Because if you put them close to me, I can't just trade straight away. It takes a lot longer to set up. I'd have to go out to the other side to build a marketplace, or I'd have to walk and dock the enemy side of the map. Now, admittedly, you could say he could come out and dock, but then, like, what is the difference here, right? If I now want to trade, I don't walk this distance. I have to walk this distance. So if you are adamant that you really want to keep the corner trade posts, which, based on the way this map has been designed, seems to be a key identifying point of what you've created, I would move them to the other corners. I'm still not crazy about corner trade, but that would at least balance the dynamics more so that you don't just open the game and immediately go trade. Tree line. The problem with tree lines is a temporary blockers. They take too long to chop through, and I don't think you can do a tree line on a shallow water. I don't think the configuration tools allow for that. Which is kind of sad, because I think AoE 2 allows that. Need to make a lake around the trade post? Eh. It's kind of got me thinking where it would be interesting to have like a map where you have a thin like river slab all the way around. I mean, once again, if you have the trade post, it's going to make it broken, right? Can't make forest and water? Yeah. I'm not surprised. Neutral houses. So, like, in theory, those things could be cool. I don't know if they're possible in generated maps. There was crafted maps that, for example, had added stone walls in that belonged to no players. There was one map that came to mind, and I think it's Anno and Voldemar drafting. Let me check. It should be starting in a sec. Yeah, okay. Anno and Voldemar are currently drafting, so we'll hop in that sec. I'll quickly show you what I was about to say. By the time I show you this, they should have the draft complete. So there was... I think I still have it. I think it's called Mexico. Mexico had this. Where... one interesting thing it had it's overall pretty bad map, I want to say. Like, it's not a great crafted map. Because, like, he's had to... he didn't know how to add boars, deers, or whatever are alive, so they're all dead on the map straight away. But the thing that this map had that was quite interesting was a neutral wall. Because it's Mexico. And guys, what do we have north of Mexico? Right? This guy clearly... I think this was an advertisement for the Trump campaign. Even though it didn't quite end up that way. Because we build a wall. So yeah, this map has a wall to separate you from the north side resources. Oh, nice. He actually fixed it. The boars and deers don't just spawn dead. Last time I played this, they were all dead. But yeah, like, so this was a crafted map, which is why he was able to do this. But I don't know if this is possible with a generated walls, with a generated map, is to create walls. I also love the fact that he just went with stone wall towers and like... it looks so cursed like that. But yeah, so he basically created a neutral player wall. Which would be... I think this type of thing would be really cool to see on certain maps. If we got that level of customization available to the modders, oh my god, the creative things we could do with maps. Right? Because like, I really get jealous of that. When I watch like StarCraft, they have the ramps that are like blocked by stone, right? I think that's a really cool way of being able to design maps that we just don't have. All right. Let's get ready for the draft, though, because the boys are underway. In fact, let me pull it up. So, wait, where's the map draft? Am I blind? I feel blind. I can't see Anathan and Voldemar's map draft. I feel very blind. Oh, there it is. I am blind. Okay, so Cliffside, Dry Arabia, the two they selected. Oasis by default. And I think they just literally a second ago completed their draft. Give me a sec. Yep. I see a Jean pick. Ugh. Alright, here we go. Unbuildable terrain. Unbuildable terrain is also interesting, but I said just the idea. Like, imagine if you could legit break cliffs. Like, it took a lot of effort, but you could, with siege or with villagers mining it over time, break a cliff. That's an interesting mechanic. That also gives a very different style to maps like Hill and Dale. Even something like Mountain Pass. Like, Mountain Pass could actually be kind of semi-viable with that change. Competitively, right? Bagger 288. Wait, what's that? Should I know what that is? Rogan? Alright, so game number 1 is going to be an Oasis. Look at their drafts. I think we're likely going to be seeing... Is this HRE Delhi? I think this is HRE Delhi. It's a little bit weird because there's no pro scout, so I'm still not entirely sold on the HRE plan. The alternative is that you go, what? French against Delhi? I don't know if that's really been that, looking that good for French ever since the Dome of Faith switch, right? Like, it was close enough to like a 50-50 matchup that you could win it back when it wasn't Dome of Faith with Tower Victory. But now it's kind of diff. Interesting. Well, they're hopping in the lobby now. What I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to run 3 minutes of ads so you guys don't have to worry about it once we get into game, okay? Because we are going to have live series coming up. Likely it's going to be back-to-back as well because we have got the B Myriad series scheduled for 2 hours time from now. And that, I don't know what to expect, man. I mean, B, he didn't make grand finals last week. Got denied by Numidan. Numidan this week gets annihilated by Myriad. Myriad, who last week also beat Dumi, remember. So, Miri Chad could be coming through strong here. But 3 minutes ads now, guys. And then we should hopefully be into game. And we're good. Hopefully YouTube's alright. They've been quite quiet today. Just noticed a bunch of things bumping up about fake frames. Oh, by the way, while we... Yeah, so observe game. Let's see what the delay they put on is. They put on a little bit of delay. We could actually talk over the stats of the previous weeks a bit. Yeah, I'm still not sure what Bagger 2AA is. I'm not sure if I'm meant to know what that means. Alright, so here you go, guys. So we have a few minutes until we're in. Yeah, good job by Hussein. He actually pumped out the stats based on KPMM 8 through 11. And here they are. Look at that. Freaking Delhi. Like, Delhi more than Juji in China, but I think that's been changing a little bit as it's been going on. But the top performing civs, like, yeah, Chinese and Juji should be king. HRE up there, not too surprising. Jean, the weakest by far. Ottomans as well. But you see, like, this is, I think, not entirely what you should anticipate. Because KPMMA, like, people have evolved in the last 2 weeks. They're starting to really tune into, like, Delhi being okay, but not as crazy as they were. It's really Chinese, usually HRE right now that are kings. Rus as well. But based on these tiering systems, yeah, he even has the tier difference, right? So 1 to 7, Chinese was like the B tier, right? In terms of its pick rates, bans, and win rates. That's a huge switch by some of these. Rus as well, right? Season 9 changed a decent amount. Juji, like, the amount of these are like kind of irrelevant on the tiers and just went flying up. And then you had ones like Abbasid and English that were Poggy A tiers all the way down to Cs now. That tracks, right? Because these are double TC civs. These are like the lead 2 civs who are going double TC. I love how Jean got degraded again, D to F. Outside that, was there any big switches that are surprising? OTD, Pog, F to D tier, kind of improving. And Japanese slightly improving as well is kind of surprising. That's just popularity. Win rate for Jean is okay. I mean, she's 50-50. She's 50-50, right? So yeah, sure. Like, from that logic. But you have to weigh in bans. So for those wondering, the way Hussein does this is he goes, each win is worth 4 points, each ban is worth 2 points, and a loss is worth 0.5 points, right? So, like, obviously, like, the arbitrary systems, but it's kind of a reasonable weighing. I can make sense of it. Like, bans should be worth quite a notable amount because, like, you get 4 bans in most of the drafts, right? And the fact that it's getting prior this much really says something. Like, yeah, this track's quite accurate, I'd say. The only ones that might surprise you in the coming weeks is going to be down here. You've got, like, Order of the Dragon. I think Order of the Dragon's going to rise up the rankings. I think Ottomans in the next few weeks as well is going to probably start to ramp up as well. French as well, actually. I think French might be the biggest surprise to me there. I feel like French is a lot more pickable than we're seeing based on these results. Its loss rate, yeah, quite kind of shocking there. But it may be being punted out a bit inopportune in people's drafts at the moment. One sec. Yeah, sorry, just double checking something. Nice. Oh, did we update title? Yes. Bans could happen because certain civs have free wins on certain maps. I get where you're coming from, but like when you have so many bans coming through, the causality, like, and when we talk to the causality, it's the pro scouts meta. That's what's making those civs strong, right? Like when the meta shifts, like if we were in a TC meta, then ABBA, English, etc., are going to be a lot better, right? But the causality isn't as much it is the maps because the maps are viable for pro scouts, but most maps are viable for pro scouts. That is your biggest driving force as to why those are the top civs right now. Right, fantastic. I think we're ready to roll though. Let's hop into game. Oh, you guys, I forgot. You're gamblers. You're addicted. I guess I should enable that. It's time for the series of the day, the one you've been waiting for. Anno Chad versus the kid. The kid of A4 versus the new kiddie on the podium. That's right, Anathan riding an all-time high here after posting his best performance ever in an S-tier tournament and still with the possibility of winning it all. And what does he choose to do with his weekdays? Does he hide his strategies? Does he go into secret scrims and not show himself? No. Anno Chad decides to sign up for another midweek muster. Voldemar, this is an interesting one. We've got Jean versus Byzantines on Oases. Jean, definitely a peculiar choice. We have seen situations in which Byzantines can get ran through by this Civ. This isn't a map for the pro scouts, but it's also more the idea that you can force your opponent into a subpar comp here. For example, if Voldemar just blobs up a lot of archers and spears, Byzantine players are most likely going to be going for, like, what, Limitane javelins here to contest. They could end up countering something that just doesn't really exist. How do I explain Delhi having only a 44% win rate despite high pick and ban popularity? Because they're getting picked into superior pro scouting service in general. That's their biggest weakness, is like people bring out HRE, Chinese, Juji, Rus. Also, like, while people are optimizing for the pro scouts meta, for example, the Rus builds, there's more risk of a Delhi pick beating you. So for those wondering in the recording what we're talking about, we're just talking about the pick ban rates on certain civs and what's popular and what's not and why. Delhi, while people tie themselves over into the full Pro Scouts meta, is kind of a stopover pick. They've been safe to win with for a while, but not so much here. We should be seeing... Actually, we could be seeing Delhi in this draft, right? Voldemar did pick them. He also got his hands on the Chinese, so we'll keep an eye out for it a little bit later in the series. But gotta say, like, look at the draft that we've got for Anno, having HRE, French. I mean, he has a lot of solid solutions to Delhi. And you also have to keep in mind, like, if you have these civs that were dominant before, but we have an evolving meta where the matchups are changing. For example, we just watched, like, Malians beat Delhi the other day. We've been watching HRE beat Delhi non-stop recently, which is crazy when you compare it to a year ago. You know, there's intriguing thoughts in these particular matchups. Like, Jean in particular, similar to OOTD a few bumps back, probably going to be feeling unexplored right now. And what is up, Faplock? Thank you very much for the gifted sub, mate. Appreciate you. Got an arm crackety. So yeah, curious to see what Voldemar's grand plan is here. Grand Winery is coming on the other side. Anno has got a lot of forward-facing berries. No close by option, right? No, the big stack of berries spawns far off in the opposite corner. How are you guys betting? What was the predictions? Like 68% for Anathan. I mean, considering that Jean is the most unpopular civ in competitive AoE4 right now, I'm pretty impressed by the 32% chance. Anna's got this in bag. I think the Byzantines have some pretty easy peasy plays, right? It's just all about vision. Like, if you fail to actually scout what your opponent is doing, there is a way that Jean can win, but I almost feel like it's requiring you being ignorant of the game. And I know this isn't really a player that's typically ignorant with his scouting. You didn't want the kid to see it at 0? Very thoughtful of you. Poor Voldemar. This day starts by us having a very deep discussion about how short he is, and now it follows up with people betting against him. I mean, he did look pretty solid in his earlier series, right? Even though it went 3 games, so the games he won were very cleanly executed, I'd say. Knights are already being queued up. Voldemar, how many sheep did we get? 9 sheep. 11 on the other side, so slightly more for Anno Chad to work with. Archery range already getting added in. Don't lose jabs for free, equal win. Okay, so it's interesting you say that. Something that I at least think holds true in the French matchup. I'm not sure it works with Jean the same way, though. If you're against Byzantines, like, you know they're going to be going javelins, right? It makes sense on too many levels. For a start, the javelins counter out the archer playing feudal. And then when you go castle age, you end up with camels to counter out the knights. If you're playing French, just build spears. Right? Completely just underplays your opponent's strengths. Because Limitane plus javelins, you can just swarm spears to overwhelm. Now, the reason I think that works for French is because you have a scaling economy over time, right? You're adding more villages as the game goes on. The problem is when you're playing Jean, you don't get that. Instead, what you have is your opponent's economy is inflating with systems, but you're always one villager behind. We'll see what he's able to do. Voldemar may have committed the cardinal sin. This is awkward. Going range Jean typically backfires against Byzantines because they can just easily go into jabs. And in fact, he has. I know. I should have known if there was going to be one player this week to even bother doing this. Like, it's crazy, actually. People haven't been doing this with the Merc houses so far on this map. He plops it right next to the trade post. He could be going Royal Knights, but realistically, we should be seeing javelins here, right? I think if this was melee Jean, you would go for Knights. But because it's range Jean, javelins is just too good of a counter. Horsemen already getting queued up as well by Anno. Our attempts to get kills, but so far kind of failing him. Knights are pretty good. Yeah, but javelins are better, right? Because like if you get 2 Knights, your opponent can still scale more Knights. You can't snipe Jean. However, if you go for javelins, you can just wail at her straight away. And on top of that, like the difference is that Knights could easily die and give a lot of XP, but the javelins stay really far away. And there you go. Javelins queued up. 1-1-1 essentially, right? With the javelins, he's got the spearman plus the horseman. I kind of like this approach, actually. It's pretty brute force-ish to try and overwhelm. He could have probably got away with just doing javelin plus limitane, but the risk is that the scale point for javelins is so slow that Jean would get kills before you can contest. The idea from Anathan, why he's adding in horsemen, is instead of being patient about this, he wants to stop Jean early. Put camels? Yeah, but we're not getting camels here. It was horse archers. He would have needed this one. Oh, wait. Okay, he wouldn't even got it there. It would have been Sipahi. I just love it when, like, trade posts across the map store both the French knights and the French arbitrary. Poor French players over here like, am I a joke to you? And yes, Proshtagma. Always. And Imoli. Interesting from Anno. Sends the horseman across. Good idea to try and cut reinforcements. Voldemar should have more archers coming, so the only way he can stay here. So look what he has to do. He has to pull all the way home. Really important, actually, because this means you can get the olive oil ready for the second javelin pump. One tricky thing, I think, with Byzantines in this matchup is your limitation on how many jabs you can realistically get. But remember, just by getting his hands on 8 of them, one javelin does 12 damage, right? So by having 8 of them, you're going to do a pretty lofty 96 damage per flurry. Just process that for a second, and remember that Jean only has 225 HP. You can free hit her. And you have the better range. This is why javelins is a death sentence for Hunter Jean. Death sentences, horseman. I'm trying to march in. He didn't go for Expillatores, so we haven't got the extra damage versus workers. Let's get away with the scout still alive, though. And whoa. We saw it in the last series from Anathan. We're seeing it from Voldemar as well. Now, in that last series, Anathan got pro scouts and didn't use it. I imagine Voldemar's going to be looking to. Interesting choice here. Remember, pro scouts is kind of a taboo choice on this map because there's only 12 deer. Admittedly, we've only seen limited games on OAC so far, but with only 12 deer, realistically, Pro Scouts doesn't have that insane, overwhelming advantage you're looking for. It is still, however, profitable to do here. With 12 deer on the map, adding in Pro Scouts for 250 resources, adding in free Scouts for another 200-ish, it's going to pay for itself. That's still going to be you with 4,000 resources, only having to spend 450. So we got a hunker down now, so I don't... Just going to be chilling at home. Extra system levels are coming in. Has got the back gold to work with as well. This coming gives him some flexibility to sneak an age up, per se. And we already have the olive groves as well. Yeah, this is the difference though, right? It's like Voldemar's Pro Scout timing is so much later than you typically see in a game. Normally, a Byzantine player can't do what Anathan is doing because Pro Scouts is too oppressive. The timing and scalability is too fast, so going groves kills you. In this game, If how it slowed Voldy down, there's maybe a thread to be pulled here. But Anathan can get away with his greed. Not sure how I feel about PS here versus just going out on the ponds. I get why he's done this, right? It's like Anathan did add the horseman. But realistically, he can't scale horsemen into mass knights, right? So you'd think that Voldemar could get away with fishing. Maybe he saw the trade post and he was aware Anathan, one of the very few players that actually used the neutral trade post. He could have went knights, right? And knights would be a problem for these pocket fish. One thing that is really nice for Voldy in this matchup, by the way, is Anathan can't go for the fish himself. That's a big deal, considering that you do generate olive oil there. Whoop, first blood drawn, though. Villager on the front side gets found. Second one gets picked as well. Make it a third. Great start here for Voldy. Javelins are going to scare Jean away, but honestly, for your initial proper rotation in, that's more than you really could have expected here. It isn't really slowing Anathan down, though. You can see he's not jumping off of his true goal. Castle Age is the target. And after that raid, he shifted the workers to the back of the base. So still gathering gold, just a lot safer now. Why aren't John players opening dock on maps like this? You get the free pop too. I think it's too slow in his mind, right? It's like, if he goes docks, then Byzantines just go fast castle. Right? So, I get the thought process. I agree there are matchups where it can work. I think French can probably justify it. But with Jean, you don't have a scaling eco alongside everything to then go and supplement, right? Like, remember, anytime you supplement, i.e. go for extra economy, you're slowing down your aggression time. And compared to French, Jean benefits a lot more from aggression. For a start, she doesn't get more villages over time like French. The other thing is, you want XP. So what you want to do is force your opponent to fight. Force them to commit. Because we've seen plenty of games where Jean's worst nightmare is fast castle. Now, admittedly, this is not fast castle. Anathan is on his way up now, pre-13 minutes. Now, the good news is it isn't sippy cups. I don't know if I'd say that's good news for Voldy, though. In some ways, Cataphracts would have been easier to contest here. One horseman finds him out in the ponds. Luckily, he does have the wheelbarrow, but that's a lot of idle time for just a single pony. Dive now coming in. Outburst already being set up, though. This is good timing, actually. Voldemar, he breaks away, though. And the Japs need to be careful here, because Jean is in range. Look at the damage she already took. It's not approachable. The tag up completes. Unfortunately, Voldemar just didn't have enough spears there. He really needed additional spears to try and brace the Limitane into a fight, right? If the Limitane are attacking spears, they can't block the charge. Not enough archers? I don't think you could have cleared that quick enough of archers anyway, right? I don't mind the idea of the knights with what Voldemar's done here. I just don't like the fact that we're just sending them in one direction. Now we have a tricky predicament here. Anathan is getting the better Royal Knights. We already have the Golden Horn Tower providing the freebie. Not a bad idea, actually. It's a front line, right? Your opponent doesn't have many spears. He's adding Cataphracts in as well. It actually benefits Anathan the way this is played out. And yeah, we will be seeing Mango Towers coming in, which means it's impossible to dive anytime soon. Royal Institute is definitely, I think, the correct call for Voldy. He's 13 knights in. I don't like the idea of playing a slow-rolled game here. Guildhall would take too long. Like, by the time Guildhall really starts to pay off, Anna would be fully out on the map. Why are Mango Towers better than Bombard Towers? Because... Prostagma. I'm sorry, did you want a more, like, elegant answer? I haven't got it for you. You could have started with, why do Mango Towers scale with range damage? That would have been a good one. Then again, in fairness, all towers scale with range damage. arrow slits, springolds, even cannon emplacements all get plus damage from ranged. It's just obviously, it's much more broken here, similar to the logic of Jiganu being broken with ranged upgrades. Because it's not attacking once, you're bursting. Even more so, the other big problem with this is like, they made it siege damage, right? Agreed, if it was range damage, its stats are too low. But as siege damage, Jesus, right? Like, basically pure damage, as I like to refer to it. So, Voldy has at least caught up in age. We do have the veterancies coming in. I know, needs to calm down a little bit. He wants to be raiding, he doesn't want to be committing yet. Doesn't really have the army lead to justify it. You want to be careful not to throw away the javelin amount, right? Like, that's what keeps John away from things. We do have an arbitrary switch coming. Kind of intriguing here, considering so far he hasn't seen any heavily armored units. It's kind of just assuming. Veteran Royal Knights are going to be able to sally in. Voldemar. Quick reaction does minimize it to, what, probably 2 losses here. We also have Cataphracts in the base. I know, he's starting to split the map. And Voldemar, because he can't react at all, he has to pull the army back from the center. So blocked off the food supplies right now. Knights going to be able to go back to raiding. Voldemar thought he was confidently able to go back here. He was wrong. Anathan can harass him here. Kadas. Oh, this is going to be scared on the east side. But remember, behind this, Anathan is getting full map control. 2 more relics on the way home to keep his one company. Javelins to counter out the archers. Jean should be the primary target. And yep, she's gone. Jean hates javelins. If you're against Malians or Byzantines, it's why you never see ranged form. Veterancy on Knights is at least there, right? So in the end, Voldemar should be able to kind of sweep through this. It's going to lose a few additional villages. The harassment keeps coming in. We do also have additional cataphracts hitting into the tree lines. Slow reactions out of Voldemar, so he has at least cleaned up the army. But he's starting to hemorrhage workers here. Yeah, Anno definitely threw away a lot for that type of fight. There is a window here for Voldemar to counterattack, but the problem is he's still stuck on his side of the map. On top of that, with Mango Towers, with the walls, your options are insanely limited here as a French player. Camel Riders as well. Like, keep those alive and perfect. All of a sudden, the Knights are irrelevant. Which is especially painful considering that you went for a build that prioritizes Knights with the Royal Institute. Looks like Voldy has at least found his way to some relics as well, but it is going to end up being a 4-1 split. We do have the Knights shuffling in again. They are at least going to be seen by the mill this time around. Should be safe. Consecrate a monastery? I mean, it's... Bisclick? Wait, why did he consecrate... This only makes sense if you get your hands on the Ordnance Company, right? Which decrease the wood gold cost. But he... That takes a minute. That takes a minute and he hasn't even got it. I don't think that's the build order. If he's got a build order in front of him on a sheet, he may have accidentally folded the paper. There's a few steps missing in that one. It's actually important as well, because remember, consecration charges are limited in that you only get them every X seconds. So at this point in the game, there's only so many consecrations he can do, or have done. There's definitely additional alternative buildings you could have been consecrating here. You know, the type that you're actually producing out of. I don't think it discounts the upgrade cost, right? I mean, it'd kind of be a bit crazy if it did. All right, then. So, this will be a worthwhile strategy, guys. Once he gets his hands on Ordnance Company, and then goes for the 20 monk strat. We figured it out. Which he will definitely do without Guildhall on a map like this. There was definitely sarcasm on that part. Chill. I'm taking... I feel like this is the situation like I'm taking notes, or at least you were, and now you're at the point where you just picked up the notepad and dropped it in the shredder. And it's gone. Mango towers that Anathan's going to have here. This is ridiculous. These things are so toxic. 270 resources, man. Reminder that a cannon emplacement costs 500 resources, and these things are better. They really are. Like, you could argue a cannon emplacement's better against an independent unit, but when are you ever thinking, oh, there's one unit coming? It's more like 5, 6, 7. It's like Voldemar decided to sally out here. Camels are a problem. He did at least get the level 3 shot. Not really willing to commit to the fight, though. I mean, it's a lot of Limitana. He doesn't actually have a solid answer. Teardrop Shields is in, which kind of complicates things. Voldemar's not going to be able to easily kite anymore. I know. Javelins are gone, right? But we've got quite a lot of camels now in their place. My worry is I don't think Voldemar knows it's 2TC. He didn't scout deep enough, right? I have a lot of olive groves as well. Like, we were talking about, what, 35 and scaling. Soon to be 40. Meanwhile, for Voldemar, wow, will you look at that grand total of 0 farms. There aren't many civs right now that feel good about the farm transition, but I feel like Byzantines are one of the ones that's still happy with the outcome. Right, we're up to 600 plus olive oil per minute. Great for scaling now. And options are on the menu, right? Like, you could just try to mirror knights. Probably not going to do that against arbitrary. Horse archers, once again, not against arbitrary. Like, I think for Anno, it really is as simple as javelins and spears. Flash coming in. John is frontlining right now. Maybe not the best of ideas. She's gone. You can't easily get away from this either. No, he knows it as well. The moment the Knights are going to try to run away, it means the Limitana are going to charge forward. They move fast. He almost gets completely surrounded here. It's a concave. You never want to be in a concave. You never want to be the I in the U. And that's exactly what he is. Anathan, game 1, opening win. What a way to do it. What do you guys think? Is there hope for Voldemar? Can we get him on the board, or are we going to see a swift sweeper from our reigning champion? Let's find out in just a second. Oy, oy, oy. So, game 1 win. Well executed by Anathan. Didn't really feel like he slipped up, per se. Just very clean execution. What do we have for Voldemar next? So you got Cliffside, you got Dry Arabia. You could do Chinese Cliffside. Delhi seems more likely there, but the problem I see here, and why this is a very risky possibility of a 2-0, is that Anathan still has HRE. I think you can feel pretty good about that against, like, probably Eva, right? Kind of struck my chin as to what his answer could be. Okay, so he chooses Dry Arabia. What? Okay, who would have predicted that? Does that work? Is that even legal? YouTube is not ahead of you. Probably just need to refresh. Have any of you seen the new Sid Meier's Civ 7? No. I don't really like... I don't feel like I look at this... I didn't even bother looking at Civ 6. I don't know if it's really changed that much as a game. So, like, I didn't really give it much of a look. It's tricky as well, because, like, I have limited time to enjoy games, and, like, Civ's a long con play, right? So, like, part of me is, like, content creator brain is, like, what would be interesting for people to watch? Because if it's a game like that, I'm like, well, could we stream this? So, yeah, it's always a weird balance in that regard. All right. Should we get ready? Let's hop in. Game number 2, and maybe there's hope. Voldemar has done something a little bit wacky here. HRE is expected from Anno. But Voldemar, he had Delhi. He had Chinese. These are the expected picks, and these are the ones that HRE can be happy against. ABBA's less explored, but we are still on a Pro Scouts meta on a Pro Scouts map. Let's see what Voldemar has in mind here. I mean, he was in chat the other day speculating about the culture wing build we were talking about for Pro Scouts. Whether you can do that against HRE, I'm not so sure. I think HRE is one of the best Pro Scouting civs in the game, right? They're like, what, top 4, top 5? But he needs to here. Reminder, we're best of 3s. The next KPMMs are going to be moving over to quarterfinals, becoming best of 5, so there will be more hope for Voldy. Right now, he needs a win. He needs it desperately. If he gets this win, all of a sudden, game 3 is anyone's for the taking, right? Because it means Anno's going to be stuck with French and Malians, and you have Chinese/Delhi. Probably Chinese for Cliffside, if he gets there. But he still does have to make his way past the Goliath. Looking at the spawn, though, is there anything beneficial here? Not really. He got Ford Berries, double Ford Berry spawns pretty rough here against HRE pressure. The deer stack at the back doesn't really feel like one that you can easily wall off or secure. He's got a lot of wide area needing walling on the west side. In some ways, it's kind of weird the way that this split. Because if you had Anathan spawn, I think you'd be quite happy. Double berry back. Third one obviously very far out, but you at least have a second reserve. So Voldemar, I think he's going to Eco Wing 2TC here. And we all know how I feel about Eco Wing 2TC, right? Leaves me numb. It's not exactly a build that is inspired success at all. Semis best of 7s and finals best of 9? I don't know about that. We'll start with a BO5 an earlier round and see how we go. Voldemar should pull the Beastie ABBA cheese build. What's that? Where they learn how to make cheese? He's doing it. This is the builds. It's happening! Okay, so let's check. His macro makes sense for it. He's got 4 on gold. So guys, the goal of this build is meant to be POC into Pro Scouts. The tricky part is by going POC, you are going to delay your Pro Scouts by an extra 30 seconds, right? But in return, you are already going to return most of the cost of preservation knowledge on the savings you get from Pro Scouts. And then the follow-up players is like all the eco techs along the way. As you scale towards Castle Age, you get very notable savings in the coming minutes. Tricky part is if you just go for a naked fast castle here, if Anno notices what you're doing, which he should notice, right? Like, it kind of stands out. Then he can all-in contest you. HRE is a very good civ at sending it to punish fast-castling Abbas. One good thing for Voldemar, if Anathan mirrors Castle Age, he's going to want to open Knights. You're in a good position because Abba will be able to go military wing, giving them 2 camels to buffer away. Now, the good news for Voldy, he's at least going to get 20 seconds of unknown here, right? Because Anathan, actually, it might be 40 seconds. He hasn't checked the west corner yet. He just completed the full circulation. And Anathan is dirt all for it. Only 7 sheep compared to 14 for Voldemar. And on top of that, Voldemar has cut him off. Now, the negative of this, now knowing that he's cut off, Anno should be checking the enemy side of the map. Hawk is on the way. Pro Scouts has already been queued by Anno, so he's already going to have that edge on the timing here. The worry I have about this type of build against a civ like H3 that can just immediately slap bang go into Pro Scouts, you now don't have any presence. You could go opening Horseman here, but usually that feels really bad against HRE. Just because this is a civ that quite confident in a lot of matchups will open the racks to try and pressure you, right? And the marching drills makes it easy to do so. Yeah, so like one big part of why we're making the BO5 change is because sometimes if you just get your draft a little bit wrong and misunderstand the opening map, it can feel very punishing to BO3. Now, we still want to keep the default map setup because I like the default map setup. I think it's a good way of harvesting data. Players are sometimes stubborn to what they like playing, right? If you allow them to pick Dry Arabia all the time as a default map, they'll pick Dry Arabia as a default map. Granted, I know, most balanced map any civ can play. But the balance of KPMM is meant to be prepping people for different map pools, prepping people for tournament play, but also improving the esports scene in multiple different ways. And one of those ways is getting refinement on maps. right? Because the last thing we want to see is a quirky looking map gets picked up for an S tier tournament that has 0 existing data on whether it's good or not. So I think, like, you know, recently one of the players was like, is this the place for this format? And I'm like, I think so, because these are a week long, right? So if we get it wrong, and I'm not saying we're always going to get perfect, but if we get it wrong, there's a bad map, it's a week, right? Per player, that means you play that map maximum 5 times. And then we know it's bad, we move on. But if it's a great map, all of a sudden we have more diversity in map pool in AoE4, which is not a bad thing, right? I don't think we're at a point when map diversity is over the top. It's not like we've got 40 maps that get used regularly and competitive that are considered to be top tier. That's when you have this dilution issue. We have, like, at the core of it, maybe 8 to 10 maps that feel like they're really solid for comp. There's the spin reaction for Anna we were talking about. Voldemar. Is he turning this into a Pro Scouts feudal play? Oh god, he's going camel arches. In theory, it does count as spearman. But look at what Anno's doing. Wait, is he going fast castle? Oh, that's a sick read. Yeah, he's even got the outpost coming. And he'll be able to contest the goodies over here. The boar is going to get pulled, but these spearmen are way too fast. It's crazy how different HRE is ever since the marching drills. Marching drills being there by default changed everything about this civ. Voldemar is going to drag some of the deer back from the seaside. Looks like his own haven't been contested at all. I think he took 1 deer from safe home, and the rest is now coming from his opponent's side. Remember, Anathan's tech time is going to be a lot more competitive here. Now, with Pro Scouts, as long as he gets enough food, he can just open Castle Age with Horsemen, which makes a lot of sense. It would be the best solution to what Voldemar is doing right now. The alternative for Anathan would be to go straight into Archer spam. Also, a pretty reasonable answer. Is the new DLC date announced? No. Wait, you mean you guys don't know that it's on... Sorry, I accidentally unplugged my microphone. Did you get all that? So reckon it's not on the way. Voldemar, he doesn't know, right? He must be a bit suspicious, right? If you're being attacked, there'd be a lot more troops coming already. HRE economy is that good. I mean, you kind of notice a deficit of 1,800 resources and pressure. But this is smart. I mean, Anna's doing exactly what he needed to here, right? He sees that it's the Camel Archer play. He has got Horseman in the way, but Voldemar, he isn't just going to be one of those Camel Archer only boys. We're not getting a Deniskia type build here. We're getting the Spearman. I mean, the thing is, by the way, like, there's a lot of speculation on DLC at X or Y. I do think that we're at a point where we really have a requirement for the new DLC in the first half of the year. But I'm skeptical because it could technically be any point in the year. Did they give a season or something? I think they might have, I don't know. But even if it's a season, that's 3 months length, right? All coming in. Looks like we have got some interception plans for Voldemar. Difficult to do, though. Like, yeah, the Camel Archer is going to get way too close. Oh, nice micro there. Voldemar minimizes the damage he takes. Denies the Prelate. Second Relic is on the way home for Anno. And this one is quite close now. However, Anathan may have misread this. Going Knights means you can't directly contest the Camel Archers. You're going to have to raid the economy. Is this actually going to work? I mean, I thought Camel Archers were balanced now, chat. I could have sworn I read many reassuring comments that this is not OP anymore. It's kind of looking OP. At least against this opening. You have to remember spears take bonus damage from these, right? Light melee infantry get doubled up on the damage. And this is the cool thing about Camel Archers. This is the thing that made them look strategically very useful in the meta for a little bit. is like it's a feudal age unit that is cavalry that has basically got the same damage as a horse archer. It's more expensive than a horse archer, but also has more utility, more health. Not much to really hate about them. The only weakness really of camel archer spam is the scale point. It's very slow to produce these. The Knights are going to now start raiding in. Now remember, Voldemar, he's going Eco Wing, but he's still only 1 TC. However, with this play, he could just bloat 3 TC. Knight is getting good damage in, though. Yeah, slow reactions there as Voldemar does lose 3 workers for the first knight to arrive, and there should be more on the way after this. Prelates are still dragging back the goodies. Camel archers are basically dancing left and right just to keep intercepting. We do have a move out for additional relics. Oh, no way. He's going to snake him, right? I think Voldemar is going overkill here. He sees the prelate, he selects his army, and now Anathan can get the safer relic home. So this is still going to be at least 3 relics for the HRE. And on top of that, Anno isn't lagging behind here, man. What's that? Voldemar's about to go Eco Wing and play 3 TC? Gee, I'm going to go Imperial Age and play 4 TC. This is past the Swabia. We've got an old school HRE build. It's actually crazy how good it looks in this game. Did Voldemar make the wrong move, per se? I don't think so. Eco Wing wouldn't have changed his situation, right? Eco Wing would have allowed your opponent to rush Castle Age. He would have got the relics even easier. Pro Scouts also at least allowed you to take some of the food away, which means Anathan will eventually have an uncomfortable transition into farms at an earlier point than he otherwise would in this game. Like right now, I think he's actually down to, yeah, the final 2 div. So he's going to have to rush farms ASAP. And Pasta Swabia is worth 3 TCs. It's not just the fact that it produces at the rate of 3 TCs, it's also the fact that it costs a third of what villages are meant to. Right? So what you actually end up with, kind of wild about it, is a TC with triple the production rate that doesn't spend more than 1 TC. I don't know if Voldemar's aware of what's really happening here. We do still have Anathan trying to get these relics. You know why he's contesting it as well. Like, Voldemar could realistically now just add in a mosque and take these 2 away. You've kind of ended up this awkward situation where the remaining relics, like before this, Anathan done a really good job of making Voldemar dance, you know? Smooth grooves across the map. But now, the remaining relics are all in one location. So Voldemar's game becomes a lot more linear. Anna, is reinvesting into knights really the play? I mean, how diveable is he is what you got to really ask here. We've got a lot of stone being gathered, and we do have spawn replacements coming in. In an ideal world, you would have had enough resources to get past the swab and get cannons, but we don't live in that world. On top of that, he didn't set up outposts on the south side. Voldy will see how much stone is gone and be suspicious of what's actually happened here. So, you know how Anathan wasn't really active in the pro scene in, like, 2022 at the highest level? It's kind of funny how he's literally just building like it's 2022. This is an old school HRE build. Old school in that you used to always just spam knights into Imperial, right? Like, this was the bread and butter of this Civ for quite a while. Springel's now starting to get garrisoned in the towers. It's going to make this difficult to die for Voldy. Wait, what? 1% of DLC revenue should go directly into a budget from WoW 420s? I feel like in general, more games should actually take that approach. I mean, in fairness, Microsoft does provide funding and support. Usually it's just prize pool funding in most cases, but I think some might get some actual production funding. But in general, there are a lot of games that don't actually do anything for the esports scene. It's kind of sad, right? Like ones that won't even provide prize pooling. They basically just allow tournament organizers to struggle to run events, and then they have loads of DLC and crap coming out. So World's Edge and Microsoft do at least put some money into the scenes. But like, I've always talked about how interesting it'd be if your game is, let's say you've designed a game that is carried on its esports scene. If you truly believe that's the way the game has to be, why not just give a profit share to like the top 20 scenes so they will amply invest in your scene? That's how you make esports sustainable. This is getting weird from Anathan now. We're up to 13 knights. Keep in mind, he didn't hit his Imperial Age timing, so now the free TC is kicking in for Voldemar. Wall's also going up, so a game that looked like it should have been grim is starting to look pretty secure. On top of that, Anathan, for some reason, isn't building the farms up here. He's that paranoid about the camel archers. He's building a lot more farms behind the base. Take a percent of the marketing budget. See, that's the thing, though. I don't think... I might be wrong about it. I don't feel like Microsoft historically puts a lot of budgeting, at least in the Age of Empires department, into DLCs, etc. I might be wrong on that. Right, but Sons of 10 didn't really have much marketing, which was a shame. I hope ample marketing is done around the new DLC. I think the game deserves it. It's in a good place, and it's proven that it's worth it. It's almost like because of how much money was spent on the launch of Age of Empires 4, we're not really seeing big spend again, right? Because they went crazy. Remember, you could basically see Age of Empires in Times Square. It's not going to be able to break in here. At this point, Anathan just needs to get out of the Age. This is hurting him really badly. The walls are up. The knights can't really do any damage anymore. He's got 2 behind the walls at least. There's still some gaps, but those are quickly being filled in. And it looks like we are getting into a macro game. Well, so, interesting comment there. The frustrating thing was having the most successful DLC of all time and not seeing proportional investment in the game's pro scene. The problem is, like, what does more investment in the pro scene get you in return, right? You got to, like, it's return on investment logic. Is it better to look at the delayed income of statistics saying that the DLC done really well and then put more marketing effort behind the next DLC? Or is it better to say, oh, wow, this actually done really well, but now the hype has died down. Let's throw more money at the limited scene. Right? When we put it like that, the valuable investment is very obvious, right? Something that isn't as obvious is the outcome of this game. Voldemar is about to be an age behind. However, we have Eco Wing, we have the potential to scale a lot of farms. He has even got agriculture on the way. Is it a big enough Eco lead to keep him competitive is my concern. Anathan, I believe, is quite a few more farms deeper, right? It's 9 farms for Voldemar so far. Anno's at 26. And now, he's going to be able to close the gap on the villager count at a rapid pace. So, we're just going to add more TCs, right? I mean, you could kind of do it. I think the issue is Voldemar, if he adds more TCs, he delays his imp timings very much. Maybe the better way here, possibly 4 TC, but before you go for the 4th TC, you have to trigger Imperial Age. Likely, we're going to be looking at Military Wing, big poggers. Get your hands on some gunner boys. Very rarely see it. If a monk is holding a relic and is in a transport ship and it sinks, is the relic lost forever? No. When it sinks, it will end up on the shore. Once upon a time, I think it used to be based on where you were last on land. I think now it's based on the closest part, the closest shore is where the relic will end up. The closest shoreline, rather. So wherever the closest piece of land it can find is that is like walkable, boom. Now what I'm not sure of is if, for example, there's a tiny island that is full 360 cliff but has a tiny high ground, if the relic would go there. I assume not, because you can drop relics in like the shallow coastline area, so it would just end up on the coast. So I have some wide play here. Anathan, he's going straight into hand cannoneers. Kind of makes sense with the fact that Voldemar's just going raw spearman. So the more traction the pro scene gets, the more people watch, the more people stay invested or start playing themselves, best marketing. So the problem of that logic is, like, why are people looking at the game? Once again, new content is the easiest way to get people to look at the game. Unless you think you have a truly compelling esports scene that is entertaining to a generic audience to watch, you can't put the esports scene first before growth of the player base. And as much as many of us may love Age of Empires 4, if you are not an Age of Empires 4 person, I want you to think about it from a POV of someone who does not play or watch AoE 4 a lot already. Does this look enjoyable to watch? Versus Apex, Call of Duty, right? These type of Rocket League. The answer is probably no. So you have to buy people into the game first before you buy them into the esports scene. And that also drives participation in the esports scene, which is just as important to keeping a vibrant esports scene. Our esports scene would be dead already if you didn't have upcomers like Louis MT, Killjadi, Anathan. Same with the other generation just behind them, a lower tier, like people like Voldemar that are still climbing up the echelons. We've seen them this weekly. Myriad comes to mind, Cat as well. You need all of them, but they don't come through if you don't get new players in. Voldemar, he does still have the eco lead, by the way. I'm impressed with well he's caught up here. This is interesting, man. We actually have improved processing on the way. I don't think Anathan is in that great of a position anymore. The tricky thing with HRE is they're not really the OP Civ people envision them to be in the age they used to be. HRE are really, really strong in Feudal. Castle beginning, great. What makes them strong in Imperial is their timing. They get Imperial Age quicker than other people. It was the classic reason that the people thought they were ridiculous. It's like, very linear, but very powerful. Let's just rush in. Can you stop me? The problem in this type of game is like, when we flesh out our Imperial on each side, who's actually better here? Abbasid or HRE? Well, HRE's big edge in Imperial is their economy. Hello, Abbasid economy speaking. Would you like to see all the ducats we have hidden in our treasury? Right? These guys don't really fall behind on economy in late game. On top of that, they have a nice variability between premium units and trash. Camels for the premium, and the trash can be produced at a ridiculous rate courtesy of the Golden Ages. So, tricky situation for Anno. He has only got 3 relics. It's not like a 5 relic game where, you know, Voldemar is definitely running out of gold either. And even if he does, this is one of the best civs at trading in the game. The trade posts are quite reasonably located. Not like golf, you probably won't watch unless you play. Yeah, kind of like that, right? Like, there are sports that actually do just get people, like, watching. I think what people sleep on with StarCraft's esports scene that pulls decent numbers still, the reason it pulls decent numbers is because you have a generation of players who played it and now just want to watch it. Age of Empires 2 has this same thing. A lot of the people who enjoyed playing might not want to play anymore. They want to watch still, though. That helps a lot. That helps tremendously. A little dive in here from Lot of Spears. Is at least keeping his opponent pinned, but Anno for the time being still has some resource access. However, Voldemar, I mean, he's like a belt on the map here, right? He's keeping it buckled up, making sure those trousers don't fall and make him look a bit embarrassed here. If he can complete that belt across the center, Anathan is guaranteed to run out of resources first. But we do have the keep drop coming in, so it's going to be a denier against the Sacred Site win condition. Voldemar does see it. I don't think this is going to be quick enough to stop it, though. The hand cannon is just a little bit too effective. The build force a bit too strong. So castle definitely going up here. That's the front line with some of the hand cannoneers, but worth it to get this online to block Voldemar's win condition. Now, one thing that is interesting, we're not seeing it right now from Anno, even though he has quite a few prelates. This Inspired Warriors tech gets slept on way too much when HRE goes hand cannoneers. It's more critical to have that tech when you play Order of the Dragon, but there are certain unit types for HRE that also get just as much value, and hand cannoneers are one of them. Body. Man. Do you ever get that feeling that Voldemar spent his entire childhood watching Shrek? Pretty much just the onion scene on repeat is what I imagine. This guy is obsessed with his walling. We've come to know it, we've come to expect it. Awesome raids are starting to slither in a little bit here, though. I mean, Voldemar, he can afford to lose some workers, right? He's pretty healthy, and well, healthy on the villagers themselves as well, independently. He got the tech. Remember, there's a tech that gives you additional health for every single eco tech you've researched. These villagers have 117 HP each. Reminder, that's more than you'll get on a veteran spearman. It's almost more than you'll get on an elite spearman. drops coming in again from Anno. I tell you what, this man's going to work a miracle if he pulls this one out, because right now the game looks incredibly uncomfortable, right? Like, you just don't have gold access. He did brute force his way in on the east side, though. 6,000 extra gold to work with that you wouldn't have expected him to have just 2 minutes ago. This is interesting, right? Like, Voldemar, he got the camel support, doesn't actually have camels. On top of that, Anno is splitting the map. So you don't really get that condensed fight that maybe would favor Voldy. Important as well, considering just how many of the hand cannons Anathan is now throwing away. I mean, what's really missing here for Voldemar? Long-term trade, sure, but for the time being, he has a lot to still exploit. He's got, what, about 7,000 gold? Ah, no. 11,000 gold. So at this rate, Anno should run out sooner. Especially with the amount of HCs he keeps adding in. Sudiko is terrible. He did just get idled on the farms, right? And then also, he's kind of limited in the count. Yeah, only 20. Kind of crazy to see an Abbasid player at 140 economy having so little farms, but it's because he rushed all the gold. Like, if you look at his worker distribution, you see the problem here, right? A lot of people on gold, more than you've got on food. He's trying to rush the limited resource and put the infinite resource later. And the wall shenanigans. Wait, no, he could actually get this up quick enough if he just didn't bother with the keep. What? Wait, no, there's... He'll be fine. It's a minute until the cannon. If that was cannon, it would have been curtains on the villages there. Actually, to be totally honest with you guys, even if it was cannon first, they have 123 HP. No, don't pay attention to the horseman. Just keep clicking. Just keep clicking. La 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 la. I can't hear you over the sound of my hammers. Does this work? Come on. People in questioning whether that tech is worth it. I think we can answer with a resounding yes. Public libraries, kids. This is why you should still use them. What was that? 9 villages, maybe 10? Those are elite horsemen. And it looked like a joke. Incredible. So castle goes up. Means you should be able to eventually at least contest this, but there is at least fortification coming with cannon placements there, so for the time being, Anathan is going to be able to get that gold trickle. Oh my god. All of a sudden, we have a bit of a series here. If Voldemar can just solve this food issue, Anno might start to run into problems here. Easy drop on the forward. Keeps weren't able to stabilize. Looks like the Culverin play did work out from Voldy. And right now, Anno is a little bit too distracted trying to take down castles of his own. He's going to end up losing a siege. He has to cancel the key. It's a pretty big investment by Anno just wasted here. The worrisome part as well is the fact that he's just bloating a lot of horsemen against mass spears. But Voldemar... does he have enough gold for adjustable crossbars? It feels like the logical way to go here. Mass spears usually is complemented well by mangoes. He might be a little bit scared that his opponent could dive in with the hand cannoneers because he does have the marching drills. Alright, predictions in, guys. Do you think Voldemar's going to win this press 1 or is Anathan press 2? Anno's food is still just so much better. 47 farms now. Voldemar is catching up though. He's now up to 44. Just adding in like an extra 10. And the best thing is, when a horseman raid comes in, you don't have to leave. No, guys, guys, stop leaving. Chill. Shh, don't leave. Just go back and work. God damn it. We don't have to be scared. We also have medical centers. Wait, actually, that's a really good question. Why doesn't Voldemar just build the farms around the TC? I think he's been playing too many English games recently. Because if you just build the farms around the TC, when these horseman raids come in, your villagers get healed by medical centers. Just like nothing happens to them, right? It would take probably like 2 minutes to kill a villager. You done it a little bit here, but then like these extra TCs, yeah, you used it a bit here, but I mean, this one is a jackpot waiting to happen. I always love watching villagers work on a farm that's on fire. Like, woo wee! This food is hot. Everyone wants it. I ain't got enough time to send the wheat off to the bakery to be baked. We're just going to do it here on the farm. It's healthier because it's toasted, yeah. What are these wolves? The Rams are going to be able to take out the keep here. Anathan is definitely winning these fights, but it's coming at a heavy price on the gold. And he's running out fast. In fact, I think he's drained all of his gold. There's one left he could try and secure here. And in fact, he's moving for it now. And arms hand cannon is definitely not cheap on that pocket. So I think, is Voldemar at the maximum? No, you can go higher, right? Maybe not. No, because it's a Pro Scouts build, right? So you already took that tech. I'm looking for eco techs, chat. We need additional eco techs. Trade techs don't count, I don't think. You'd need naval techs, wouldn't you? Yeah, you need fishing. So I believe 126 is his maximum. I think that's pretty good, though. Right now on the west side. Look at that. They've almost killed a villager again. Wow. Oh my god. Usually Abbasid players don't care about their villagers because they're cheaply replaceable. In this game, Voldemar doesn't have to care about them because they're self-sufficient. They just don't die. Feels like Anno just has to work so hard to do any real damage, right? He's starting to shrink the map in an important way. He's getting close to the base. We do, however, have stone walls in response. The Culverin plan looking pretty good here. Castles are starting to flop. And Anno, remember, he went mass men at arms, so he doesn't actually have that horseman strat to just dive in for the kill. I can't believe this. Voldemar, usually the expectation is mass mangoes. Mass Culverins is kind of intriguing, though. Right, you do 85 siege damage to an infantry unit, meaning you do 2-hit hand cannoneers. And it also means that you would, what, almost 2-hit men-at-arms. 6 goals enough to protect them. Kiljadi, he has all these spears. If he targets the hand cannoneers, I can kind of get behind it. And yeah, he is. Oh no, Anno. He needs to be rushing the siege weapons right now. He's losing quite a lot of hand cannoneers to this. The Colts do need to pull back. The gate is on the way. Voldemar has an escape plan in mind. He's gonna book it. Wait, does he not have greased axles? I mean, he does. I just forgot. Culverins move way too slow. Uh-oh. Hand cannoneers are going in. We do have a castle here. Just delete it already. Come on, it's a palisade wall. And remember, guys, you'll see that correctly. Medical centers does work on the Culverins. Is it me, or is this the craziest culture win game we've seen? This is, I think, the first game I can recall where every single tech from the culture wing has been a necessity. Medical centers, public libraries, and of course, beginning all with the preservation of knowledge for the Pro Scout strat. This is the most valuable culture win game I think I've ever seen. In some ways, it's kind of easy to achieve this when you remember the public libraries is a more recent thing. It used to be proselytization, that very useless tech that allowed you to convert enemy units that no one ever got because it was pointless at 200 pop. I love these scouts as an answer actually to Rams. I mean, it's correct, guys. They do have bonus versus siege. The farms are starting to be caught out here, but I mean, behind this, Voldemar has at least, what, 40 farms safely in the base. Does need to think about more stone walls, though. 150 Vil kills without the HP tech? Exactly. Like, it's just actually ridiculous how many villagers have failed to flop. And also, think about the knock-on effect. Voldemar had some serious food issues at the point where he started to get raided. If it wasn't for the public libraries, I think he would already be dead. Nice raid onto the economy here. Anathan did pretty much tap the gold dry, though. We will eventually kill this one man-at-arms. Yeah, he doesn't have EAT. In fact, it's kind of crazy he doesn't have elite army tactics considering he's been massing spears. I understand it to a certain extent that he was up against hand cannons anyway, so the extra armor doesn't matter. But you're also up against men-at-arms and horsemen. It's kind of crazy. Where trade? True. See, this is why Myriad is the Giga Chad this week. Remember, he's going to be up against B later. Because what Myriad's thinking here is, man, if villagers can get 126 health, how much health can traders get? I'm with you, Myriad. I know where you were going. This game is becoming really hard to actually gauge the victor for. I love it. Anno back into the horseman. Remember, all the safe tree lines are starting to just disappear, so players are going to have to start taking risks. Wait, what? I thought he would have at least taken these out by now. I mean, in fairness, he has been spamming hand cannoneers, so it's been more about food gold than food wood. The wall attempt is going to be a fail. Luckily for Voldemar, his villagers are so tanky they can take a cannonball to the face and not die. So yeah, guys, what we need here, we need traders. We need armored caravans. Traders, I think, go up to, is it like 156 health or something? With an extra free armor, so they'll be at 6 melee armor. But we're not getting them. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Like, Anathan has raided here because I think he was expecting trade. And now he comes in and sees 0 traders, no marketplaces. You had to be feeling fairly good about this. We do all of a sudden have a lot of camel riders skewed up for Voldy. Surprised he actually has the gold to afford that at 45 a pop. Right, that's almost 1,000 gold into camel riders. Voldemar has nearly 2-to-1 destruction ratio and the game's still going. It is a bit deceptive, remember, because when Anathan has been killing spearmen, the wood would not process. But yeah, it has still been pretty good trades for him, right? Like killing a lot of hand cannons along the way. A little bit of a dive in from the HCs. Looks like it keeps starting to fail them a bit. The camel riders have arrived. A good solution to the horsemen. Clutch repairs. Oh, no. That was so close. The final strike coming in just before the 2 extra horsemen died. It does get through some of the backline. Really important, those culverins now, because remember, last time, that was how Voldemar started to shrink the hand cannon count. This time, he has to trust in the crossbows and the way of the camel. Find out if they're going to be good enough here. More men-at-arms are on the way. Small group left to hold on, and it looks like that should be good enough. Anathan starting to break through that front line, and Voldemar maybe struggling to actually keep the camels coming out quick enough here. Remember, Voldemar is missing a lot of critical ingredients here. He has no incendiary. He has no biology, no EAT. He's essentially playing Imperial Age of Acids with some of the sickest culture wing builds we've seen, but lacking the university text in entirety. You cannot make this up. It's insane. He has got a uni, right? He got Siege Works. But every other uni tech rather is just missing. That's insane. I mean, did he get anything additional alongside that? I can't believe this. No EAT, no incendiary, no biology. So many missing things here. And yet, even without it, he has once again been able to push Anathan away. The trash is winning, man. The trash is winning. Ano now trying to switch into spears to answer the camel issue. Crossbow count might be a bigger concern here, though. He doesn't have a solid solution right now. The horseman count is quite underwhelming. 3 sacred sites captured for Anathan, mainly for the gold trickle, because he needs it to get HCs back online. Mid-dive in the base, a tricky one with all these static emplacements. Crossbows, I love this. Just camps in the middle of the production line while he sends the raiders in. Limited damage coming on the flanks. Not much that Voldemar needs to worry about, courtesy of the 126 HP. If he could just get biology or elite army tactics, I mean, maybe even just Incendiary is the one that's worth it here. Insane. Possibly the craziest play right now for Voldemar would be to prioritize elite army tactics. And crazy in a good way, right? Crazy in a, whoa, this guy brought everyone a drink at the bar, because what that does is essentially make sure that Anathan ends up a bit too much on the slosh side of things, right? With the extra melee armor, this plan into men-at-arms, horsemen, spears is going to be bad. Then you add in the camel arm on top of that, and all of a sudden, your spearman will never die. Crossbows have overextended, so it looks like Voldemar is going to lose the forward force. Did get the camel aura coming in again, so making him a bit more tanky, harder to kill. We have got the culprit. It took them all this time to arrive, man. Culprits are so damn slow. I can't believe this. It looked like he was going to be pushed out of the base. And Anathan will still be able to shove him out, but there's not much of an army left here. The sacred sites are still captured, though, right? Like, Voldemar still needs to address that concern. Most of the outposts are gone around here, so he should realistically be able to get the decap. Yeah, especially this choice. I know, he went for fortification first instead of cannon placement. The Culverins are in position to take that down. Just need to delay this a little bit longer. I think that's the decap. I know he's going to lose the win condition. And from there, he could easily just start to lose this game. Voldemar is now essentially out of gold, right? He's been selling quite a lot of food to try and just get enough to contest with camel riders, but he still does have 13 camels remaining. He's forced Anathan into full spearman block. This is a good position to be in as Abbasids. Remember, they have the phalanx tech, so they can have double the spearman attack in the fights. They also have the extra armor from camels. This is exactly what he needs, and you've got to be kidding me. The 43-minute switch into veteran archers. There's one tech in there that Voldemar didn't have. He's got it, though. Composite bows has been researched. Anathan probably starting to feel is a little bit over-blobbed into one unit type. He does start to queue up the hand cannoneers again. Game that just feels like it's never going to end here. Voldemar is still at 133 economy. So, do you guys like maths? You guys love maths, right? If you combine all of Voldemar's 133 villages, they have 16,758 hit points. That's the maximum. Oh my god. Well, the wave of spears and camels is here. And Anathan is kind of lacking on that back line. This has been a crazy game. It just looks like Anno's a bit starved now. Because you're getting into a meat grinder, right? And that's food difference. That's an area where Voldemar's definitely winning. I agree. The sacred sites have just kind of been a freebie for a long time, but they're so expensive to address with the cannon emplacements, right? Especially the keep drop on this side. So I can't understand why Voldemar hasn't directed his attention towards them. We do have a backline coming in. It is going to be the archer crossbow spam now. All the EU4 talk yesterday got me back into it last night. Can't tell if I'm being sarcastic when I say thanks, KP. So Johan is happy to hear this. Yo, Johan, when do I get create a commission code for generating sales? I think I've earned one. It's like the villages have been found. Oh boy, so many of these villages are gonna die. I'm surprised he got one. And you are correct. Voldemar is getting the improved processing for 8% more resources whenever he drops off. A mini supervision effect for everyone, if you will. And the ram play, I mean, pretty smart here to start getting rid of the infrastructure. Anathan can't really have much wood left, at least in safe territory. He's got the east side still being contested. There's a break into the farms, villages. Can we not just get our ships out and fight? Nah, probably not. Elite army tactics would make it impossible. Archers are looking to mop that up. Voldemar has got a nice balance between backline and frontline here. However, Anathan is surging now into men-at-arms. And that's it. That actually convinces him it's over. No way. Voldemar, he just feels drained to the bone here. Anathan is actually going to get the 2-0. Even the best execution of a culture wing build we've ever seen could not be enough. And I'm sure Voldemar is going to be reviewing this game, looking back at the lack of university text coming through and feeling like that lost him the game. I can't believe this was the GG moment. If he could have just slivered together what he needed for EAT or even biology, how different this game would have looked. Let me know what you guys think in the comments, though. Was this too preemptive of a GG? Was there a way back still for him? Do you think that this is the best culture wing build you've seen? And is it now convincing you to try it in your pubs? Let me know what you think. I'll catch you in the next chapter. You're about to type, I think Voldemar is... I can't believe it, man. I legit can't believe it. I feel like the farms got hit and he was like, oh no. Like, this isn't your traditional game where, like, your farms get hit and it's over, you know? I don't know, man. I'm kind of... Yeah. Don't like the fact I use shortings, EAT, DR, etc. I think it sounds really bad. I mean... Okay. I appreciate the feedback, but... I think if it was always only that, I'd get where you're coming from, but it's a mixture of terms. So sometimes we say EAT, sometimes we say Elite Army Tactics, and actually other people in the community have already started using it. So I question whether it's really that bad. It's also quite efficient on word usage. I don't know. I kind of imagine that kind of reminds me of like a long time ago in Dota 2, people calling it BKB. They were like, what? What do you mean? What's a BKB? Okay. Well, I appreciate the feedback, mate. I think if it was suddenly out of nowhere and it wasn't a progressive thing where you're combining the two, I can see where you're coming from. But because we regularly call it Army Tactics and then call it EAT afterwards, it's how you indoctrinate new terms into a game, into a scene. Same with like preservation knowledge and then later on calling it POC. What is DR? Desert Raiders. Like, it's also good word variability when you're talking about Desert Raiders a lot to then refer to it as DR instead, because it gets very monotonous calling it DR, 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 DR. DR is a bit of a weird one. You have to be careful because DR in gaming can refer to damage reduction. So you might choose Raiders instead, for example. But that can also get confusing because you have things like Ghazi. I still can't believe that, man. I'm shocked that that was the GG. Holy crap. All right, so that means we've got a little bit of time to cook with. By the way, guys, TR can be diminishing returns. I'd never think of it for diminishing returns. As a gamer, I'd think of it for damage reduction. Right? Diminishing returns is almost more like economics. Next week, by the way, we are slightly shifting gears. I'll talk about it probably on Thursday. But some changes are coming. We've got half an hour. Diminishing returns is an MMO thing. I feel like damage reduction is an MMO thing. Like damage reduction, I straight away think of RPGs. So I don't know. Different people, different thoughts, I guess. There we go, just checking some things in the background. So, we've got 25 minutes. Just typing with Chim as well. We're going to figure out what we're doing because we might have a semi-finals today, but it comes down to whether players would prefer to do it all on Thursday because we're going to be having a long stream on Thursday, an 8-hour stream regardless because we do have front page. But B versus Myriad, the series finished a little bit quicker than expected. I actually thought we were going to roll into it perfectly. We've got half an hour until B versus Myriad live, so Anathan just was able to 2-0. I think what we could do now is we'll probably watch like a pub game. While we wait, watch some live pub games, and then we can hop into B vs Myriad afterwards. So let me have a look at who's queuing, who's playing who. And yes, there is another set. Give me a sec, just double checking something. There's a semi afterwards. That's what we're figuring out. Remember how these things work. It's kind of like sometimes played a little bit by ear. But what we might try to do is because we have got front page on Thursday, so I'll have front page from 1 p.m. CT to 9 p.m. CT. We'll likely look to go live earlier on Thursday anyway. So in that regards, if the players are available, we could always set it up so that both semis get played on Thursday. But that's what we're figuring out. We have to coordinate with players to see if they have the availability to accommodate it. Yes, we have front page on Thursday. Originally, I thought it was going to be like a slot within the 8 hours, but my understanding is I've been told that we have 8 hours of front page. Big poogers. Yeah, just have a look at the deets now. Sorry, let me get some gameplay up for us to watch. Let me see who's on the ladder. Your influence at Twitch paid off. J2, you seem to be a lot of things. You seem to be a dude by Prince. You seem to be owner of Twitch. Is there anything else you'd like to add to the list? So we could actually watch a Myriad versus Mahodo game. I imagine that would line up perfectly for the B set. Yeah, let's do that. Let's watch Myriad versus Mahodo. ABBA versus French. Man, that is not a matchup you see very often. It's clearly from the dark rituals I keep doing. Yeah, there's a lot of conspiracy theories between you guys, huh? Okay, sorry, just typing things out. Yeah, because the only thing I'm being conscious of, I don't know. I don't know what Myriad's schedule looks like in availability. Because in theory, right, we have Anathan versus Kiljadi. I don't know what Kiljadi's availability looks like. I mean, dude, it feels like Kiljadi's always playing. So I imagine Kiljadi wouldn't mind like starting his series earlier per se. And then Anathan usually has availability earlier on On the other side of the bracket, like if Myriad beats B, that's where like it'll be intriguing. Cat versus B, they typically are available like almost any hour of the day, it feels like. So, one second, I'm just updating the bracket now so we have the most recent results. So, Anathan able to 2-0. Let me update that. Oh my god, I updated it into nothing. New one. There we go. Fandappy dozy. All right. I'm going to run 2.5 minutes ads, guys. So then when we're in, we can just relax and enjoy Myriad versus Mahoda, okay? Not me typing Myriad as Myriad. Sounds very dwarfen minds of me. Sacrifice 1 pigeon to Daddy Jeff. Whoa. Dude, you gotta stop feeding that shark. He's already OP. He doesn't need to be sacrificed to. See, that's a Marvel Rivals reference. I know. Shuffles tie. I know a few of them. One sec. Well, I got a sec. I just want to quickly message across. Type. Some people suck at responding to their emails, I swear. I have to bump someone 5 times. I'm like, do I just give up on this person? It's kind of weird when, like, I get people have budget limitations. Sometimes they fill up, but like, it feels like some of these deals that have come across my table, I'm like mind blown by their value prop from a marketing scheme, for a brand. I'm like, dude, this is like, if the ROI on like sponsoring one of these giant stadium events is 0.1, the ROI on this is like 1. It's crazy. But sometimes it's kind of who you know. Some of these guys would rather just spend all the money on like Tom, Dick, and Harry that they've been working with for years, but doesn't have that high ROI. So considering Age of Empires gets a roughly 30% buff in general player base and no supporting numbers for new players during DLC releases, do you foresee this as the last additional DLC we receive? It's a bit tinfoil hat. I think the numbers are very stable for AoE4, so I wouldn't necessarily say this is the last DLC. If a scene is profitable enough, there'll be another DLC, right? The last one was the most successful DLC in the history of AoE4. What's the metric for that? Sold the most or made the most money? Made the most profit, maybe? Any one of those is valuable enough that you could go and do another DLC afterwards, right? If they want to regrow the game, though, I've been very blunt about this before. More modes that are inviting to casuals, more opportunities to inflate player base via marketing campaigns. Those are your ways. If they don't want to do that, they might as well just start work on AoE 5. And some people are going to kick W at that, but like legitimately think about it. You can get your biggest influx of players when you have a new title. It's not impossible to build a title up from a low point, but it requires a lot of growth. Because you have to regain trust. Okay. So, for those just tuning in, we do have more midweek muster games coming. We are going to be moving into B versus Myriad after this game. Because Myriad is in this one, it felt logical to just watch him play this game. Because, well, it's French ambassadors, we're on Hill and Dale. Statistically, it's very likely that the quarterfinals will be happening immediately after this one. So yeah, hopefully that provides the insights you guys were looking for on the sales, though. I think really if you want to grow new player base, the marketing needs to be there this time around, and there needs to be 3 to 4 campaigns. Because that's what you market, right? Like, we have this trust that the developers can deliver on the multiplayer DLC side, right? Because they did. They did a great job with the last one, right? But I think the sad part is like they had a really good campaign, but they had one really good campaign. And we talk about this at length on this channel because I think it's really important to dive into. The reality is, multiplayer gamers in RTSs make up the minority historically. Sounds crazy to say when you consider like RTSs feel like these days they survive on the 1v1s, etc. But I also think that's a part of why RTSs haven't reboomed, is because they focus way too much on 1v1 and team game, basically online in general. Everyone does. I think we've kind of reached a point where a lot of us actually appreciate a bloody good single-player experience because everyone's way too fixated in 2025 on making the next live service game. Team Mirror Commerce coming in, though. Eco, we're on the other side. I thought we might get trade on trade, but no. Mahodo doesn't want to try to take the risk of full walling the map. He's going to play it a little bit safe and condensed. Co-op campaigns would realistically be the only way that I could get my RL friends to play. Dude, okay, you're thinking small. What if instead of co-op campaigns, there was some sort of mode that made sense for almost a survival-esque environment? It's tricky to think how you make it creative enough, right? It's not like we're They Are Billions or Age of Darkness, where those formats make sense. But if you had a mode that was co-op oriented in general, it would be incredible. Horde mode, I don't think you can be that monotonously simple about it. If it's literally just like units come from directions and we just build a base normally, I don't think it's going to be good. You almost want to have unique objectives that people can choose. And like, I think what you do is, like, what made the co-op mode so good for StarCraft and revitalized it was not just the maps themselves, but the variability. Things like mutators that gave the replayability. You only play it online, lol, AoE COD, but like, once again, within RTSs, you're the minority. Sure, you can talk like RTSs now, like FPSs nowadays, right? Like, how many people touch a COD campaign versus just goes online? Got you. But within the RTSs historically, the thing that carried that genre to newer and newer heights was the single player. A lot of people like to believe in Warcraft and StarCraft, it was the multiplayer. I get why you want to believe that. They wouldn't even go off the ground if the single player wasn't good, though. "20 years ago, internet sucked." So, even with that in mind, I think single players are pivotal to RTSs succeeding. RTSs are too complicated to throw someone into a multiplayer environment like you would with Call of Duty. It's not intuitive, right? How you play an RTS is not intuitive compared to how you play Fortnite, Call of Duty, Apex, right? So actually, it's even more important that someone has a compelling campaign that gets them invested, because if they're not invested, they're not going to follow through. And they can't follow through in the first place because the complexity level is too high to just jump into multiplayer, right? Because of the inefficiencies of doing nothing for the first 2 minutes of the game, you can't sit there reading tooltips, figuring crap out, right? I was talking to a developer about this. Like, he is interesting, actually, what he said. That he thinks the next big evolution point for RTS is where they can make a comeback. Almost feels like it's going to come from an input type. Almost like, you know, almost like what Musk is doing with his whole, what's it called? The one where you plug in, right? Is the way that you play an RTS with key bindings and clicking and everything else, compared to most genres, is so complex that for a player to pick it up from the get-go, there's nothing intuitive about it. Right? Like, we gave the FPS example. You know how to look, you know how to, like, aim in real life. You do those things in game, it kind of makes sense. You point, click, shoot. Other games also have great ways of guiding you. So, like, when you play a puzzle game, or when you play... Actually, when you play a lot of games, you guys ever noticed how weird the color schemes are in video games nowadays? That's intentional, right? Like, when you're in an environment and something's painted yellow, which doesn't make sense in real life to be painted yellow, it's painted yellow so your eyes notice it, and you go, oh, that's the way I have to go. For me, I think like you don't need a complete new input mode necessarily to make RTSs relevant again. You can just think of the normal player though instead of the hardcore player. I think RTSs are still designed in a very backwards way, and part of that comes from the fact they're designed by people who've been playing RTSs for 20 years. You'd think that's a positive, but that's also a negative. You need people who don't have that experience in the team. Right? Like, I'm going to reference a game that people don't want to hear. People are going to Omega lol when I mention it. But ready, set, here it Stormgate. Stormgate done some very smart things. Despite the things that were shortcomings and maybe made them fail, Stormgate actually had some good ideas in there. From the way they wanted to approach modding to the netcode. But one of the most obvious ones that everyone I think can appreciate was the UX. The way that you produce units, you basically had that whole bar. Like, it was the next step of AoE 4, if you think about it. Like, AoE 4 has a system where you press Q, and then you press Q again to build a house, right? With them, you had that element to the menu, but something you had on top of that is you had a tab for producing units. And you would press the buttons to queue up the units, and then you could right-click the map, and it would rally the units automatically from the buildings. Isn't that a lot more intuitive than control grouping a bunch of production buildings, and then having to press that button to select them? Those type of thoughtful changes are what RTSs need to stop being so scary for casual players. I remember opening the Age of Mythology hotkey menu to change one hotkey. It took me 4 minutes to find the hotkey. That is not good. I open an FPS, like even FPS keybinds are kind of like in some cases are getting bad for it, but there's just too many keybinds showing up. But most of the time I can open an FPS keybinding menu, find what I'm looking for, change it, get out. With RTSs, I open that crap and like my brain melts. And I know I'm not alone. And keep in mind, by the way, I'm a guy who's played RTSs my whole life, right? I was there in the beginnings, man. I've even played the OG Dune. And I still get scramble-brained by some of the key binding menus. Rally per unit instead of per building? Exactly. So like you queued up these units, and then it would already know you want the buildings to be equally dispersed on the production, and you click to them. Now, for very specific situations, you can say that's bad, you still want a control group. Let's be honest. Most of us get a bit tempted just to press F1 and then queue up units. I know I have when I've been playing some AoE 4. Because the other thing is, like, when you think about control grouping is very inefficient. I want you guys to, like, reach down your keyboard right now, because I know about 60% of you watch on PC. With your hand in its natural position around QWER, reach control, and then reach your fingers as wide as you can. What number do you get stopped at? I'm imagining most people 5 or 6. So you have 6 control groups then. Then you have the full 10. Now you can set them, right? Because you can then use your thumb instead to reach all the way across. But like, it's not instinctive to use your thumb versus using your fingers. There, right? But like, once again, when you're now playing the game, how often are you going to be reaching with like your thumb versus your fingers? In an ideal world, you want to be able to play a game without moving your palm's location on your keyboard as much as possible, right? That's why FPSs work so well on PCs, by the way. I never have to move my... Unless I'm playing armor, right? I don't have to move my hand from its inherent location. Some games like to use M for map, but for the most, I'm fine. So, by the way, we do have mass knighting into Royal Institute. Trade count is now up at, what, 14? Other side of it, we did get 2 TC, so Mahodo didn't go crazy there. You have a number pad on the side of your mouse, so use that. Yeah. But that's like not... So I don't think that's intuitive to every gamer as well, right? Like, there are 2 types of people. There are those that play FPSs and those that don't. And the ones that don't would probably have that type of mouse you just described, because they also might be an MMO gamer. I'm an FPS gamer as well, so I don't want a mouse with loads of buttons on the side. That's horrible. You know what that is? That's thumb clutter. That's getting in my way. I want to be able to grip my mouse properly. Just have a second mouse, KP. Okay, yeah, but then you've just like increased the cost of entry. Also, once you get you know I'm gonna go with this. Once you get used to one mouse type, you don't want to be switching mouse type, you know? What do you guys think? Are we gonna be seeing a French win or an Abbasid win? One's for French, two's for Abba. So Minimash says, as someone from US, I love 1v1 because I don't like being social and just like to rely on myself, but most from us prefer to be social, and RTS is lacking that department. That, and it's easy to get into than other games, you just point and shoot. Exactly. But like, to your point of you liking 1v1s because you're responsible for your own actions, you are the minority. You are an extreme minority, by the way. Most people, whether they're going to admit it in chat right now or not, I always love doing this. I've done this in the past, and actually you guys are pretty honest about it. Press 4 in chat if you prefer to have someone to blame for when you lose. Now, I'm not saying you prefer to lose. I'm saying if you've got to lose, 4's in chat if you would rather blame someone else. 5's in chat if you want to be deeply reflective on your own mistakes. Oof. I tell you what, I can't fault him there. That was beautifully done by Myriad. Great peel back. Wait, did I put 5 for like if you want to be deeply reflective? Okay, I love y'all, but I think you're more full of crap than a toilet at an Indian restaurant with vindaloos on 2 for 1. No way. There's no way. Because most of us don't have time for that self-reflective BS. We want to be able to like enjoy ourselves. Admitting you're bad isn't enjoying yourself. Not for most gamers. Dog, I knew we had a high degree of 25 to 40-year-olds. I wasn't ready for just how many like 70-plus-year-olds I have that were born in the golden age where we had to work for it all. Because that is some instant gratification, not welcome levels of 5s. I don't know if I trust you all. I think I'm being punked for sure. We're not the Dota 2 crowd. Okay, so I think there's a fair point there that you are also in a 1v1 environment where, because, okay, so that's an interesting flip to talk about, isn't it? Because RTSs are a 1v1 dominant multiplayer environment, you're used to having to blame yourself. Because you're either blaming yourself or you're blaming the design of the game. Those are your two options, right? Dude, he keeps doing this. He's just keeping Mahodo pinned in. It's kind of crazy Mahodo has been stuck in the age this long, but he's teching up now. But I think that's the interesting dilution, is like you guys have had to get used to blaming yourself. Because unless you're a 2v2, 3v3, 4v4 gamer, you have to blame yourself. For people who sucks are way worse than 5 minutes where I blame myself. Yeah, like 5 I work on myself is easier than someone else. That's a very positive way to look at it. But like once again, in reality, you approach it like 5 if you're trying to be a pro gamer. I'm gonna break it to you. Most of you are not gonna be able to financially make it work as a pro gamer. You play games to have fun, right? So you see why most people, on a broad spectrum, not just RTS, would be 4, not 5, right? Because you just want to enjoy yourself. And it kind of ruins, like, you can argue you're ruining your enjoyment if you're just blaming other people, but you ruin your enjoyment even more if you just have to sit there and go, wow, I freaking suck. But once again, this is in a broad spectrum logic of, like, all types of multiplayer games. In 1v1 spheres, you don't have that option. Right? I imagine if you polled people, like we just done there, in fighting games, you'd also see a lot of 5s. Because once again, majority of people playing fighting games play 1v1s. I think if RTSs were primarily team designed, the majority of people would be pressing for. Well, the thing, Dusk, is you can improve while also technically blaming someone else for the shortcomings. You might be more ignorant of your flaws, but like you can improve as a player, right? It's like muscle memory, practice of aiming, or practice of like macro, depending on the games. But it does feel better when it's not your fault. Right? Like, come on, let's be real. Like, we're adults and we want to take responsibility for our actions. But it does feel much better when it feels like it was someone else that made the mistake and not you. Yeah? Can we all at least agree on that? We don't think we've done everything perfect in life, but, you know, when it was someone else that was ultimately the card that made the tower fall over. RTSs are both team games and 1v1s. Heavily disagree. RTSs are primarily leaned into as a 1v1 audience. At least what we are doing here. So you could probably pull up statistics for some games where there's more team players than 1v1 players. However, I would argue substantially more players filter through into the content creation watching arc as 1v1ers than teamers, especially in Age of Empires games. At least definitely before, I'd say. And yeah, this is looking pretty rough for Myriad. Trade's been cut off, right? No goodies, no shinies anymore. He can't trade on the other side. The wall's already up. And it looked so good for a moment for Myriad, but Mahodo was just able to skirt the edge. You have archers plus knights to try and defend. There's a guy on the other side. Knights are arriving. That was this the bait to invite him in to kill him off. Team designed RTS could easily be a thing, but it's not. And it's weird to me to this day that it's not. Because like the thing that the thing that most of the time hardcore RTSs can agree on is there needs to be more effort made to get new people into RTSs. They want what they love, but they want to see more people in. The number one way of getting people into, like, the number one obvious way to me of getting more people in RTSs, there's two, right? We talked about simplification of the processes. That doesn't mean making the game easy. It just means making it easy to open and approach, right? Simple to pick up, hard to master. The other way is genuinely teams. Guys, do you want to know how I got into Dota 2 in university? I played with my fellow uni guys. I never would have picked that game up solo. I would have took one look at it and gone, I got peer pressured in. We just saw people early in chat going, man, if there was a co-op mode in AoE 4, that would be the way I'd get people to play the game with me. So, knowing how effective the team environments are from community aspects of getting people to play, why is it every RTS treats team environments as a complete afterthought? Just play team games with them? It doesn't work that simply. Because once again, you've got an overly complicated game that has been designed around every person's individual flaws being deeply exposable, right? Like, I'd argue in Dota 2, you can have a teammate feed and then still carry the team easier than you can in AoE 4. At least on, like, equal footing skill-wise. And the other difference there as well is, like, because of the way that RTSs are designed to be focused on the 1v1 aspects that make it potent, if you are losing, you become a mere cheerleader with no easy way to recover in RTSs, right? Like, you can basically lose your entire base if you watching the game. A game like Dota 2, Counter-Strike, like, they have soft resets. There's always a way of hopping back in. The reset could be 30 minutes long in AoE 4, and by the time you're back in the game, your team could have won. That's an example of how, like, AoE 4 is not designed truly for team environments. I would argue that Company of Heroes is better designed for team games than AoE 4. I know people don't want to hear that. Need cast view for team games? I mean, even then, like, how many people would want to watch team games? You'd think it would be a lot, but I think for a lot of people, it kind of just muddies the experience. Anyway, getting back to the game, Myriad, he did get the trade back online, right? But his issue is now food. He's struggling, man. When in Command Conquer, your teammates leave the game, you get all the economy and buildings. Yeah, but it's like CNCs didn't have pop caps, right? At least the early ones, so that could kind of work. At least pause should be possible for 1v1. Okay, but like, wait, what does that have to do with the wider discussion? Anno 1800 is a good team game. Honestly, I need to go back to Anno 1800. It's been a while. But yeah, like Co is a game for multiple iterations that is focused on the team aspect more than 1v1, I'd say. Same with Dawn of War, actually. Like, some people would argue that Dawn of War 1 was a 1v1 focused game, but for me, it was always a team focused game. I have countless hours playing 2v2s, 3v3s, and 4v4s. You know what another part is that you can tell that, like, AoE 4 is not designed around teams? You shouldn't be able to leave when you got teammates. So, believe it or not, on occasion, I kind of tempt myself to like, oh, let's play some games off stream. And every time without fail, teammate gets dove by one knight, loses one villager, surrenders and leaves the game. Well, I've lost. Vote to surrender 100% should be a thing in AoE 4. Games as grand as Bar? Yeah, so like BAR, despite the fact I played Total Annihilation so much as a kid, I haven't bothered with Beyond All Reason, because Beyond All Reason to me is just not, in my opinion, a spectatable game. And we do a lot of casting content, right? Lack of absence and speed, vehicles and speed is going to be a problem for AoE. Yeah, so this is something I've highlighted as well. It's like, why are we not experimenting with the simple things like a simulation speed increase? I've said before, like a 1.25 speed increase goes hard. Changes a lot about AoE 4. Supreme Khan's top team RTS. Subcom 2 for me was that, actually, not 1. Always loved the troop cannons. Mahodo with the mangoes here. We've got Imperial coming in 20 seconds. I'm not really sure Myriad has much left at that point. He needs to win this fight. It's non-negotiable. And hold on a second, we actually might have the win he needs. Nice, get in. Has got the royal bloodlines, right? So the crossbows are going to get wiped out. Mango's been reached as well. And that is going to be a cleanup on Isle Mahodo. All forward forces down, but he is aged up. Now, Myriad has a lot of gold. He could look for the transition. His food income is getting a lot better at this stage. So definitely not GG just yet. But no denying at this stage a very rough position to find yourself in. I mean, we're at a stage where easily Mahodo could go by into the trade wing as well. You play Co free. I don't know if they make Company Heroes free into a good game now. I don't think it was an impressive game when it released. It had some notable flaws. It's weird as well. It's like the type of flaws that they removed previously. Which, by the way, reminded me of Destiny 2. You guys, like, I don't know if anyone here played Destiny 2, but when Destiny 2 came out, the game released with all of the flaws that they'd fixed in Destiny 1 over the years. Like, two teams that just didn't communicate. Red Baluster up. Oh, what a sneaky get. Myriad is actually snuck out at the perfect position here. Needs the gold, right? I mean, yeah, I've got trade, but... Actually, no, do you need the gold? I don't think you need the gold at all. He's at 39 traders with Merchant's Guild. You know what I'm now wondering? Whatever happened to Warframe? I feel like Warframe was the biggest thing, and then from my POV, it just fizzled away entirely. It's crazy as well, because they had that, like, that giant change where they made it open world, if I remember correctly. I never checked back in, but like I just stopped following that. It's almost like going open world gave them a tiny burst, but didn't help long term. It's still popular? Okay, I just feel like I don't see it anywhere. I mean, maybe, definitely from a content creation aspect, it's not popular, right? Which kind of makes sense. I guess the game's been out so many years, there's not that many people interested anymore. Like, I'm actually looking on Twitch right now. Guys, we're fine. Apparently, Warframe has a lot of following, according to you guys, but we have more people that watch AoE 4. Not even kidding. Check the Twitch directory. Hodo is getting pretty deep into the base here. The tricky part is with Red Palace, dives aren't easy. Harvesting placements, right? They kind of ruin you. I'm not convinced that Myriad is dead here. I mean, Mahodo's doing very annoying things, right? But with the key drops, it's very hard to get that permanent damage. Need some siege. 53k players on Warframe. So that's the interesting thing, right? Like, it must be crazy being a one-game streamer in these very popular games, having, like, a ridiculous surge when you're big, and then just your entire player, like, viewer base evaporates, right? But the player base doesn't. That's very weird to me, right? In some ways, it makes sense, though. It's the same logic of, like, Path of Exiles, right? Like, Path of Exiles 2, how many people do you think are playing Path of Exiles 2 right now, chat? Get your numbers in. So, watching Path of Exiles 2, there is probably about 4,000 to 5,000 people. Playing PoE 2, there's 126,000 people on Steam. Kind of proves the... I think it proves like a pattern of... I'm not going to say every game moves away from one game streaming being possible. But I feel like there's a lot of examples there where it's quite obvious that being a multi-game streamer is more desirable because you have more control over your viewership, right? Because they follow you wherever you go. But it's also, it kind of proves almost more of a necessity to consider that, right? Because most games are seasonal. Like AoE 4 is seasonal, by the way. Great. You don't believe me? Got an easy way to prove it. Open up Beastie's viewership on Solid Gnome. So Beastie, and this isn't like size shaming him, but it's proving the point, right? Like when the DLC came out, Beastie was easily like 1k plus averages. He's now 700, 800, right? Now you could argue other effects like I'm streaming now, but I like to believe that I have, although I may have taken a few people from that audience, I've built an audience of new people coming in that maybe don't watch Beastie. The point will hold true. Like once we get a new DLC, his numbers will go up, my numbers will go up, Dimu's numbers will go up. Everyone's numbers should technically go up. Drongo's numbers will definitely go up on YouTube. It's like even games like this are seasonal. It's just a very different style of seasonal because I feel like AoE 4 is more of a slow burn. And part of that is actually because they just choose to have such long gaps between seasons. I don't think it's necessarily healthier than having like a rapid burn. What am I going to stream next? I'm glad you asked. Have you guys heard of Tempest? No. I don't know. I'm weighing it up. I do like the idea of at least having a day in the week where we could do like some other type of content. Explore maybe new RTSs, new releases. The challenge is doing it in a creative way. Like, is just playing a new game the way to go? That's like old school content creation logic. I think people resonate better with challenges. Like, hey, Ninja Gaiden just released. Can we play through Ninja Gaiden Black without taking a single hit? That's crazy. People would turn up for it. Even more so if you just had interactive elements, like things they could trigger to distract you so you get hit. So, pressure coming in. We've been here before with Mahodo. It's a lot of camel archers this time, though. Unfortunately, they no longer get the double damage against gunpowder units. Only against the Janissaries. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised. We're 31 minutes in the game, and no one's been like, shut up, caster, focus on game. Proof that people at least enjoy these conversations, I guess. But like for me, what would be really cool is finding publishers to partner with and then doing launch events with them where we do weird tournaments, right? That would be intriguing. Tricky part is like whether they care if you don't already have, say, you know, like 4,000 plus people watching you. No raw Randys? True, we have got normie Randys, though. Wait, against Camel Archers is a bit bold, though. Can we get Hill and Dale as Hill and Dale? Yo, what's up, Craven? Thank you very much for the 5 subs, mate. Thank you. Appreciate you, buddy. Enjoy those gifted subs, folks. Very invested in a more accessible RTS. Yeah, I don't think there's any other than maybe Battle Aces that's doing it. I mean, you know, Stormgate tried, but has its own issues outside that. Hill and Dale as a Hill and Dale, not Mountain and Dale, please. Right? I kind of like that idea. Just, I mean, yeah, it's. I'm trying to think like if there's a map that really fulfills that. You can't get Prairie when you start on the high ground, but you have a lot less wood. Mod which randomizes all the age landmarks, but everything else related to the race stays the same. That's kind of wild. I don't know how codable that is. Definitely wouldn't be competitively viable, but it would be entertaining. That's another thing, by the way, is like something I think that can hold us back in RTSs is that everything is competitively focused. I'm guilty of it too. We talked about this before. Like, in an ideal world, there's a lot of people interested in watching low-rank free-for-alls and modded content. The reality is AoE4 has been built around this 1v1 and this pro scene, etc. All the biggest creators do pro-related stuff. It's weird because when you look at AoE2, it's not just pro-related stuff. Take T90, for example. If you look at his most popular things, we all know what his most popular video is, right? It's definitely not a competitive game mode. As far as nothing. Mods, baby. Big part of it. Low ranking games, big part of it. Like, you know, this. I think diverse content really helps push it because it's cool to have all these build orders and these pro games watched to aspire to be the best and maybe have a route in your mind of how you achieve it as a spectator. Also must get hella exhausting to try and follow though. Versus just watching a video of AoE4 because you find the thing the players are doing entertaining. Fat Slob, the classic Fat Slob. Corner Boy. Oh, Myriad out of nowhere has somehow recovered his game. The cannons, the hand cannoniers, I mean, it's actually kind of working out for him here. Keep in mind, by the way, that Mahodo has not got trade, so over time, gold is going to become a really big problem for him. But remember, you guys said you love Hill and Dale games, so I figured you'd want to see its conclusion. Yeah, like the perfect example of like people just want to entertain content. You could argue it's because it was big streamers, but the thing I think I referenced on another stream was Robbie's like free-for-all thing that Soda Poppin done with him, where they just had like big streamers playing free-for-alls in Warcraft who had no clue what they were doing. And oh my god, the viewership was insane for good reason. Like they had a big base to build from, but more people turned up because it's just like, what the hell is this? This isn't your god tier world champion playing Warcraft. This is a bunch of plebs who don't know what they're doing. I think that is also like a content arc that in some ways I want to explore a lot deeper. Is, you know, I think I talked about it, is the reason why I like the idea of eventually doing vlogs on the YouTube channel is that you guys see the full picture. You understand the full system. You don't just see the end product. There's a lot of proof that that's a content direction people want. I think genuinely most of us are actually sick of the perfect life scenario, right? We're sick of the Instagram post that just makes it look like your whole life is perfect. Like, I would love to be in a position where we're a big enough stream bringing sponsors that I could go and approach the top 4 AoE4 players, the like top 4, you know, Fortnite players or whatever. Just basically get some weird clowny event where they all play each other's games going together. I think that would bomb. And you know what's valuable about that? It's not just everyone would want to watch. It's then that you get a bunch of people who've never looked at AoE4 before. They go, oh, damn. This game might be for me. That's the type of marketing that's missing. Wait, Myriad, look, okay, shout out to Myriad for being cognizant of the time, because most players are not cognizant of the time. We've started series like half an hour later because someone refuses to GG a very dead game. Oh, shout out to Ahmad on YouTube. You are bad at spectating. Could you show the fights better? No problem, bud. Let me just sort that for you. All right, now you can very clearly see the fighting because we can literally see in the barrels of the Revoltiquins here. Right? It's okay. We're seeing everything that matters right now. These are Myriad's babies. Nothing else is here. Look at that. We're so close. You can literally see the bullets. Saw the bullets. Saw. It's almost like he didn't realize this is a filler game while we wait for the next competitive series. And that's what else you get here, guys. When you give me crap, I flush it back. All right. I think the lads are now drafting, just having a look in the background. Yeah, map draft underway. Others to begin. So we should still have a minute or two. On another note, though, Ahmad, I guess your comment makes sense when you literally have the word mad in your name. Feel free to come and observe for me for free if you really think you can do a better job. Oh my god, Myriad, what a throw! Okay, guys, so we should be getting ready for the next set. Dry Arabia, Rocky River have been picked. So, I think they are currently in the middle of doing the civs. Yep. And it's going to be... Was that Japanese Iobid opening game? Dude, Myriad and his Ayu on Oases. I mean, it did annihilate Numidan 2-0. Not sure if he's really expecting Japan. He had to be. Like, B always picks Japanese on these type of maps. He's obsessed. Then, yeah, I think they're setting up lobby now, so you should be in a sec. You going front page on Thursday? Apparently so. Yeah, so we'll probably be aiming to be live for 1 p.m. CET, because that, to my understanding, is when front page starts getting pushed, and we're meant to have 8 hours. I'm gonna double check to be sure, but that's what I've been told. So what we're trying to schedule is the semi-finals to both happen before. We've confirmed that one of the two are available to start at 15 GMT, so that would be 4 p.m. CET, halfway through our slot. So hopefully we can get some lads available to start 2 hours prior, and then we maybe come live before that and just, I don't know, either watch some pub games or maybe get some players in to do some cheeky little fun show matches. Trying to think what would be fun to watch. I'll have a look through the mod area and see if there's anything intriguing in there. Front page of what? Twitch, mate. You know the thing that Tim done a few weeks back? Tim, big 1K plus viewer streamer, that guy. We were going to do that as well. Oh, you guys like... Do you enjoy the zoom in on Randy? I feel like we really captured his essence there. We clearly annoyed the guy. He hasn't responded. He's left. Also, by the way, like really, sometimes it's worth thinking about how you give feedback to people. You are bad at blah, blah, blah. Can you please do this? It's like, hey, I'm gonna give you a free lesson on how to talk to human beings. Because, like, you wouldn't talk like that in front of me. You wouldn't talk like that in front of anyone. Because if you did, your mum and dad was anywhere near you, they'd slap you around the cheeks and tell you to get some manners. Here's how you do it. You go, hey, appreciate the talk, but can we maybe look at the fight? I feel like we're missing a lot of action. Wow. Doesn't that seem a lot less confrontational and more likely to get a positive response instead of me trolling you and zooming all the way in on a teensy tiny cannon? But what do I know about manners? It's not like British people are overly obsessed with them, right? All right. Looks like we're already ready to get in game. They didn't put much of a delay on there. Interesting. Oh, crap. Yeah, Steve, you know what? Dude, you take over. I'm not going to talk. You do the casting. We're going to hear you all the way from a different country. That's how Twitch chat talks? Yeah, but this was YouTube chat. You mean they're just the same people? I've been lied to my whole life? All right, let's update title as well. It's live now with B versus Myriad. Maybe a show match between Beast and ML before the grand finals. Yeah, someone tells me I'm not willing to offer them $300 for a best of 5. Maybe even more. It's call me crazy. But like I don't really have BC / Marine Lord levels of wipe your ass with cash money. So yeah, probably not. Chat is full of bots without feelings. Well, that's not true. Bots clearly have feelings. Have you not seen the robot girlfriends these days? Ladies and gents, welcome back to the channel. It's time to witness the Giant Slayer. Myriad, who has managed to take out Numenor this week, Dumu last week, is going up against the former reigning champion. So, former champion. It's B, midweek muster number 12. Anathan and Kiljadi already booked into the other semifinals. Winner of this goes up against Cat. B, he loves his Japanese, man. I feel like this is his most picked Civ in these weeklies. Always going for it on these new maps. It's an interesting concept when you think about it that way. Why does B value the Japanese so highly? Does he think it's an S-tier Civ? I don't think so. What I think B believes is that when you take to a new environment where every mutation is not explored, Japanese success rate is higher. And I can kind of see the logic. It's the same thing as why French can feel OP if you're unfamiliar with the environment, right? English longbow rushes at first were OP. These moves that make aggressive motions feel OP because people haven't figured out how to defend against them yet. See what Myriad can do to defend with them. Considering it's House of Wisdom into Dervish last time we saw him here, I'm wondering if we're going to be getting it again. He's definitely not going advancement. Do you just go growth here against Japan? So last time we saw him on this map, it was against French. Dervish made a lot of sense. If he wants to do the fast castle, Dervish could still be... And there it is. Yeah. This is pretty ridiculous, guys. Remember, this is just basically feudal age healing, which is very rare. Healing is also substantially more valuable early in the game than late in the game. Because early in the game, you have very limited units, right? So when one gets injured, being able to kiss the BB is better. Like, the percentile value of your entire army still existing is huge. Mid-game, late game is kind of bonkers too. When you're pop block, just keeping those units alive means your opponent has to replace an army. You just have them keep pushing. In general, I'd say healing is very good at all stages of the game, but what we've been learning again with the Dervish build, what we forgot about when we used to have the Delhi herbal medicine build in Feudal Age, feudal healing is crazy and can truly just easily win you a game. And B, fishing is also crazy OP. We have got the multi-pond strategy. We've seen him do this before. Honestly, I think B, on average, when you give him ponds, adds in more fishing than any other player. Do you guys remember the way that him and Anna would play Frisian Marshes, where it would just be like 4 or 5 docks in the teensy tiny ponds? And what is up? So Hussein is taking the record for this stream, 60 watch streak. I think the collective record may have been up at 80 or 85. In fact, I do see 030 in the chat. He missed the stream. How dare he? I think he was the one who got like 80 to 90. You guys could be watching live too if you're not watching these videos later, by the way. Every Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. 3 boats in a puddle. I've actually seen him go up to 6 before, which is kind of crazy to say out loud. Yeah, second dock actually hasn't added in the fishing yet. He's rushing the coca. Dervish is about to complete. Play here should be to get the first camel out. Typically, this build works best when you have Dervish plus the Desert Raider. And then you can just poke away at the Shinobi. On 102? Wait, but you mean that's your record, right? Because you skipped a stream, I think. Remember you saying you missed one. This is serious business, guys. Like, the watch streak is critical. We're going to go so deep into the watch streaks. One of these days, like, someone is going to book a ticket. They're going to basically find out where 030 lives, book a ticket, fly there, and cut his Ethernet cable. And I don't know if he's got Amazon same-day shipping. He might just lose it because of that. All right, so B, we do have the fishing boats coming out. This is going to allow him to go for a very healthy pump of Shinobi. We've seen him go upwards of 8 before. Not the worst idea here. Your opponent is building an outpost, going to make it a little bit harder. But if you get enough Shinobi, you can just sabotage, burn your way through. A little bit tricky in particular against Abba Ayu because they do have the fire armor, though. You have to travel for work? Dude, why not just get that super, super stupidly expensive, fancy flying Wi-Fi, you know, when you're in the plane? I won't pay for it, but it's an option. Shinobi, yeah, gets the bad news. You're going to need quite a few to kill off the dervish. If you want to instantly kill the dervish, you're going to need to have 6. And if their timing is slightly staggered, the AoE heal will save him. Yeah, like Fablab, man. I mean, like, dude, you've got roaming data. Screw the chances that the plane is going to crash. It's critical that you watch the stream. Take those risks, baby. And no, dervishes are not labeled as melee. That's why it takes 6 hits. Melee tag would mean it would only take 5. For them to be labeled as melee, they'd actually have to hit something. It's kind of funny. I wish they'd done 1 damage. I don't know why I'm offering the buffs, but like, think about it, guys. They have this giant staff. Why don't they clunk people over the head? Clunk. Oh. Yeah. So we've got the annoyance coming in here. Over time, this is adding up. B, he is switching to horseman, though. And whoa, will you look at that? What a balanced landmark. Come on. Whoops! Oh, Myriad! Okay, last time, he lost both the dervishes due to miss micro and still won the game. It could happen again, folks. Look at his resources. Myriad is winning the race. B is stuck in feudal. They took the Hippocratic Oath. Yeah, judging by the words he just used and the language he used, I have a feeling that he doesn't know what Hippocratic is. They aren't Greek, sir. I'm pretty sure he just said, die, Christian scum. It's an understandable confusion. Remember, Japan, like, they were late to know the rest of the world. So he's going to be able to just jump back here. We do have Growth Wing on the way. So pretty much what we would expect. I don't know, man. This is a lot of horsemen and not much found for it. He should be able to chase down the initial dervish play, but it's going to be hard. How do you guys gamble, by the way? 76% for B. It does look like an unstoppable force when he gets this Civ, right? I think B on average has been the best performing Japanese picker in the entire KPMM historically. At this stage, I am more than confident in just calling Japanese B's signature pick, right? Same way that you think of Lucifron for French, you know, you think of Beastie for HRE, at least in the past. I think for B is Japanese. Do already have the dervishes shuffling out, so looking to snatch some relics. Dogs are going to scout him, though. Yeah, so he could actually just block this return. And in fact, he's already marching over. Oh, he might find both of them. It's so hard. If you Shunshin, though, get the stabs. It's going to be tight. But... Oh! No. Wait, no, he got... The dervish was out! Myriad just committed camicide. There was no way the horseman would be able to catch him quick enough, but the Desert Raider with a body block actually killed his dervish. Still got one more to play with, right? But he knows where that one is, and the moment it picks up a relic, it's going to be vulnerable. So tech up complete, but look at B's macro. He's not actually that far behind. You have to remember, yes, it looked slow, but this is a guy who's actually now sitting on 4 separate ponds with fishing. Horseman. Cheeky get here, B. Getting a lot of worth right now. In fact, Myriad, pretty ballsy to hang around. Remember, the Dervish isn't here to provide the chain healing. There's another sabotage opportunity soon. Shinshin is going to come in. Right now, the arrow fire isn't targeting the Shinobi. First Lancers have arrived, so that's the signal for B to leave. He's got the gold needed now. Floating gate on the way. Wait, what? Not a Buddhist monk build from B? This isn't the right guy. We've tuned into a different game. Gotta be careful here, by the way. You can actually lose to the Shinobi if you focus fire the Horseman. In fact, you see how low the Camel Lancers get there. Shinshin is available. Oh, he clicks the wrong one. He actually cancelled it. He didn't get either. What this has at least done is pin Mirror in his base. He does have one relic on the way home, though. It's kind of interesting that B didn't try to contest this. I think it's quite feasible he would have been able to get the kill. But what he has got is a lot of space here, right? His tech is on the way. Daimyo's coming into. That's going to allow him to play straight away into Katana Bannerman's speed. Yeah, you saw that correctly. He just got hardened tech. This is a very different build. I mean, do you lance a spear or do you just go raw racks? An interesting one. Shinshin. Nice micro there. B. It was natural another one now. Will cost him the Shinobi, but that's 100 resources to take out 240. Worthwhile. Now for the 250 pump. Mount Samurai on the way. As are the Spearmen. Yeah, so he is just going to go for that Spear plus Knight build, right? Makes sense because Miria's next step should be Archers. The Relic race is definitely being won by Myriad, though. Second Relic now coming in. The final 3 are north side, all located in kind of the same area. The problem is B doesn't have the speed to push out with here. No. Even Bannerman in. Now, you might be wondering, why does he go Uma over Katana? It kind of makes sense, actually. If you go Uma Bannerman, you offset the Lancer unease, right? Because unease is 20% minus, but Bannerman is 15% plus, right? So you barely lose any damage at all. Like at that stage, statistically, you're actually favored because Lancers have less HP, and the initial charge, like theirs does no damage and yours does damage, right? One thing that is going to be a little bit tricky here. Are you guys noticing the weakness of B's build? Because there is a giant gaping hole in the plan here that he hasn't thought about. Your opponent... And wait, oh. Oops. So this is one gaping issue. The other even bigger problem here, guys. How do you kill AoE heal? That's actually a substantial problem. He doesn't have anything that can snipe the dervishes. So if Myriad just bulks and goes in with the dervishes, that's a lot of spread heal in a fight. B doesn't have any AoE heal to offer either. Yeah, this is something that I think just kind of can make this matchup even better for IU than it used to be. It's like, with the switch in the crossbow meta feeling more mandatory and, you know, Japanese's ability to immediately end the game in Castle Age feeling lackluster as people have adjusted their builds. You don't have a solid mid Castle Age from a balanced game as Japanese. Your options are way too limited. Situationally, you can get away with Yumi sometimes. This is just not feeling like that situation. Do we have the floating gate usage? We do. So there we go. Stable Rax production really has been lackluster for him. It's kind of crazy if you think about how these fights have been going. If he had that production, very different looking game, I think, with these fights. We've got some Night Raids coming in. We'll find a bit of chip damage here. B is ahead by 4 villages currently. Imagine, like, B is one of those guys that does like to use the Yorishiro drop in the TC. It's viable with the third one here. The other way we've seen B go historically is double Yorishiro into the farmhouses, right? To generate food. That usually happens with either the third or fourth, or the second or third. In this game, it's not a bad idea. Remember, his food sources are limited, right? Shoreline doesn't last forever. And because he went Coca, he doesn't have that Kuro transition into farms. And no, Myriad didn't kill 8 villagers. It's just the fishing. B always deletes them. Like, B doesn't even keep them for a moment for scouting. He just gets rid of them. Camelot's account kind of getting scary. B is going to be switching into the Onimusha. Nice for the Uma Bannerman logic, right? You can only have one Bannerman now. So by being heavy into Musha plus Samurai, you're buffing 2/3 of your army. Yorishiro drop. Where did he put it? Oh, okay, yeah, he's gonna be in arch range. Wait, what? You can just leave that the parcel at the door. Thanks. But it needs a signature. Okay, fine. So it looks like the fishing's starting to get blocked out here. And B, he knows he can't directly contest the army right now. He's gonna look to cut reinforcements and raid the base. Smart choice. Smart samurai. All the kings are raiding here. Myriad, I don't think he's gonna try to mirror. No, he's not gonna head across to B's base. He's gonna defend. Good move actually for B, right? Just get some free damage done here. Idle eco. Might even find a few workers if Miro's slow. Be quick enough though. There is some risk being taken, by the way. We do have pocket gathering in the north side. B is actually shuffling that way. Wait, guys. We have a bait. This is cute. The problem is your dock's on the wrong side. Like, for this play to work, it needs to be on the east side. But yeah, man, what a cool fishing boat. So they gather the fish and then they cook it on the boat? That's so advanced. Wow. Myriad should come in for a closer look. Meanwhile, Lancers getting a bit ambitious here. And looks like the Mount Samurai are not going to catch the villagers, so good pull away there. Good micro as well. B basically gets all the attention on a single Uma. Guarantees that the Knights can spend more time hunting. Second wave is coming in, by the way. Keep in mind, Myriad, he didn't go pretty hard on the crossbows, right? So spears aren't just going to evaporate. Still, is this the fight that B wants? I mean, that's definitely one of the fights he wants. He's got Onimusha, right? Like, your goal here is to split the Camel Lancers and just pick them off one by one. This is online formation. It's going to use the Camel Lancers. Sticking in the fight, but I don't think that was worth it. You killed, like, what? 6 spearmen, lost 4 Lancers, and almost lost 7. If he just turns around again, B gets another 3. Goes in for the stab. That's 2 more dead. This is a lot of Lancer losses right now. And now the backstab's coming through. The Mad Samurai are going to go for the dive. Second wave coming through. B from both angles. Crossbows need to get out of here. Myriad, I think he knows it's a lost cause. So just basically get the space to make sure you can cut away from this. Upside is your opponent. He's got heavy cav diving into mass crossbows. In theory, good. But we're seeing a few horsemen now starting to get laid in by B. Great micro. Love that from Myriad. He leaves the archers behind. Gets more wiggle room for the crossbows to keep retreating. Now Samurai count is getting a little bit low, but this doesn't feel like a great trade for Myriad. The crossbows are incredibly fragile, right? On top of that, we do have B with a horseman transition, so realistically, Myriad switching his spears could save him here. It's not like B has a great answer. Onimusha takes a long time to get the kills. For the time being, they're getting enough kills. Myriad's kind of hemorrhaging right now. I mean, the food income should be capable of competing, but it's limited, right? We've got shoreline fish here now running out. He couldn't go north side again. I think Myriad's about to be out of food. At a point where he really can't afford to be. Meanwhile, remember, B, he's got full map control now. He's out in the berries. He's taking the risks. This is the type of play that can win you a game. Village is not even moving away. Myriad's slowing the reactions there. Eco state. It's a 6th eco lead right now for Myriad. And okay, we do have some farms coming in. So some longevity is being secured there. It's going to leave him weaker for the time being, though. Remember, B, his army not really designed to dive into the base, so he's got to back away. He hasn't solved his own farming issue. We've only got the first farms coming through now. It is, however, Daimyo level 2, so quite a lot of food in his pocket. Okay, all things considered, Myriad has stabilized the problem, right? It looked like he was about to die due to lack of farms, but he's got a lot coming through. He's actually looking a lot better off than B. It's 23 farms to 5. By the way, I'm just going to say I actually like these tiny cliffs. We've had some sick jukes so far because of them. Kind of makes me want a map that's loads of little corridors, you know? Almost like a grid. The only problem, the reason why that map wouldn't work fundamentally is people would just wall it, right? Which is sad, because the idea is pretty cool for the juking. Decap attempt over here. Oh, you may not kill him quickly, but we have a problem here. There's an interesting little, shall we say, mechanic with Sacred Sites. Basically, if you decap, recap, decap, the timer resumes. Yeah, so he will be getting the end. We've actually seen a pro player lose a game because of that. You guys might remember, I think it's Voldemar versus Elyona where that happened. Pretty disastrous outcome. Everyone has to play Mongols and the Seeker's Magadai, right? Like, I really wish we had more mods like that. Just hide and seek type things, right? As I think so many people are focused on, like, let's give you loads of resource mods, or let's, like, change this slight thing. Like, shout out to the person who worked on it. They were like, hey, I've changed TC so they don't fire arrows. I was like, that's cool, but, like, you know what? Go for something crazy. When you go small, people actually don't care. They want wild. And this is a wild fight. Look at this. B. It's all the single ladies. Bugisha, Musha, maybe just a few horsemen in there. He's going to flood over him. Myriad, that's all crossbows down. Handful of guns left over, but the Onimusha can counter that as well. What a timing attack here by B. Myriad, for a moment, this looked good, right? With the farms, it looked like he stabilized. But B has shown you how farms can be a negative. Playing limited resources gives him that second vomit of troops to get game 1. Who needs a relic, man? Ugh, overrated. I mean, impressive effort from Myriad. I think we can all agree, right? I think that was a lot closer than most people would have expected in the end. But yes, B taking the opening game. Japanese versus Ayu. B ISP held through the EDC tournament qualifiers? Wait, what do you mean? What? I mean, he qualified for the main event. Oh, do you mean in that series? Yeah, I still didn't watch that series. So, that's the first game done. But there's still hope for the Myriad fans, right? He has an opportunity to strike back here. B's draft is a bit funky, right? Is Abba relevant in any of these matchups? The classic one is meant to be Malians, but Pro Scouts can make it a bit weirder. And we do have 2 Pro Scouts maps. B's lightly thinking Roost game 2. Myriad's probably thinking Delhi. I think Delhi's probably his strongest pick here. You could theoretically go for Malians, though. I think considering that there's Roost... We've seen a lot of players struggling to beat Roost with Delhi. I think the most reliable one has been B, just annihilating Roost with his timing. with that in mind, Myriad might be a bit paranoid about picking Delhi, instead just go Malians. Abba can be alright versus Biz too. Yeah, because like they're not a pro scouting civ, right? Problem is, like, you can't play Camel Archers to defend yourself because they can go Javelins. I think that makes you a bit weak there. Not impossible to play, but like it's not as if it's, hey, this is favorable and great for us. Okay, so it is going to be Malians versus Rus. Myriad, he took the bait. He pulled away from the Delhi, right? I mean, B just seems to be the only player who actually wants to play that willingly. We're going to run a 1.5 ads. Oh, okay. Well, we might end up 30 seconds in the game, but that's fine. It's a tiny window. A teensy tiny window. And I'll set up predictions for you guys. We're trying to figure out the availability. So, like, after this, Choom should rapid fire talk with B or Myriad on what their availability is with Cat. And then we should have an answer on whether it's like going to be a longer stream because we'll have semi-finals, or if it's going to be very KPMM focused stream on Thursday. BC vouchers for Vortex and B lost 3-2 versus Vortex. The first go round. The last game was Vortex B versus Malians. B. Vortex 8 puppy. Suggesting that B would have been a real threat. Yeah, I think it's like playstyles matter though, right? B's very good at the catch you off guard styles, right? But then adaptation does come in, which is a fair point that was made about him between the group stage and afterwards. Same with Puppy Paw, actually. I think that's something the Vortex said. How often do you see barracks opening from roofs? Not in this game. No, we have double hunting cabin. It's an interesting idea against Malians, right? Because we do have a matchup that I think can be decent for Myriad. He was clearly anticipating the roost in game number 2 from B. Did have the Delhi, but didn't want to go that way. We've seen a few players that are willing to play into the Delhi. Most notably would be B when he plays Delhi against Roos. But for most players, I feel like that matchup has been a win for Roos. So Myriad avoids it. He goes to the Malians. Interesting time for Malians, actually. See if they can contest Pro Scouts, and that gives a lot of options. For Rimba is a big deal. It also means that Roos struggles with the Horse Archer rush build because, of course, your opponent can go into the Javelins. One thing to keep in mind here, very important that Myriad keeps the door open for Rimba. And the reason is simple. You will have Javelins to contest Horse Archers easy peasy. Where you can get killed here is Mass Men-at-Arms Flood from Fast Castle Roos. If you have got Pro Scouts play and you get a decent amount of deal yourself as Malians, the counterplay is Mansa Musafadi. Insanely tanky in fights against Men-at-Arms. We have to look at the opening, which is expected to be double Pro Scouts. Looking at the split, I think this could work a bit better for Myriad, right? No, he got a tight enough spawn. And B has gone for the triple scout opener. So should end up with the majority of sheep. In fact, he has already cut off the route that Myriad was going. And yeah, he's trying to hide, but he can't. He just got glimpsed there, right? So he's going to reveal himself. B, love this. Golf clappers, man. I think there's a lot of players that are sleeping on this right now. The deer shove-in is a big deal. In a Pro Scouts race, the deer shove-in is critical because it allows you to be optimal on the second deer wave, which means you can contest the third. That means in a mid situation, you get 2.5 deer stacks. In a good situation, you get 3. Now watch what B does as a follow-up. Myriad is still scanning his corner, but everything's now already been taken. It's a waste of effort. What B's going to do is walk over to these deer, and you're likely going to see him start shoving them in. Sheep count, in the end, is probably going to be about 14. I think there's 2 or 3 sheep left near B's base. In fact, we heard the ring of the bell. Myriad has only 9 sheep. Remember when people thought Malians didn't care about that because of cow? I think it's because the build's changed, right? Like, the cow time was, oh, we're going to play a long feudal. I'm going to build a lot of donzos and javelins, and I'm going to laugh because although it's kind of expensive to have to eat the cow, I'm building a unit comp that will beat yours, but will also scale into castle. Now, with castle coming in so quickly, that scalability option doesn't exist, right? You can't blob quick enough because the objectives, the win conditions change the moment castle gets rushed. It's now not about me building this very healthy army long. It's now, oh, there are relics on the map, there are sacred sites, and these are all things that you'll do that will force me out of my base. So yeah, Malian dynamics changed a lot with these Pro Scouts Castle Rush builds. And B, well, this is different. Okay, what? B isn't going for the deer shove-in that we expected. No, instead, he's going to queue up Pro Scouts and take the deer away from his opponent. And he's trying to force Myriad to build a Rax. That's what this pressure is about, right? It's like, build a Rax to block me picking these deer, build a Rax to stop me hitting your pit mine. It's creative. I can kind of see where it's coming from, right? Like, you kind of get the double whammy. We mentioned the whole idea of, like, saving your deer first and shoving in. I think from B's POV, specifically because it's Malians, instead of going for his own deer shove-in, he's doing this because Malians is an anti-Pro Scout sim. What do I mean by that? It's similar to HRE. The logic on what you do here is you typically open stables and you don't rush Pro Scouts, guys. You typically, like, look to get the scouts queued up. The reason is that with this little tech here, your warrior scouts will destroy enemy scouts. You're a Pro Scouts denier. Similar to HRE, actually. Like, you know, Zhuji, Chinese Roost, they are Pro Scouting civs. Malians HRE are Pro Scout deniers. They benefit a lot from building units to contest you. So, first scout coming out. Whoa, boy, whoa. Wait, what was... Did he accidentally cancel the attack? Looked like it. Kind of getting ahead of himself. Even the warrior scout upgrade, it's still triple scout. Pro Scouts isn't in yet, though. I don't know if the timing's right. He does have Spearman on the way, though. He took the bait. So once again, like any other civ would consider the spears here, right? But because warrior scouts are king, you go warrior scouts. And now spears are here to block your safe deer. Donzo reaction's coming in, but it's going to be delayed. B already has 4 spearmen. Pro Scouts completing in just 15 seconds. That's kind of crazy. He did delay his Pro Scout timing by going for the racks, but it can be worthwhile here. You do need to be a little bit careful. With good micro, warrior scouts can still destroy you. And we just saw a game on Hill and Dale where Myriad had been practicing that micro, always peeling knights injured away. They're definitely capable of it. In fact, Myriad, if I remember correctly, has a fairly high APM. He is one of those players that likes to cycle through, so he's one of those people that will be switch, like all the time over here, like this. Like he'd be going, oh god, I can't even do it because I'm selecting. So it's actually very hard to do this with the way it auto-selects, but like he's this type of person that will be doing that all the time. The reason that's important is in the moment where you actually need high micro, you're warmed up. That's meant to have always been the logic for StarCraft players on why they do it. You may not always need 300 APM, but being constantly at 300 APM becomes in damn handy when you actually need to push 350. So, Myriad heads out to the left side, has got the deer on the way home. East side, as expected, has been denied. Pit mine is going to need another repair. B, he did snatch away 4 of the deer, and he's got more scouts on the way. Spearman already here to guard against the warrior scout. Oh, that is not going to work out for you. So, denial on the scout. This is looking like 2.5 deer stacks. Maybe 2.6 to 7. That APM spamming is a lol. Yeah, it's also, like, remember what I was saying earlier about things we need to do to be more inviting to casuals? From a content creator POV, currently RTSs are very much dominated by pro-level players being watched, right? Bit of a weird thing. I think if RTS went more mainstream again, actually, like, I don't think the pro POVs would be the dominant party. It's way too hard for a casual to follow, right? The same reason, like, you know, like Dota 2 and League of Legends don't use player perspectives. They use a controlled observer in the sky. For very good reason. Same reason a lot of people are polarized watching Overwatch compared to just watching, you know, one player's perspective of Overwatch. In a lot of ways, RTSs are that to an extreme. Because although you have this gravity, like this angle that remains constant, right? When you switch the map POV too often, no one knows where the hell they are. The player does, but a lot of viewers rather don't. I think Pro POV is good when casted. Depends on the player. I think I mentioned this before. Like, Crackly is a pristine example of, like, a good player to watch. He's decent enough at the game. He may not be the champ, like Marine or Beastie, but, like, for a casual, you can kind of, like, watch his camera and not feel like you're going to get motion sickness. Right? I called him a grandpa gamer, and I meant it in a complimentary way. It's actually a good thing. Spear spam is kind of bogging me right down. He's lost the race, right? High Trade House is on the way. It's 2.5 deer stacks for B. What's he going to do next, though? Is this going to be the classic men arm spam? Because if it is, Farimba is a very viable option here for Myriad. Remember when I just got Conk and I watched BC and I had no clue what was going on because he switched so fast from here and there? Exactly, right? And like, this is just after you got Conk. It's still polarizing, right? There's just too much going on. It's like you think it would be more engaging in a day and age where we all have attention spans of like goldfish. And what I mean by that is there's so many shiny things that can attract our attention. We ain't got time for the thing that takes too long, right? There's just too many things to look at in the world. But like for real, weirdly enough, we'd rather still have the calm motion. Man, Spear Spam is just beating Myriad right now and he intercepts with the scouts. Wait, is this going to be free deer stacks? It actually might well be. Body block is good there for Myriad. Needs to drag it home. Okay, so he does get this one in. There's still 2 deer over here, though. So this is almost 3 deer stacks for Bruce. Myriad doesn't have the economy for Farimba. If he does Farimba now, he's going to be burning gold. And yeah, Dimmu is very good at responding to chat when they ask questions, etc. Agreed. That does help. But also, even for Dimmu, it's high APM, right? The man does move around quite a bit. I think he's less of an extreme. There are some communities where it's really accepted, like StarCraft is the obvious one, right? Like, people are so used to, like, 400 APM and they marvel at it. But kind of like having an APM tracker on a screen, like for Dota 2 done it for a while, for example, they took it away because it's almost kind of comedically gimmicky. Gimmicky might be the wrong word. It's relevant in RTSs, but you get what I mean, right? It's like, wow, that's incredible. The first time you see it is incredible, but then as you watch it more and more, you're like, it loses its magic. Jimmy just thinks out loud, which is very good for a content creator. I mean, look at us, right? We're casting a game and we're literally having, like, random conversations. You might think this is bad, but, like, from a content creation perspective, it's good. When there's enough going on in the cast and I have someone else in line, we're focusing on the game. But even then, man, like, dude, we've been on cast before and we just go down wild avenues. I think that's actually good. Because if there's not enough going on in the moment that you need to focus on the game, you're providing additional content to fill the gaps, shall we say. Like, right now, what is happening? B took a big fight. Myriad is in recovery mode. He can't fight right now. He has to wait for more. He's got a ridiculous amount of cows. And the problem now is B has full map control for relics, right? Myriad is still age 2. He doesn't have a comp to get out of the base. He doesn't have the gold. This game is very much now against Myriad. He's failed to block any key win conditions for Roos. He was not able to block the Pro Scouts players and anti-Pro Scouting Civ. He was not able to slow the tech up. He was not able to stop the play now into horse archers either, and he definitely isn't able to stop the relics. And by the way, it's going to be a lot of passive gold. He's going to end up with probably at least 320 passive gold, because it should be 4 relics, if not more. And he's getting 145 gold out the high trade house too. And yeah, I mean, Sogden hits it on the head, right? There are some games where there is enough permutations you could argue that you can talk about for days. Like, I always talk about Dota 2 because I have a lot of experience with that historically. Dota 2's permutations were wild and so many things were happening at any given time. You theoretically could remain the most, like, calibrated caster, but that would still get monotonous over time. For AoE 4, we've had plenty of cases where in one day, we literally have the same things to analyze. So I guess also for my own sanity, it's quite nice to be able to just talk about different things. hopefully people enjoy it. So what's the play out now for Myriad? I mean, it has to be Fulani. It's a long play. The problem is B. I don't want to say this is Imperial macro. Imperial before farms is kind of wild. He will reinvest. Casters who can entertain talk about a lot of stuff that are one successful. Yeah, I think one thing that doesn't get highlighted enough, though, is to be really successful as a caster, I think you also need casters you can synergize with. And I mean, one thing I've always prized myself on is just being able to work with anyone. But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about finding the people that you can work with and you could dance off of in an incredible way. I've said this before, like, Tasteless and Artosis independently as casters are good casters, right? I think what makes them world tier is the way they work together. That transcends it all. Right? Like, just close your eyes and think about it. All the Tasteless Artosis best moments, did they happen because of the single caster's call out, or was it the way they riffed off of each other? It's interesting when you think about casting that way. So, Fulani on the way for Myriad. B's still holding half of what you need to go Imperial here. He's just going for the Spearman blob. It has been scoured though, so the archers will contest this. We've seen B just roll a game over like this before. If you guys remember, actually, in the earlier round, when he was up against Mahodo, this is how he ended game 2. Just blobbed a crap ton of spears in Castle Age and rushed the enemy base. Jiggly beat Beastie on the ladder again. Woohoo! 5% win rate, baby. Hey, we take the wins when we get them. Take up the plate. Wait, he... Does he know? That would have been one hell of a guess. Instead, he goes after the workers. They're just going to try to get out of here, but those are horse archers. There's no escaping that. I mean, Fulani is complete. Myriad does have a big eco booster, but with 5 relics, 3 Sacricides, a high trade house, B ain't weak either, and he has a mass spearman, which is the counter to the javelin play. It's only 10 archers deep. That's not enough right now. Chases on in. You have to stand your ground here. If you run away, it's going to be ranches down, and that Saint's Blessing is doing so much work. The +2 damage, the +1 armor. It's making a difference here. B, he's now just going to peel away the horse archers. The javelins give chase, but that puts them out of position. Bend over a barrel and being spanked until he yells puppy. That's how it feels right now. B is taking no prisoners in this series. What looked like an admirable attempt in game number 1 turns into a futile existence in game 2. That means B will get the all-too repeating day of a best-of-5 showdown up against his teammate Cat. A matchup that we have to know has consistently gone the distance. Every time those two clash ends up going all the way to 5 games, and we might get treated to it once again in midweek muster. Oi, oi, oi. GG's, Myriad. An admirable effort, sir. Unfortunately, not good enough to slay the beast. As soon as I realized I forgot Steeled Arrow, I knew it was over. Oof. Yeah, that kind of makes it curtains. I mean, dude, I think he is very creative with that Spearman rush, man. We were talking about how, like, your Civ is meant to be the Pro Scout's Denier, right? But he kind of basically flipped it on you and played Pro Scout Denier instead. Was it with the 3D clan and mid-tournament scrims, like practice outside of tournaments, not during? Right? Right? I don't know, man. Like, I'm just going to punt it out there. Maybe playing the midweek musters is a really good form of practice and worth doing. I think it is useful, yeah. Just treat it like scrimming. Spearman Rush was smart. Yeah. Dude, he's really, like, he done it against Mahodo in a different kind of formatting. I think it was Roos there as well against HRE. And he just flooded the base with spears. It was ridiculous. What's up, Eisman? Thank you very much for the raid, mate. Hope you had a good stream. Thank you. Welcome, one and all. So what we're figuring out now... Set complete. Let me know if they're available. Earlier. So we're finding out whether we're going to have both semi-finals on Thursday or if we're going to have one now. Because presumably Cat's around. He's usually around at this point in the day. Or would be around in like a few minutes. So we'll figure that out. And then we'll decide what to do. But let me update the bracket. So guys, if you're just tuning in, we are getting deep in. We now know it's going to be B versus Cat and Anathan versus Killjadi. That's stacked for the semifinals. That's what we like to see, man. Reminder, by the way, we still have additional midweek musters open to sign up, and I recommend doing so. This week, we actually had 28 out of 32, so there is room for more. It's great practice, whether you're an upcoming player and existing. I always recommend signing up for these. Worst case scenario, we have too many people and you don't make the cut, but all you had to do is quickly just click sign up. It's pretty easy to do. Definitely worth the effort. And who knows, maybe you could be the myriad of KPMM 13. He keeps finding a way of taking down one of these favored players. 100% sign up to the midweek muster if you didn't have to work all the time, right? Yeah, I love that Hussein keeps coming back. Like I said, like he treats it for what it should be, right? It's a way of improving. You're getting a lot of valuable experience you wouldn't otherwise. Japan Eco and Oasis with the Pons is next level? Yeah. Did you notice what he done on one of the Pons with the demo ship? It was quite smart, but he did make one mistake. The play makes a lot more sense if his docks are towards his base and away from yours. Because then you have to run past the fish to get to the dock, right? Which means you're more likely to get demoed. Yeah, he does it so much, actually. Whenever there's any sort of map that has that type of fishing, it doesn't matter. Like, sometimes Japan, sometimes other civs, right? So we've seen it with, if you remember, we used to do it with Abo and Frisian, which is pretty wild as well. Some damn creative builds out of the lad. Finally part of the subscriber count? Hell yeah, Elderif. That's tasteful investment, man. Always recommend people subscribe. Like, we're live over 100 hours a month. So definitely worth it to avoid the pesky ads. And, you know, it helps us make a living. If you guys do want other ways to help out, there is a coffee link down below. I think !coffee also works. That link is for contributing to prize pools. The Patreon is a way that you can support me directly. I still want to hear what you guys want from Patreon. I'm kind of like scratching my brain on what would work with the content we create that would get you guys invested. But Discord, you can drop your suggestions there. And there's also the donation link as well. 6 months in? Dude, that's smart. I mean, it makes sense. We have an esports circuit that's running through to June. So, clever lad. Figured the iBid timing might work. Maybe I was too late on Siege, or maybe the food is too much. I think you definitely slipped up a little bit on the opening with the Desert Raiders, right? Like, there was maybe more damage that could be done, but you kind of missed microed in range. That definitely hurt your timing a little bit. But the bigger deal on that one, I don't feel like you raided enough. Right? It's almost like you freaked out that he was going to dive you, but your Camel Lancers didn't get much opportunity to attack, right? Like, if you look back in that game in hindsight, it's kind of like, man, it kind of makes you wish you just had Gulam crossbows instead, which is affordable instead of Camel Lancer Archer, right? And then you have like maybe 1 or 2 camels just for the unease. It's one of those weird things, like when you have Cav just to be defensive, it never feels good. Also, like if you have something like Gulams instead, you have a lot more blob to take out docks, right? Guys, the Ahmad guy on YouTube that had a problem with us did respond. Are you guys ready for his very deeply detailed response after his complaints? You ready? You ready? Silly. I guess we are a bit silly, but, you know, that makes life all that much funner, mate. So thanks. Okay, do we have a response for it? What I'm going to do while we wait to see if we are going to be getting another series, because Chim should be chasing them, we can watch a ladder game. think B is just lingering there. Hey, look at that legend. What is up to Santiago? Thank you very much for the 10 gifted subs. This guy just keeps turning up. Keeps leveling up, man. 100 gifted subs to the channel now, mate. I appreciate the support. You're incredible. Thank you very much for that, buddy. I don't know if that's the most gifted subs now. It might be. Did pretty bloody well. What we can do is we can watch a BC game on the ladder while we wait to see if we've got more series coming up, okay? Finally, the full 100. Awesome. Thank you, mate. Definitely appreciate it. So, I won't fully change the title. I mean, we'll speed up because I think they're like 2 or 3 minutes in the game. But we're basically going to be watching this one while I wait to hear back from Tume on the availability of the players for semi-finals, so that we have the answer of whether it's happening today or not. Okay, so Roos versus Ayu. I mean, Ayu do have some solutions here, right? Like the Desert Raiders, in theory, can poke, but I'm trying to think whether you can actually stop Roos from just going Horse Archers. Right, we are live. We've got Pro Scouts. He done the advancement wing build. Yeah, I think this is the way that you maybe have to play against Roos, especially on a map like Himiyama. This matchup's really weird. Yeah, it feels weird, right? Because you want to say, oh yeah, Desert Raiders, Camelonese, counter all, but Desert Raiders are so flimsy that like, Horse Archers can still work against you. You can eventually get the Camel Lancers, and I mean, in theory, Camel Lancers are really good against Horse Archers because they try to kite you and they get hit harder. Because remember, Camel Lancers basically go at nitro speed when they charge. So that should feel good. But it's... No, I think you can just Camel Lancer spam here, no? It only gets tricky if Beastie goes for a Men-at-Arms spam. I think that the weird part right now against Roos is because Pro Scouts is very efficient for them. They get too many options, right? Like, if they only had Horse Archers, you're screwed. But because they have access to the Men-at-Arms spam / the Spearman spam, that can ruin a lot of Ayu's plans. It's like maybe you open 2 Desert Raiders just to poke and then slow down the Pro Scouts play. Yep, there you go. He's queuing them up. And then you follow up with Fast Castle Camel Lancer afterwards. Yeah, I think Mahodo's logic behind this makes sense. BC's just kind of unraveling the plan a little bit, though. Like, I love this shove-in. This is so good to do. We've been seeing more and more players starting to adopt it again. Not just Beastie, right? Like, I think, you know, the first ones to really get it back into the motion was B, I think was the most frequent when we switched Pro Scouts. Cat as well. It's funny because towards the end of the year, before Pro Scouts really came in, it was Puppy Paw and Wham that was responsible for forcing this. Like, everyone was suddenly laming all the deer because they were worried about this happening. And then Pro Scouts came in and everyone kind of just forgot about it, stopped doing it, right? But this is now 1 deer stack safe, and just look at the timing. Pro Scouts completes, he's basically in his base, gets a drop off, and then move to the second stack. This is very important, by the way. What he done is he used his time well. He could have tried to deny the enemy Pro Scouts, but what would he really got out of that? Maybe 1 scout kill? Maybe forced a Desert Raider sooner, but then you're getting countered to your own timing. So instead, he gets 1 deer stack safe. He goes to the second. It looks like Mahodo did snatch away some of these early, by the way. But with only 5 scouts, I'm not sure if he's going to get everything back quick enough before Beastie makes it an even Stevens 50-50 split. Wow, he actually didn't even pick the deer up. He just straight away moved away. Sometimes players like to just drag this deer safely in because you get the better gathering rate, but nah. He's making this a race. All right, what do you reckon, guys? 1's if you think Mahodo will win this game. 2's if you think Beastie will. It's a relic race, but different. Yeah, it's quite an interesting one for that POV. But the problem is it's not a very good relic race for Mahodo because he went advancement. So he doesn't actually have the Dervish play. I sniped the Desert Raiders. We'll slow things down a bit. Beastie is looking to drag the last of the deer home. Cool thing about having seven scouts, it means you can at least contest the enemy scouts. The Desert Raiders is difficult, though. Okay, that was an accidental misclick, I think. Desert Raiders are coming in, so he should be able to force him to drop off the deer. What would be cool, actually, from Beastie is if he just actually killed this scout instead. Slows the timing for his opponent, right? Oh, that was cute. Mahodo is switched on there, though. That could have been really awkward, just watching him chase that one scout. Good reactions. Tech up now on the way. Get your numbers in, folks. How big are we going on the high trade house? How delectable, how delicious are we looking here? I mean, he's eating through the tree line quite quick, so he's going to lose some value there. Mahodo, we have got a tech up as well, right? Yeah, it is going to be the growth wing. So we'll put him ahead. Did we have Mahodo? Do you guys remember? Did he actually commit double scout opener? Doesn't look like it. No, because he's less than a villager behind. It's just a little bit of idle TC time. Actually, that might be the scout. I think that is exactly the scout, yeah. Nice little sniper in here. Problem is the tower, right? However, the split fire is not ideal. Beastie needs to focus fire down the Desert Raiders. Let's get them away. I mean, this could be the difference, right? Growth Wing is like, what, 49 seconds out? He does need to idle this further. I tell you what, these Desert Raiders are actually getting pretty good bang for buck. Worker kills. Gets a second. Still has a scout to play with. Looks like the tech up is going to be forced now, so it's going to be complete. Desert Raiders are going to have to back up. Interesting choice. I mean, I guess you're already 1 damage. You can't be reduced further. Mahodo's doing a really good job on the micro of these 2 Desert Raiders. Beastie, I mean, he's still not safe here, right? If you stick a scout here, you can still see and hit. However, Beastie does now have the Horse Archers on the way. Remember, Horse Archers will be the answer to Desert Raiders. It sounds weird because you'd think Camel on ease, but you're low base HP, no ranged armor. Didn't even get the wall up in time. The scout's positioning. Oh, she got it perfect. Yeah, I like this. Mahodo's not going to waste time trading with the Horse Archer just to lose out. He's just going to keep idling Beastie. Oh, this is so frustrating. He's going to end up diving in. Does garrison the scouts inside. Shifts are going to be brought out here, and he doesn't know which one to target. So Desert Raid is dead. We'll take another worker with him. That's now a 4 worker deficit for Beastie. It's actually much bigger, though, because remember, the growth wing came through for the +7. So Mahodo currently ahead by almost 11 villages. D versus Cat series after this, that is what we are ascertaining right now. So bumping Tune to have him check in with the players on what the availability looks like to see if we can actually have both semi-finals and grand finals on Thursday. If not, we'll look to have 1 semi-finals done today. So Mahodo has gotten the camel answer that we talked about. You see what I was meaning about the charge? Great read by Beastie. Like, this is actually the #1 way to counter out the camel answer play. Build scouts. A lot of people don't replace the scouts, so it's a limited time play. But if you just keep spamming out scouts, you can minimize the camel answer charge entirely. Right? And once the camel answers miss their charge window, they don't want to fight. So you get to heal between the fights of the scouts. And the most important part about it is you continue to scale the Horse Archers, which is your win condition. Random note, 2 DLC for AoE 4 in 2020. Wait, what's that based on? Did I miss some sort of post where we're getting 2 DLCs? What do you mean? Alright, link me. I have not seen this. A post 1 minute ago. Alright, definitely link me. We'll check that out after this game. Are you sure that... Well, just Wait, but it says about Age of Myth. Are you sure it's not fake? Okay, I'll read through it afterwards. It reads like it's about Age of Mythology. So, like, 1 DLC per game. Mahodo, this plan is kind of slipping. And the horse is looking good. You can see the reaction from Mahodo. He has to wall in. High trade house was 112 gold, so it's offsetting some of the villager deficit. And we do have relics already coming home for Beastie. Should end up with the majority, considering that Mahodo is only now getting those dervishes out. Section for A4. Okay, we'll read it on stream afterwards. Although I keep glancing at it in the background, I should though. We'll read it afterwards. Don't worry. What the hell? I see like I saw a portrait for Age of Empires Mobile. Ah, get off my screen. All right, we'll look at it afterwards. So look, now we don't care about. You don't care about this game? You just had a pro player telling you this is a very confusing matchup. You don't want to unravel it? The mysteries of AoE4. Classic BC letting you know he actually has the relics. Oh, wallow. Oh, unfortunate. Camel on ease, not good enough. Beast needs to be a bit careful. That looked a little bit like an animation cancel unintentionally. It's so hard sometimes to not anim cancel. You can see he's being a bit more reasonable, like he's having these big gaps now. I really hope that does get fixed soon. It's just, the thing you have to keep in mind is like, trying to not animation cancel, like what it means is you basically you're forced to play the game inefficiently, if that makes sense. You have to kind of count in your head, like what's the reasonable gap. Lance is now diving the other side. Mahodo, oh. Okay, Beastie, oh no. He does realize, but that's additional worker kills. It's a 14 worker lead now for Mahodo. The crossbows are at least coming out. But remember, Mahodo was already scaling into archers. Now adding in crossbows as well. Alright guys, Camel Lance is the solution. I like all the speculation. It's kind of annoying me because I want to look now. What could it be? Is it this? Is it that? God damn it, I want to know it all now. I don't know why it's so hated when it's intuitive to micro that way, like start stepping in SE2. Yeah, I've talked about this before, like, I get why it gets banned in the... It's an extreme version of animation cancelling, but genuinely, archers, foot archers, animation cancel. When people start a step, that's technically animation cancelling. Because what you're doing is you're bypassing part of the animation and only locking yourself to the attack speed. We've seen players do this before. Like, it's why they shoot, but they don't then wind the bow down. They just move. Right? Like, we have a term in Dota 2 called orb walking. It's basically like orb walking. But admittedly, it is an extreme. It's like a ridiculous extreme with cab archers. There's something about the way they're coded that's a problem. I just really wish they'd fix it already, because it's been a problem for quite a while. Do any games end in 50 minutes this meta? More rarely. I think it's on the less conventional maps that it happens. One of the big problems you have right now is like winning in feudal basically means go castle end game, right? That's my feeling on it. It's like it's very rare you'll see someone GG out in feudal. They usually at least wait to see that you've got castle on the way. Beastie. Ooh, okay. We finally have some worker kills coming through. We'll pull away. We actually have Mahodo getting ready for the wall low. Beastie. We'll steer clear. Until town centers aren't Death Stars, you can't end a feudal. Yeah, okay, so here's a crazy idea. What if they're like, uh-oh, KP's thinking design again, get ready to shoot it down. What if TC's only had the arrow fire as strong as it currently is for X minutes in the game? Like the first 8. Almost like, I don't want to call it a peace mode, but something attuned to that. A nice raid, by the way. That's an extra 6 worker kills. Mahodo only has his wing advantage now of the 7 extra from growth. And not just that, this is crazy. Think about where BC was just a few minutes ago. Look at what's now happening. Mass men-at-arms, mass crossbows. Mahodo barely has anything to solve for that. Where did this army come from? This is absurd. TC drop. Okay, that explains everything. Mahodo chose greed over win. And it may have just killed him. Beastie now with a dive in. There's only 6 crossbows here. The men-at-arms are surviving long enough to make the difference. And look at that micro as well. He even targets down the limited crossbows. Beastie. He's still behind on economy. It's still a very big problem because we have got a raid on the other side. The Camel Lancers did go into the base. Men-at-arms crossbows are coming out to address that, though. He needs to find more workers. This isn't enough yet for Mahodo. You see, most of it has been mopped up. There's still a few men-at-arms coming in here. So a lot of idle time being achieved. Meanwhile, BC's kind of minimizing that idle. The Camel Lancers are more capable of finding those kills. Damn, what a tight play there on both sides. Lancers might still be able to mop some up here, though. And Beastie, ooh. I mean, it's kind of an opening goal waiting to be shot. But unfortunately, Mahodo. Interesting choice there. So BC actually committed back onto the berries to force the Lancers to commit. I'm not sure that was worth it, though. They got, like, what, an extra 4 kills at least? So after all that effort from Beastie, that big commitment, that big dive, after, at one stage, scratching away the entire lead that Mahodo had, we now look back up at the economy, and he's still 12 behind. Bloody hell. Who wins this? I mean, we do have another men-at-arms wave coming. Mahodo's economy is technically weak at the moment, which is weird because he's got a lot of berries. Is he over-gathering wood? I get that he's trying to prep for the farm transition, but there's another wave coming, and I don't think he's aware. He did just see it. And remember, Beastie, he already has a decent number of farms, right? He's sitting up at, what, 12 currently? Okay, decent might be a stretch. Christian Crusades? Wait, is that actually in there? Wait, are we going back to the Middle East again after Sultan's Ascent? That's kind of crazy. Is the triple outpost defense? Seriously? Without Springalds, he doesn't even have a chance. He's gonna have to fight. And Mahodo's army is looking incy-wincy right now. I don't know, dog. This ain't it. That's still a lot of MAA. Mahodo, only 8 crossbows. The wall. I'll have the gate just in time. Wait, but like, but. No. Houston, we may have a problem. That was not walls. Dives in even deeper. I mean, we've been here before. Last time, it looked like it should have been a dub for BC. It worked out better for Mahodo. But that time, Mahodo had Camel Lancers raiding. This time, they're all stuck at home defending. This should be the GG blow. BC, this army is way too big for Mahodo to hold. And way too much exposed economy now. No safety net for him anymore. It looks so good, but in the end, the beast comes out victorious. Oy, oy, oy. Crazy comeback. Well played, the beastie, man. That looks shaky. All right, guys, should we have a look at the DLC? Ooh. All right, guys. Are you ready to get hyped? We have DLC news coming through. Let me just get it ready. All right, let's get straight into it. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the channel. It's time to sink our teeth in. We finally have news on what's coming in 2025 for Age of Empires and Age of Mythology. My first time seeing this is my true reactions. I'm going to shift my camera across into that corner again so my fat face is out of the way. Let's talk through it. So, 2024 was a year for Age of Empires and Age of Mythology players, and a year shaped by your passion, creativity, etc., etc. Yes, fluff us up. Yes, make us feel good. We had Red Bull Wallow El Reinado, Big Pogs. Could we get another one back-to-back years, please? Connected with many of you at Gamescom and celebrate the launch of Retold and mobile. We don't talk about mobile. So, along the way, we expanded the franchise in new ways and welcomed over 10 million new players, reaching an incredible milestone of 60 million Age of Empires players. And I'm just going to move the chat out of the way as well because I don't want you guys to... Sorry, you guys can be over here. Have fun. So, I imagine a big chunk of that was Age of Empires Mobile in China, rest Myth being registered for the first time. But let's talk about what's coming. Myth, March 4th. That's actually not far. That's only 1 month off. They've got the Immortal Pillars coming. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure these were already in Myth previously, right? I think so. So, the wait is almost over. After revealing the Immortal Pillars expansion for Age of Mythology Retold at Tokyo Game Show, we're excited to announce its launch. They do have more details here. I don't know if you guys want to have a look at that. Maybe. I think we'll get to the primary is AoE 4 people. I know what you guys really want. Wait. Where is the part on AoE 4? Huh? Is there a part on AoE 4? There we go. Okay, yeah, we had some crap on AoE 2. Apparently, it's coming to PlayStation. Poggers. We're down. Okay, we are in the right place. So, 2 DLCs for Age 4. Are you kidding me? All right, you know what? Like, this is already off to a musical start. Remember, I've been very critical about the marketing and getting things right. But big poggers here. Is this a new Civ? Wait, that's the Teutonic Order. That looks a hell of a lot like the Teutonic Order to me. Have we got the Teutons? Yo. Okay, wait. Yeah, they've got them all in there. Okay, that has to be Crusader States, right? Because that's the Fleur de Lis in French. And then finally, I think that one there. Sorry, let's get the zoom in for you guys. I think that's the Knights of Rhodes. If I know my factions... This is Crusader States. You've got Teutonic Knights. You've got... I'm not sure which one that's meant to represent. And then I think that's meant to be... Knights of Rhodes. There's a red-white flag. Okay, that's very interesting. So wait, this is surprising because that means we're going back to the Middle East again after a Middle Eastern campaign. Maybe they tie in. Let's find out. So, we're not rolling out 1 DLC in 2025. We're rolling out 2. I guarantee even anyone who had behind-the-scenes info didn't know about this crap. Like, what? With these DLCs, we're expanding upon concepts we've introduced previously, like variant civs. Big Pog, I love that. With your feedback in mind. Variant civilizations allow us to capture diverse strategic tactics and military forces afforded to various historical bodies, and we've got some exciting ones coming. One of which we've heard the community's been wanting since the release of Sultan's Ascend. Wait, guys, what have you been wanting? Wait, what's he talking about? Vikings? Wait, what's that going to be a variant of? Rus? Polish? I'm curious now. Not only are we just changing up strategic gameplay with these variants, but we're also spending time on the fine details. We're introducing a lot of new set units and buildings. Love that, by the way. I think one of the biggest criticisms people would give the variant civs is not all of them have the apparent differences between landmarks and unit types enough. Love to see this. And on top of that, we're also exploring unique game modes. Yes! What have I been begging for, guys? This is the news we've been looking for. I think one of the biggest flaws with AoE 4 is that we're not exploring enough new territory. free-for-alls should have taught us that people do engage with new ideas. So we've got new game modes coming in both DLCs that focus on shorter and repeatable experiences. Golf clappers. I want challenges like what we have with the Malians and Ottomans. I think that was a great start. I want to see almost like a turbo mode. I think one of the biggest things I've regularly toured is the idea of like a 1.2 or 1.5x simulation speed. Sounds like they're thinking in these type of like directions of speeding up the games. These modes will encourage you to try out new playstyles while also allowing you to adapt your skills. Excited to learn more? You won't have to wait long. The first of these 2 DLCs, Knights of Cross and Rose, is set to launch in spring. Oh! Wait, June's a long way off. You better not be baiting us. Wait, we could get this in March, chat. This could be coming in March. This right here, that's definitely for the Knights. So, stay on the lookout for a deep dive, but they are teasing us. Wait, that better not be another defensive landmark. I'm trying to think what vibes that's giving me. That's giving me some sort of games vibes. It's almost like Stronghold vibes, which is Stronghold Crusader vibes, right? So that's the keep concept. I don't think you guys care about mobile. Wait, they're adding Lubu! Okay, I might install mobile. We'll skip by mobile. I've got plenty more surprises. It's time to charge into 2025 as used. Genghis Khan. Yeah, okay. So, you know, while we're here, should we quickly look over what's coming to Myth? 12 new gods, including Fuxi, Shenong, Nuwa, Gong, Zurong, and more. 9-level campaign. I love that. That's, by the way, that detail is missing here. I hope that is just an oversight and they're like, we have multiple campaigns coming, because this DLC slaps if we have multiple campaigns. But outside of that, you've got mythical units, new ones coming in, 70 maps. I think a decent chunk of this was in Age of Myth when they done the extended edition, right? So like some of these things have already appeared before, but maybe there's new Pantheon things happening. So big pog for the Age of Myth community. I don't think we're going to like dive into that too deep. I want to talk more about this. This is cool. Age of Empires 4. Big golf claps. Bit subtle and out of nowhere, but appreciate the devs on this announcement. This is huge. I think this is a good, praiseworthy start that we're getting comms on not only a loose date for the first DLC, but we're already able to start setting expectations for the second DLC. They're not just waiting and dropping last second. This is the thing that I said was missing, guys. Marketing. Hype things up, build up into them. Don't be scared that people are going to negatively react. Let people know where to go and what to be hyped for. Now, within that, I love things like this. I talked with the devs at Red Bull. And I don't know if anyone else had been saying this, but I'm glad they listened, if it was me or anyone else. Updating the overall visuals of many shared units and buildings to assist with better readability and make sure your experience feels fresh. In general, we have a lot of cases still in AoE4 where things look too similar, the most obvious being Zhuji and crossbows. Having readability as a critical pillar of your RTS is important, and I'm so happy the devs are doing this, because the reality is, when you complicate the game more, you'd think seeing loads of different unit types makes it even more complicated. Yes, but the reality is if you can tell something apart at the first glance, next time you see it, you know it. So I love that when they're adding a lot more complexity, they're thinking about these simple solutions that are so compulsory to actually getting people through the door. Now, shall we have a quick look at the picture? Is there anything else we can see there? Maybe some of that readability, because I did notice something. Did you guys see it as well? What is that guy up to? Have we got a special new men-at-arms coming in? The crossbow doesn't look too different, but the men-at-arms kind of looks different. It might just be the shield for the faction. But I'm intrigued, man. I'm intrigued to see what the Knights Hospitalier, which is what I feel like we're getting here, is going to fully be. I'm hoping we get... This is like, what? Is this going to be a variant civ or a whole new one? I feel like this is going to be the whole new ones, maybe. Because otherwise you have like another HRE, which would be a lot of HRE. But... you know, one thing for me, I hope this has a lot of campaigns with it. And sorry, let me switch over. The big sell point for me, and I think the big step up, it's great that we're going to have clearly multiplayer support. I think that's big. But what I really think is going to be the home run for this campaign, I think Sultan's Ascend's campaign is the best campaign they have made. By far. If they accompany this DLC with at least 2 campaigns, preferably 3, we are in good stead. I might be a bit more forgiving if it's only 1, but we're getting 2 to 4 campaigns in the second DLC. But to me, this is a great start. The way we get people back in the game is those campaigns. I think Sultan's Ascend probably helped get people picking up the game and playing the game via the campaign, not just the multiplayer. But, man, this is an exciting start. Let me know what you guys think of this, actually. Like, we'll probably upload this to YouTube. There wasn't much to go on here. There's a lot to speculate. What civs do you reckon we're going to see? Because my feeling is we are going back to the Middle East. This is probably to accompany the Ayabida angle we saw from Sultan's Ascend. I think that's an overplayed element. I would have loved to have seen campaigns elsewhere, but it could feed in nicely. What I want to see next is the DLC that takes us to South America, where we do Spain, Portugal, Aztecs, Mayans, these type of factions. I feel like that's a nice organic step, and it also gets Mesopotamian civs into the game, right? So we're able to go down under South America. But let me know what you guys think in the comments. Obviously, not too much to dissect here. We've done the best we can with the limited info we got. We basically got 2 screenshots. Curious what you guys think about the keep as well, considering like the look of it, the faction. It's basically the same faction. I'm assuming we're getting more than 1 civ, but it feels like this is all either 1 civ or we are getting basically 3 similar variant civs of an overarching faction. But let me know what you want to see in the comments. Let me know who you think we'll be getting in this DLC. And let me know what you expect to see from the second DLC in 2025. Catch you in the next chapter. I don't know, man. Did I make that video too short? That was like 11 minutes of talking, but I was kind of expecting more. I really contemplated going deeper in the Age of Myth stuff, but I think that's just too much content in one video. There wasn't really much more to talk about here. But it's a start, right? It's given us stuff to get hyped about, which is good. And I think it's a step in the right direction. You are correct, though. Yeah, Age 2 Castle is funky. Good eyes, actually. I didn't talk about that. Yeah, I think it's good. But, by the way, guys, I just got confirmation back. Yeah, I'm actually buzzed to hear more about this now as well. I can confirm both semifinals will be happening on Thursday for the midweek muster. So we are going to have B versus Cat at 13 GMT, i.e. 14 CET. And Anno and Kiljadi 2 hours-ish later. So that's going to fill us up nicely because we'll be looking to go live an hour before that first set because we are going to be having front page on Thursday. So a lot of new eyes will be looking at Age of Empires 4 for the first time, which I'm excited to be a part of helping happen. But that does mean we don't have any more midweek muster sets live today. I think we've been live, 5.5 hours? So I think we'll look to wind down now. Not overdo it, not just go into pub games or whatever. Because it's been a good day. I think we had some cool games. But man, I'm hyped for this. It's kind of cool. Maybe someone wants a quick recap on what's yours over a 1 hour video. Yeah, like, I mean, I could be that guy that spends like 2 hours dissecting one screenshot. But I feel like that's better to just do offline and then do like a edited down version with my editor. We're hopefully going to have more of that type of content coming down the line. I have got someone stepping in on the YouTube side, so big shout out to those that did reach out. We have got someone who's getting involved there. I don't know if they want it to be known who they are, but they've been very positive. You may have already noticed very different looking thumbnails. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the new thumbnail direction, and it leads to more eyeballs on the channel. Tume is not involved in the editing, though. Tume is admin. We're not going to throw editing him as well. I am a little bit skeptical about Age 2 Castle now that you mentioned it, though. Like, I'm not a big fan of the defensive landmarks in general. I don't feel like many people are. Barbican always feels dirty. Even later in the game, like White Tower feels insane. Berkshires have been known to annoy people. Elsbach's are loony. Great Wall Gatehouse is wild. But yeah. Oh yeah. Referring the game speed. Okay, yeah. Good lad, Chum. Because I was like, I need you to chase this. So yeah, he got it sorted. So we'll go live an hour before the BCAT series. So we'll be live at 12 UK time, i.e. 1 p.m. CET. We'll maybe I'll figure out what we're gonna do for like an hour. But it's like we literally have an 8-hour slot of front page apparently. So might as well use it to the maximum, boys and girls. So maybe we like try and organize an impromptu show match. Maybe do something clowny or free for all, whatever. I'm sure there'll be options. But what I'm going to do now is going to wind down. I'm going to end the YouTube stream. Thank you, YouTubers, for watching. You got multiple ads, so you had to resort to YouTube to rewatch. Oh, okay, whoops. KP is one of the most informational casters. I, for one, enjoy your cast. Thank you, Randy. Appreciate you, mate. Got people defending me in chats. What's going on? Jesus, I thought I was meant to get bullied. But loving you, but leaving you, YouTube. Remember, next stream Thursday. Thursday, we're going to have both of the semi-finals and grand finals all in one sitting. And we'll even maybe throw in a show match or two. Maybe even actually some community games might be possible. We should potentially have enough people, but you have to tune into Thursday to see how that all unfolds. I'll see you there. Oh my God, you guys though. What am I going to do with you? 8 hours dissecting one. Dude, there are people. So like, sometimes it feels weird when you make that type of content. So I don't know if you guys follow Battlefield, but with Battlefield, there was just a small video released. And like Jack Frags, very popular person in Battlefield, he done a video on it, right? But like the video, a lot of the video is him playing the same 5 seconds of footage over and over again as he talks over it. I'm like, we've turned this into a 10-minute video. In fairness, his commentary is fair. He's talking a lot about the game. I'm not like flaming that, but it's like, it's always rough when you've got like limited content to actually talk about, because you can talk about it for ages. We could have talked about this for a lot more. We could have talked about all the things we've been talking about across the weeks, about what we'd like to see, what we could see, etc. But then like in the background, you've literally got like a one screenshot, right? So it's almost like you have to then go siphon extra footage or go play a different game or whatever. Don't worry, KP, I developed the DLC and it's just an ability for English variant to turn the No, stop it. 10 things you missed looking at the screenshot? Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out if they intentionally added those details or if that's like how the Civ's town center looks. Like, this is just one T. I don't know if this is one Civ or if this was like they created a version of the TC to render to just show off the different flags in a very cute fashion, right? I can see it being either thing. But let's get ready to raid someone. Let's see who we've got. So. Yeah, I like how everyone's just on streams looking at this now. Hey, it's up, Fabplot. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate you. Appreciate the gift of sub. Could be choosing a Crusade to join. That's interesting, right? Like I've talked about that before. Like so if they do that, maybe I should have done a longer YouTube video to cover this part as well. If they do that, where you have a choice to make, it's almost like they're prepping for a world in which variant civs become other, just branches of the main civ. Like we talked about before, right? Like when you end up with a game that has 50 civs, you've got too many, right? So what do you do at that stage? You take all the existing civs and you squash them down into their primaries again, and you make it branching choices. It would be a fundamental overhaul of what the game is, but it would be intriguing. But what I'm going to do now, guys. You guys want to check out a new game launch? Let the new kingdom come, or just more Pro Scouts AoE 4? Choices. I'm guessing you guys, you want to see more AoE 4, don't you? You guys are always looking for the 4. God of Thunder. But I'm just going to assume you guys want to keep it in the fam. We're going to raid through to Krakeny now. So Crackety just went live. He's probably going to queue into May, and then he's probably going to end the stream. So keep an eye out for that. What you need to type is May. Okay, guys, this is your copy pasta for the day for him. Some of you will know exactly what that means. Others are just part of the process. Go enjoy it. I'm going to raid through the Crackety, go have some fun with him. Make sure you use that copy pasta, and I will see you all on Thursday, bright and early, 1 p.m. CT, 12 midday UK time, when we will be getting in to finals Thursday. And oh my god, he just queued into May. Go, go, go now. Go, go, go. Go, go. Be all you can be.
Why are Tangiers so expensive now? They just happen to be. Yo, KP. Thanks for the raid, man. Much appreciated. Yeah, you dodge. You dodge. Yeah, May, you fucking dodge. I'm not dodging you. It's Haywire. That's my map. That's my map. Come on, face me.